Change Ringing, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The frequent allusions to bells by our poets are directly conclusive to the strong attachment which binds these sounds to English ears. We all delight in listening to the merry peal, and yet notwithstanding our fondness for the same, and although all our days of rejoicing are considered incomplete without the ringing of bells, it is strange how very little is understood either of the art or science of what is termed change ringing. Ringing bells in changes is peculiar to England. When rung thus, the bells are necessarily rung up, that is, each bell, by an arrangement of wheel and rope, is gradually swung until, after describing larger and larger arcs, it swings through a complete circle at each sound or stroke of the clapper. The swinging motion also materially increases the sweetness of the tone. When bells are rung in changes each bell is brought to a balance after each revolution, and when the bell runs well, very little actual strength is required, and the work, unless prolonged, is not so exhaustive as many suppose. In this, as in many other things, it is more knack than strength that is required. The tenor bell of the ring of 12 at St Saviour's, Southwark, weighs 52 hundredweight, and the wheel, in the grooves of which the rope for ringing it runs, is about 9 feet in diameter. Yet this ponderous bell with its huge gearing has often been rung by one man for 4 hours without rest, involving more than 5,000 changes, and was once rung for 6½ hours by one man. This, however, was a great feat. A number of bells hung together is called a ring, the number generally varying from 5 to a dozen, which last is the greatest number that has yet been hung in a steeple. When the highest note, the treble bell, is sounded first, and followed by the consecutive notes until the deepest or tenor bell is struck, the bells are said to be rung in rounds. And it is worthy of remark that this is the order in which they are rung before going off into changes, and again on coming round. Those uninitiated in the mysteries of bell ringing will be surprised to learn that on 6 bells no fewer than 720 changes can be obtained, that is, the 6 numbers can be arranged in 720 distinct combinations. The addition of another bell increases the combination to 5040, while on 8 bells the enormous number of 40,320 changes may be obtained. As about 28 changes are rung per minute, it takes about 3 hours to accomplish the whole of the changes on 7 bells; and thus to ring 5,000 changes is considered a feat, and called a peal, any less number being merely a touch. When changes are rung on 7, 9, or 11 bells, all the 8, 10, or 12 bells are rung, the tenor bell, the keynote, always striking last. This practice is more musical than when the whole number of the bells are working in the changes. Change ringing upon each number of bells has a distinctive name. Thus, changes on 5 bells are called doubles; on 6, minor; 7, triples; 8, major; 9, cators; 10, royal; 11, cinques; and 12, maximus. Changes are produced according to certain laws or methods, and by a previously acquired knowledge of the method, each performer, by watching the rise and fall of the ropes, is able to work his bell in the same path in which it would be found to move if the changes were written down on paper. There are several different methods which are practised, namely, plain bob, grandsire, Oxford or Kent treble bob, Stedman's principle, Cambridge, London and superlative surprise, and double Norwich court. these can all be applied to the different numbers of bells. Thus a touch of Kent treble bob major is that method rung on 8 bells. Although very few persons could possibly be debarred from practising change ringing by want of physical strength, a good deal of perseverance is necessary to become a proficient in the art. After acquiring the sleight of hand necessary to ring a bell in rounds, a fair amount of practice is also necessary to obtain the quickness of eye, called rope sight, to work among the other ropes in changes. While his hands and eyes are thus busily employed, the ringer must also listen to ascertain whether the swing of the bell is so regulated that it strikes at a proper interval after the one immediately preceding it. In ringing on 8 bells, the 8 sounds are produced in about 2 seconds. A quarter of a second therefore elapses between the sounds of the consecutive bells; and as a variation of a quarter of this time is appreciable to a practised ringer, the error of the 16th part of a second would lead to jarring results. The hands, eyes, and ears must therefore be in constant unison during change ringing; and as, at the same time, the mind must never be relaxed from the consideration of the method by which the changes are produced, the mental and physical powers are kept in pretty active employment. The fascination which this art has for its followers is shown by the fact that all the great performances in ringing have been undertaken solely for the honour accorded to such feats. When a peal of 5,000 changes is attempted, it is considered of no account unless it is true. The requirements are somewhat exacting. If the same change should occur twice, through an error of the composer, it is a false peal. The ringing must be completed without a stop or hitch; and as at any time during the 3 hours that will probably be occupied, a ringer may lose his way and cause the others to be confused, a jumble out will probably ensue. The conductor may miss a call, which is required to carry the changes to the length required, or may make one too many. A man may miss his rope and send his bell over the balance, or a rope may break. Thus, until the last change of a peal is struck, it is never safe for the ringers to congratulate themselves upon its performance. Nowadays, long peals are only considered as feats when the same men, only one man to each bell, ring throughout the peal. When a peal of great length is attempted, there is, therefore, cause to fear that at the last moment one of the men at the heavy end, as the bells near the tenor are called, may knock up. For instance, in ringing according to Stedman's principle, a very complicated method, on 11 bells, the peal of 7,392 changes rung in 1848 in 4 hours and 55 minutes at St. Martin's, Birmingham, where the tenor bell weighs 3,500 weight, continued the longest on record until 1851, when it was beaten by the College Youths, a very old established London society of ringers, who rang 7,524 changes in 5 hours and 24 minutes at St. Giles, Cripplegate, where the tenor weighs 3,600 weight. The Cumberland Youths, another old London society, thereupon tried to beat this performance by ringing 8,184 changes at St. Michael's, Cornhill, the tenor of which ring weighs 4,100 weight. On the first occasion they jumbled out after ringing nearly 6,000 changes, and at a subsequent attempt rang 6 hours and 2 minutes, but were then so knocked up that they could not finish the peal, and were compelled to stop when they had rung 7,746 changes. Now, although this was longer than the peal rung by the College Youths, it was an incomplete performance, not being continued until the bells returned to the order of rounds, which they would have done at the 8,184th change. The Cripplegate peal was at last beaten by a peal of 8,448 changes, rung in 1858 at Painswick in Gloucestershire. Although the tenor of the ring of 12 at Painswick only weighs 2,800 weight, the college youths actually attempted to beat this length at St Saviour's, Southwark, where the tenor weighs 52 hundredweight. They were, however, unsuccessful, as after ringing over 8,000 changes in 6 hours and a half, they got into a jumble, and thus a most remarkable feat was lost and considered of no account, when another half hour would have completed a performance which might never have been excelled. In their next attempt the college youths were more fortunate, as on April 27th, 1861, they rang at St Michael's, Cornhill, in 6 hours and 41 minutes, a peal of 8,580 changes of Stedman's Sinks, which still remains the longest length rung in this method on 11 bells. The College and Cumberland youths have long been worthy rivals in the different mysteries of change ringing. While the former society dates its origin back to 1637, the latter claims its descent from an old society called the London Scholars, whose origin, however, is lost in antiquity. The earliest known peal by the London Scholars is one of 5,040 changes, rung in 1717 on the 10 bells which were then in the tower of St Bride's, Fleet Street. This is said to have been the first 5,000 ever rung on 10 bells. The rivalry between the societies of College and Cumberland youths was at its greatest height in 1777. On January 20th in that year the Cumberlands rang 6,240 changes on the bells of St Leonard's, Shoreditch. This was the longest which had been rung on 10 bells by 10 men only, and occupied 4 hours and 34 minutes. The tenor bell at St Leonard's weighs 31 hundredweight, and as in ringing these 6,240 changes, the ringer would never be in a state of rest, as during nearly 5 hours he would cause a revolving plaything of over 1.5 tons to make 6,240 revolutions, it might be supposed that no set of men could easily be found who would be desirous of gaining the empty honour of merely exceeding such a performance by so many more hours or minutes. This, however, was not the opinion of the college youths, who, on February 18th, in the same year, on the same bells, completed a peal of 10,000 changes in 7 hours and 28 minutes. After this the Cumberlands evidently took a little preliminary training on the bells of Shoreditch, as, on March 12th, they rang 5,080 changes, on April 5th, 8,120 changes, and then on May 10th capped the college youths' performance by a peal of 10,200 changes in 7 hours and 40 minutes. The non-university college men were, however, equal to the occasion, and 9 days afterwards rang 11,080 changes at the same place in 8 hours and 2 minutes. A performance so extraordinary that the Cumberland youths were fain to let it stand as the longest on record until 1784, when, on March 27th, they actually accomplished, at Shoreditch, 12,000 changes in 9 hours and 5 minutes; which peal, until this day, remains the longest ever rung on 10 bells, when all the bells are rung in the changes. It might be thought that such prolonged physical and mental exertion would have a bad effect upon the performers; but, whether it is from the fact that only men of the strongest constitutions take a fancy for such exertion, or that the splendid exercise of ringing is, even when carried to such great excess, really productive of benefit, it yet remains a fact that ringers are noted for the great ages to which some of them live to take part in their favourite exercise. As an instance of longevity the case of Thomas Barham is especially noteworthy. This man, who was a gardener at Leeds, in Kent, was passionately fond of ringing, and during his lifetime rang in considerably over 100 peals, each of 5,000 changes and upwards. He was born in 1725 and died in 1818, aged 93 years. At that time, in ringing long peals it was not regarded as a strict rule that there should be no relief to the performers, or that, as now, each bell should be rung throughout the peal by the same man. Consequently, there does not seem to have been any ordinary limit to the aspirations of the ringers of those days. About 1750, Barham and his companions were endeavouring to achieve the extent of the changes on 8 bells, 40,320 changes, any man who was fatigued being relieved by some other ringer. In one of these attempts, on Monday, March 31st, 1755, they commenced ringing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and rang until 6 o'clock on the Tuesday morning, when the 6th bell clapper broke, after they had rung 24,800 changes. In this attempt, Barham rang the 7th bell for 14 hours and 44 minutes before he required to be relieved. On March 23rd, 1761, they again attempted it, but had the misfortune to overturn a bell, after ringing 17,000 changes; but on April the 7th and 8th in the same year, they are said to have accomplished the 40,320 changes in 27 hours, the 8 bells being manned at different times by 14 men. The most remarkable of the records which Barham left behind him were perhaps the veteran peals in which he took part. When 55 years of age he rang in a peal of 5,040 changes of Bob Major, occupying 3 hours and 13 minutes, when the average age of the 8 performers was 61 years. In another peal, which occupied 3 hours and 12 minutes, the ages of the performers were 82, 70, 77, 65, 70, 65, 67, and 86, making an average of nearly 73 years. Barham also rang in peals occupying over 3 hours, when 84 and 88 years of age. In Barham's case it is thus fully shown that the extraordinary performances he took part in did not in any way tend to disable him in his old age. Southey, in his Doctor, mentions a peal of Bob Major rung at Aston Church, near Birmingham, in the year 1796, but really in 1789, when 8 men, some of whom he mentions were under 20 years of age, rang 14,224 changes in 8 hours and 45 minutes. This, Southey remarks, was the longest peal ever rung in that part of the country or anywhere else. Certainly it was a very clever performance, considering that the tenor of the ring weighs 21 hundredweight, but it was really surpassed by a rival band of ringers who rang at the same church on October 1st, 1793, a peal of 15,360 changes of Bob Major in 9 hours and 31 minutes. This continued the greatest number of changes rung single-handed until 1868, when the college youths rang 15,840 changes in 9 hours and 12 minutes at St Matthew's, Bethnal Green. The tenor, however, at Bethnal Green is very much lighter than that of the Aston peal, and the latter still remains the longest length rung with such a heavy tenor, and in point of time exceeds the Bethnal Green performance by 19 minutes. So little is known about bell ringing that erroneous illustrations are prepared by even the best of our illustrated papers at Christmas time, and not a little faulty information regarding the modus operandi is added. Very few persons seem to be aware that many matters of practical and scientific interest are to be found in the almost unknown art of change ringing. End of Change Ringing by Anonymous.
Concerning the Jews, an essay by Mark Twain, published in the September 1899 issue of Harper's New Monthly Magazine, Volume 99. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Some months ago, I published a magazine article descriptive of a remarkable scene in the Imperial Parliament in Vienna. Since then, I have received from Jews in America several letters of inquiry. They were difficult letters to answer, for they were not very definite. But at last I have received a definite one. It is from a lawyer, and he really asks the questions which the other writers probably believed they were asking. By help of this text, I will do the best I can to publicly answer this correspondent, and also the others, at the same time apologizing for having failed to reply privately. The lawyer's letter read as follows. Quote, I have read Stirring Times in Austria. One point in particular is of vital import to not a few thousand people, including myself, being a point about which I have often wanted to address a question to some disinterested person. A show of military force in the Austrian Parliament, which precipitated the riots, was not introduced by any Jew. No Jew was a member of that body. No Jewish question was involved in the Ausschlag, or in the language proposition. No Jew was insulting anybody. In short, no Jew was doing any mischief toward anybody whatsoever. In fact, the Jews were the only ones of the 19 different races in Austria which did not have a party. They are absolutely non-participants. Yet in your article you say that in the rioting which followed, all classes of people were unanimously only on one thing, viz., in being against the Jews. Now, will you kindly tell me why, in your judgment, the Jews have thus ever been, and are even now, in these days of supposed intelligence, the butt of baseless, vicious animosities? I dare say that for centuries there has been no more quiet, undisturbing, and well-behaving citizen as a class than that same Jew. It seems to me that ignorance and fanaticism cannot alone account for these horrible and unjust persecutions. Tell me, therefore, from your vantage point of cold view, what in your mind is the cause? Can American Jews do anything to correct it, either in America or abroad? Will it ever come to an end? Will a Jew be permitted to live honestly, decently, and peaceably like the rest of mankind? What has become of the Golden Rule? End quote. I will begin by saying that if I thought myself prejudiced against the Jew, I should hold it fairest to leave this subject to a person not crippled in that way. But I think I have no such prejudice. A few years ago, a Jew observed to me that there was no uncourteous reference to his people in my books, and asked how it happened. It happened because the disposition is lacking. I am quite sure that, bar one, I have no race prejudices, and I think I have no color prejudices, nor caste prejudices, nor creed prejudices. Indeed, I know it. I can stand any society. All that I care to know is that a man is a human being. That is enough for me. He can't be any worse. I have no special regard for Satan, but I can at least claim that I have no prejudice against him. It may even be that I lean a little his way, on account of his not having a fair show. All religions issue Bibles against him, and say the most injurious things about him, but we never hear his side. We have none but the evidence for the prosecution, and yet we have rendered the verdict. To my mind, this is irregular. It is un-English. It is un-American. It is French. Without this precedent, Dreyfus could not have been condemned. Of course, Satan has some kind of a case, it goes without saying. It may be a poor one, but that is nothing. That can be said about any of us. As soon as I can get at the facts, I will undertake his rehabilitation myself, if I can find an unpolitic publisher. It is a thing which we ought to be willing to do for anyone who is under a cloud. We may not pay him reverence, for that would be indiscreet, but we can at least respect his talents. A person who has for untold centuries maintained the imposing position of spiritual head of 4/5 of the human race, and political head of the whole of it, must be granted the possession of executive abilities of the loftiest order. In his large presence, the other popes and politicians shrink to midges for the microscope. I would like to see him. I would rather see him and shake him by the tail than any other member of the European concert. In the present paper, I shall allow myself to use the word Jew as if it stood for both religion and race. It is handy, and besides, that is what the term means to the general world. In the above letter, one notes these points. 1. The Jew is a well-behaved citizen. 2. Can ignorance and fanaticism alone account for his unjust treatment? 3. Can Jews do anything to improve the situation? 4. The Jews have no party. They are non-participants. 5. Will the persecution ever come to an end? 6. What has become of the Golden Rule? Point number 1. We must grant proposition number 1 for several sufficient reasons. The Jew is not a disturber of the peace of any country. Even his enemies will concede that. He is not a loafer. He is not a sot. He is not noisy. He is not a brawler nor a rioter. He is not quarrelsome. In the statistics of crime, his presence is conspicuously rare in all countries. With murder and other crimes of violence, he has but little to do. He is a stranger to the hangman. In the police court's daily long roll of assaults and drunk and disorderlies, his name seldom appears. That the Jewish home is a home in the truest sense is a fact which no one will dispute. The family is knitted together by the strongest affections. Its members show each other every due respect, and reverence for the elders is an inviolate law of the house. The Jew is not a burden on the charities of the state nor of the city. These could cease from their functions without affecting him. When he is well enough, he works. When he is incapacitated, his own people take care of him, and not in a poor and stingy way, but with a fine and large benevolence. His race is entitled to be called the most benevolent of all races of men. A Jewish beggar is not impossible, perhaps. Such a thing may exist, but there are few men that can say they have seen that spectacle. The Jew has been staged in many uncomplimentary forms, but so far as I know, no dramatist has done him the injustice to stage him as a beggar. Whenever a Jew has real need to beg, his people save him from the necessity of doing it. The charitable institutions of the Jews are supported by Jewish money, and amply. The Jews make no noise about it. It is done quietly. They do not nag and pester and harass us for contributions. They give us peace and set us an example which we have not found ourselves able to follow, for by nature we are not free givers and have to be patiently and persistently hunted down in the interests of the unfortunate. These facts are all on the credit side of the proposition that the Jew is a good and orderly citizen. Summed up, they certify that he is quiet, peaceable, industrious, unaddicted to high crimes and brutal dispositions, that his family life is commendable, that he is not a burden upon public charities, that he is not a beggar, that in benevolence he is above the reach of competition. These are the very quintessentials of good citizenship. If you can add that he is as honest as the average of his neighbors, but I think that question is affirmatively answered by the fact that he is a successful businessman. The basis of successful business is honesty. A business cannot thrive where the parties to it cannot trust each other. In the matter of numbers, the Jew counts for little in the overwhelming population of New York, but that his honesty counts for much is guaranteed by the fact that the immense wholesale business houses of Broadway, from the Battery to Union Square, is substantially in his hands. I suppose that the most picturesque example in history of a trader's trust in his fellow trader was one where it was not Christian trusting Christian, but Christian trusting Jew. That Hessian duke who used to sell his subjects to George III to fight George Washington with got rich at it, and by, when the wars engendered by the French Revolution made his throne too warm for him, he was obliged to fly the country. He was in a hurry, and had to leave his earnings behind, $9,000,000. He had to risk the money with someone without security. He did not select a Christian, but a Jew of only modest means, but of high character, a character so high that it left him lonesome, Rothschild of Frankfurt. 30 years later, when Europe had become quiet and safe again, the Duke came back from overseas, and the Jew returned the loan, with interest added. Footnote. Here is another piece of picturesque history, and it reminds us that shabbiness and dishonesty are not the monopoly of any race or creed, but are merely human. Quote, Congress has passed a bill to pay $379.56 to Moses Pendergrass of Libertyville, Missouri. The story of the reason of this liberality is pathetically interesting, and shows the sort of pickle that an honest man may get into who undertakes to do an honest job of work for Uncle Sam. In 1886, Moses Pendergrass put in a bid for the contract to carry the mail on the route from Knoblick to Libertyville and Kaufman, 30 miles a day, from July 1st, 1887, for 1 year. He got the postmaster at Knoblick to write the letter for him, and while Moses intended that his bid should be $400, his scribe carelessly made it $4. Moses got the contract, and did not find out about the mistake until the end of the first quarter, when he got his first pay. When he found at what rate he was working, he was sorely cast down, and opened communication with the post office department. The department informed him that he must either carry out his contract or throw it up, and that if he threw it up, his bondsman would have to pay the government $1,459.85 in damages. So Moses carried out his contract, walked 30 miles every weekday for a year, and carried the mail, and received for his labor $4, or, to be accurate, $6.84. For, the route being extended after his bid was accepted, the pay was proportionately increased. Now, after 10 years, a bill was finally passed to pay to Moses the difference between what he earned in that unlucky year and what he received. End quote. The Sun, which tells the above story, says that bills were introduced in 3 or 4 Congresses for Moses's relief, and that committees repeatedly investigated his claim. It took 6 Congresses, containing in their persons the compressed virtues of 70 millions of people, and cautiously and carefully giving expression to those virtues in the fear of God in the next election, 11 years to find out some way to cheat a fellow Christian out of about $13 on his honestly executed contract, and out of nearly $300 due him on its enlarged terms, and they succeeded. During the same time, they paid out $1 billion in pensions, a third of it unearned and undeserved. This indicates a splendid all-round competency in theft, for it starts with farthings and works its industries all the way up to shiploads. It may be possible that the Jews can beat this, but the man that bets on it is taking chances. End footnote. The Jew has his other side. He has some discreditable ways, though he has not a monopoly of them, because he cannot get entirely rid of vexatious Christian competition. We have seen that he seldom transgresses the laws against crimes of violence. Indeed, his dealings with courts are almost restricted to matters connected with commerce. He has a reputation for various small forms of cheating, and for practicing oppressive usury, and for burning himself out to get the insurance, and for arranging cunning contracts which leave him an exit but lock the other man in, and for smart evasions which find him safe and comfortable just within the strict letter of the law, when court and jury know very well that he has violated the spirit of it. He is a frequent and faithful and capable officer in the civil service, but he is charged with an unpatriotic disinclination to stand by the flag as a soldier, like the Christian Quaker. Now, if you offset these discreditable features by the creditable ones summarized in the preceding paragraph, beginning with the words, "These facts are all on the credit side," and strike a balance, what must the verdict be? This, I think, that the merits and demerits being fairly weighed and measured on both sides, the Christian can claim no superiority over the Jew in the matter of good citizenship. Yet in all countries, from the dawn of history, the Jew has been persistently and implacably hated and with frequency persecuted. Point number 2. Can fanaticism alone account for this? Years ago I used to think that it was responsible for nearly all of it, but latterly I have come to think that this was an error. Indeed, it is now my conviction that it is responsible for hardly any of it. In this connection I call to mind Genesis chapter 47. We have all thoughtfully or unthoughtfully read the pathetic story of the years of plenty and the years of famine in Egypt, and how Joseph, with that opportunity, made a corner in broken hearts and the crusts of the poor and human liberty. A corner whereby he took a nation's money all away to the last penny, took a nation's livestock all away to the last hoof, took a nation's land away to the last acre, then took the nation itself, buying it for bread, man by man, woman by woman, child by child, till all were slaves, a corner which took everything, left nothing, a corner so stupendous that, by comparison with it, the most gigantic corners in subsequent history are but baby things, for it dealt in hundreds of millions of bushels, and its profits were reckonable by hundreds of millions of dollars, and it was a disaster so crushing that its effects have not wholly disappeared from Egypt today, more than 3,000 years after the event. Is it presumable that the eye of Egypt was upon Joseph, the foreign Jew, all this time? I think it likely. Was it friendly? We must doubt it. Was Joseph establishing a character for his race which would survive long in Egypt, and in time would his name come to be familiarly used to express that character, like Shylock's? It is hardly to be doubted. Let us remember that this was centuries before the crucifixion. I wish to come down 1800 years later and refer to a remark made by one of the Latin historians. I read it in a translation many years ago, and it comes back to me now with force. It was alluding to a time when people were still living who could have seen the Savior in the flesh. Christianity was so new that the people of Rome had hardly heard of it and had but confused notions of what it was. The substance of the remark was this: some Christians were persecuted in Rome through error, they being mistaken for Jews. The meaning seems plain. These pagans had nothing against Christians, but they were quite ready to persecute Jews. For some reason or other they hated a Jew before they even knew what a Christian was. May I not assume, then, that the persecution of Jews is a thing which antedates Christianity and was not born of Christianity? I think so. What was the origin of the feeling? When I was a boy, in the back settlements of the Mississippi Valley, where a gracious and beautiful Sunday school simplicity and unpracticality prevailed, the Yankee, citizen of the New England states, was hated with a splendid energy. But religion had nothing to do with it. In a trade, the Yankee was held to be about 5 times the match of the Westerner. His shrewdness, his insight, his judgment, his knowledge, his enterprise, and his formidable cleverness in applying these forces were frankly confessed and most competently cursed. In the cotton states, after the war, the simple and ignorant Negroes made the crops for the white planter on shares. The Jew came down in force, set up shop on the plantation, supplied all the Negroes' wants on credit, and at the end of the season was the proprietor of the Negro's share of the present crop and of part of his share of the next one. Before long, the whites detested the Jew, and it is doubtful if the Negro loved him. The Jew is being legislated out of Russia. The reason is not concealed. The movement was instituted because the Christian peasant and villager stood no chance against his commercial abilities. He was always ready to lend money on a crop and sell vodka and other necessities of life on credit while the crop was growing. When settlement day came, he owned the crop, and next year or year after he owned the farm, like Joseph. In the dull and ignorant England of John's time, everybody got into debt to the Jew. He gathered all lucrative enterprises into his hands. He was the king of commerce. He was ready to be helpful in all profitable ways. He even financed crusades for the rescue of the sepulchre. To wipe out his account with the nation and restore business to its natural and incompetent channels, he had to be banished from the realm. For the like reasons, Spain had to banish him 400 years ago, and Austria about a couple of centuries later. In all the ages, Christian Europe has been obliged to curtail his activities. If he entered upon a mechanical trade, the Christian had to retire from it. If he set up as a doctor, he was the best one, and he took the business. If he exploited agriculture, the other farmers had to get at something else. Since there was no way to successfully compete with him in any vocation, the law had to step in and save the Christian from the poorhouse. Trade after trade was taken away from the Jew by statute till practically none was left. He was forbidden to engage in agriculture. He was forbidden to practice law. He was forbidden to practice medicine, except among Jews. He was forbidden the handicrafts. Even the seats of learning and the schools of science had to be closed against this tremendous antagonist. Still, almost bereft of employments, he found ways to make money, even ways to get rich. Also ways to invest his takings well, for usury was not denied him. In the hard conditions suggested, the Jew without brains could not survive, and the Jew with brains had to keep them in good training and well sharpened up, or starve. Ages of restriction to the one tool which the law was not able to take from him, his brain, have made that tool singularly competent. Ages of compulsory disuse of his hands have atrophied them, and he never uses them now. This history has a very, very commercial look, a most sordid and practical commercial look, the business aspect of a Chinese cheap labor crusade. Religious prejudices may account for one part of it, but not for the other 9. Protestants have persecuted Catholics, but they did not take their livelihoods away from them. The Catholics have persecuted the Protestants with bloody and awful bitterness, but they never closed agriculture and the handicrafts against them. Why was that? That has the candid look of a genuine religious persecution, not a trade union boycott in a religious disguise. The Jews are harried and obstructed in Austria and Germany and lately in France, but England and America give them an open field and yet survive. Scotland offers them an unembarrassed field too, but there are not many takers. There are a few Jews in Glasgow and one in Aberdeen, but that is because they can't earn enough to get away. The Scotch pay themselves that compliment, but it is authentic. I feel convinced that the crucifixion has not much to do with the world's attitude towards the Jew, that the reasons for it are older than that event, as suggested by Egypt's experience, and by Rome's regret for having persecuted an unknown quantity called a Christian, under the mistaken impression that she was persecuting a Jew. Merely a Jew, a skinned eel who was used to it, presumably. I am persuaded that in Russia, Austria, and Germany, 9/10 of the hostility to the Jews comes from the average Christian's inability to compete successfully with the average Jew in business, in either straight business or the questionable sort. In Berlin a few years ago, I read a speech which frankly urged the expulsion of the Jews from Germany, and the agitator's reason was as frank as his proposition. It was this: that 85% of the successful lawyers of Berlin were Jews, and that about the same percentage of the great and lucrative businesses of all sorts in Germany were in the hands of the Jewish race. Isn't it an amazing confession? It was but another way of saying that in a population of 48 million, of whom only 500,000 were registered as Jews, 85% of the brains and honesty of the whole was lodged in the Jews. I must insist upon the honesty. It is an essential of successful business, taken by and large. Of course, it does not rule out rascals entirely, even among Christians, but it is a good working rule, nevertheless. The speaker's figures may have been inexact, but the motive of persecution stands out as clear as day. The man claimed that in Berlin the banks, the newspapers, the theaters, the great mercantile, shipping, mining, and manufacturing interests, the big army and city contracts, the tramways, and pretty much all other properties of high value, and also the small businesses, were in the hands of the Jews. He said the Jew was pushing the Christian to the wall all along the line, that it was all a Christian could do to scrape together a living, and that the Jew must be banished, and soon there was no other way of saving the Christian. Here in Vienna last autumn, an agitator said that all these disastrous details were true of Austria-Hungary also, and in fierce language he demanded the expulsion of the Jews. When politicians come out without a blush and read the baby act in this frank way, unrebuked, it is a very good indication that they have a market back of them and know where to fish for votes. You note the crucial point of the mentioned agitation. The argument is that the Christian cannot compete with the Jew, and that hence his very bread is in peril. To human beings this is a much more hate-inspiring thing than is any detail connected with religion. With most people, of a necessity, bread and meat take first rank, religion second. I am convinced that the persecution of the Jew is not due in any large degree to religious prejudice. No, the Jew is a money-getter, and in getting his money he is a very serious obstruction to less capable neighbors who are on the same quest. I think that is the trouble. In estimating worldly values, the Jew is not shallow, but deep. With precocious wisdom, he found out in the morning of time that some men worship rank, some men worship heroes, some worship power, some worship God, and that over these ideals they dispute and cannot unite, but that they all worship money, so he made it the end and aim of his life to get it. He was at it in Egypt 36 centuries ago. He was at it in Rome when that Christian got persecuted by mistake for him. He has been at it ever since. The cost to him has been heavy. His success has made the whole human race his enemy, but it has paid, for it has brought him envy, and that is the only thing which men will sell both soul and body to get. He long ago observed that a millionaire commands respect, a 2-millionaire homage, a multi-millionaire the deepest deeps of adoration. We all know that feeling. We have seen it express itself. We have noticed that when the average man mentions the name of a multi-millionaire, he does it with that mixture in his voice of awe and reverence and lust which burns in a Frenchman's eye when it falls on another man's centime. Point number 3. Can Jews do anything to improve the situation? I think so. If I may make a suggestion without seeming to be trying to teach my grandmother how to suck eggs, I will offer it. In our days we have learned the value of combination. We apply it everywhere, in railway systems, in trusts, in trade unions, in Salvation Armies, in minor politics, in major politics, in European concerts. Whatever our strength may be, big or little, we organize it. We have found out that that is the only way to get the most out of it that is in it. We know the weakness of individual sticks and the strength of the concentrated faggot. Suppose you try a scheme like this, for instance. In England and America, put every Jew on the census book as a Jew, in case you have not been doing that. Get up volunteer regiments composed of Jews solely, and when the drum beats, fall in and go to the front so as to remove the reproach that you have few Massenas among you, and that you feed on a country but don't like to fight for it. Next, in politics, organize your strength, band together, and deliver the casting vote where you can, and where you can't, compel as good terms as possible. You huddle to yourselves already in all countries, but you huddle to no sufficient purpose, politically speaking. You do not seem to be organized except for your charities. There you are omnipotent. There you compel your due recognition. You do not have to beg for it. It shows what you can do when you band together for a definite purpose. And then from America and England you can encourage your race in Austria, France, and Germany, and materially help it. It was a pathetic tale that was told by a poor Jew in Galatia a fortnight ago during the riots, after he had been raided by the Christian peasantry and despoiled of everything he had. He said his vote was of no value to him, and he wished he could be excused from casting it, for indeed casting it was a sure damage to him, since no matter which party he voted for, the other party would come straight and take its revenge out on him. 9% of the population of the empire, these Jews, and apparently they cannot put a plank into any candidate's platform. If you will send our Irish lads over here, I think they will organize your race and change the aspect of the Reichsrath. You seem to think that the Jews take no hand in politics here, that they are absolutely non-participants. I am assured by men competent to speak that this is a very large error, that the Jews are exceedingly active in politics all over the empire, but that they scatter their work and their votes among the numerous parties, and thus lose the advantages to be had by concentration. I think that in America they scatter too, but you know more about that than I do. Speaking of concentration, Dr. Herzl has a clear insight into the value of that. Have you heard of his plan? He wishes to gather the Jews of the world together in Palestine, with a government of their own, under the suzerainty of the Sultan, I suppose. At the convention of Bern last year, there were delegates from everywhere, and the proposal was received with decided favor. I am not the Sultan, and I am not objecting, but if that concentration of the cunningest brains in the world were going to be made in a free country, bar Scotland, I think it would be politic to stop it. It would not be well to let the race find out its strength. If the horses knew theirs, we should not ride any more. Point number 4. The Jews have no party. They are non-participants. Perhaps you have let the secret out and given yourself away. It seems hardly a credit to the race that it is able to say that, or to you, sir, that you can say it without remorse, more than you should offer it as a plea against maltreatment, injustice, and oppression. Who gives the Jew the right? Who gives any race the right to sit still in a free country and let somebody else look after its safety? The oppressed Jew was entitled to all pity in the former times under brutal autocracies, for he was weak and friendless and had no way to help his case. But he has ways now, and he has had them for a century, but I do not see that he has tried to make serious use of them. When the Revolution set him free in France, it was an act of grace, the grace of other people. He does not appear in it as a helper. I do not know that he helped when England set him free. Among the 12 sane men of France who have stepped forward, with great Zola at the head, to fight and win, I hope and believe, the battle for the most infamously misused Jew of modern times, Alfred Dreyfus, do you find a great or rich or illustrious Jew helping? In the United States he was created free in the beginning. He did not need to help, of course. In Austria and Germany and France he has a vote, but of what considerable use is it to him? He doesn't seem to know how to apply it to the best effect. With all his splendid capacities and all his fat wealth, he is today not politically important in any country. In America, as early as 1854, the ignorant Irish hod-carrier, who had a spirit of his own and a way of exposing it to the weather, made it apparent to all that he must be politically reckoned with. Yet 15 years before that, we hardly knew what an Irishman looked like. As an intelligent force and numerically, he has always been away down, but he has governed the country just the same. It was because he was organized. It made his vote valuable, in fact, essential. You will say the Jew is everywhere numerically feeble. That is nothing to the point, with the Irishman's history for an object lesson. but I am coming to your numerical feebleness presently. In all parliamentary countries you could no doubt elect Jews to the legislatures, and even one member in such a body is sometimes a force which counts. How deeply have you concerned yourselves about this in Austria, France, and Germany, or even in America for that matter? You remark that the Jews were not to blame for the riots in the Reichsrath here, and you add with satisfaction that there wasn't one in that body. That is not strictly correct. If it were, would it not be in order for you to explain it and apologize for it, not try to make a merit of it? But I think that the Jew was by no means in as large force there as he ought to have been with his chances. Austria opens the suffrage to him on fairly liberal terms, and it must surely be his own fault that he is so much in the background politically. As to your numerical weakness, I mentioned some figures a while ago, 500,000 as the Jewish population of Germany. I will add some more, 6 million in Russia, 5 million in Austria, 250,000 in the United States. I take them from memory. I read them in the Encyclopedia Britannica 10 or 12 years ago. Still, I am entirely sure of them. If those statistics are correct, my argument is not as strong as it ought to be as concerns America, but it still has strength. It is plenty strong enough as concerns Austria, for 10 years ago 5 million was 9% of the empire's population. The Irish would govern the kingdom of heaven if they had a strength there like that. I have some suspicions. I got them at second hand, but they have remained with me these 10 or 12 years. When I read in the Encyclopedia Britannica that the Jewish population of the United States was 250,000, I wrote the author and explained to him that I was personally acquainted with more Jews than that in my country, and that his figures were without a doubt a misprint for 25 million. I also added that I was personally acquainted with that many there, but that was only to raise his confidence in me, for it was not true. His answer miscarried, and I never got it, but I went around talking about the matter, and people told me they had reason to suspect that for business reasons many Jews whose dealings were mainly with the Christians did not report themselves as Jews in the census. It looked plausible. It looks plausible yet. Look at the city of New York. And look at Boston, and Philadelphia, and New Orleans, and Chicago, and Cincinnati, and San Francisco. How your race swarms in those places, and everywhere else in America, down to the least little village. Read the signs on the marts of commerce and on the shops. Goldstein, Goldstone. Edelstein, Precious Stone. Blumenthal, Flower Vale. Rosenthal, Rosevale. Veilchenduft, Violet Odor. Singvogel, Songbird. Rosenzweig, Rose Branch, and all the amazing list of beautiful and enviable names which Prussia and Austria glorified you with so long ago. It is another instance of Europe's coarse and cruel persecution of your race, not that it was coarse and cruel to outfit it with pretty and poetical names like those, but that it was coarse and cruel to make it pay for them, or else take such hideous and often indecent names that today their owners never use them, or if they do, only on official papers. And it was the many, not the few, who got the odious names, they being too poor to bribe the officials to grant them better ones. Now, why was the race renamed? I have been told that in Prussia it was given to use fictitious names, and often changing them so as to beat the tax gatherer, escape military service, and so on. And that finally the idea was hit upon of furnishing all the inmates of a house with one and the same surname, and then holding the house responsible right along for those inmates, and accountable for any disappearances that might occur. It made the Jews keep track of each other, for self-interest's sake, and saved the government the trouble. Footnote. In Austria, renaming was merely done because the Jews in some newly acquired regions had no surnames, but were mostly named Abraham and Moses, and therefore the tax-gatherer could not tell t'other from which, and was likely to lose his reason over the matter. The renaming was put into the hands of the War Department, and a charming mess the graceless young lieutenants made of it. To them, a Jew was of no sort of consequence, and they labeled the race in a way to make the angels weep. As an example, take these two, Abraham Bellyache and Shmuel Guy-be-damned. Culled from Nahmann's Studien by Karl Emil Franzos. If that explanation of how the Jews of Prussia came to be renamed is correct, if it is true that they fictitiously registered themselves to gain certain advantages, it may possibly be true that in America they refrained from registering themselves as Jews to fend off the damaging prejudices of the Christian customer. I have no way of knowing whether this notion is well-founded or not. There may be other and better ways of explaining why only that poor little 250,000 of our Jews got into the cyclopedia. I may, of course, be mistaken, but I am strongly of the opinion that we have an immense Jewish population in America. Point number 5. Will the persecution of the Jews ever come to an end? On the score of religion, I think it has already come to an end. On the score of race prejudice and trade, I have the idea that it will continue. That is, here and there in spots about the world where a barbarous ignorance and a sort of mere animal civilization prevail, but I do not think that elsewhere the Jew need now stand in any fear of being robbed and raided. Among the high civilizations he seems to be very comfortably situated indeed, and to have more than his proportionate share of the prosperities going. It has that look in Vienna. I suppose the race prejudice cannot be removed, but he can stand that. It is no particular matter. By his make and ways he is substantially a foreigner wherever he may be, and even the angels dislike a foreigner. I am using this word foreigner in the German sense, stranger. Nearly all of us have an antipathy to a stranger, even of our own nationality. We pile grape sacks in a vacant seat to keep him from getting it, and a dog goes further and does as a savage would, challenges him on the spot. The German dictionary seems to make no distinction between a stranger and a foreigner. In its view, a stranger is a foreigner. A sound proposition, I think. You will always be by ways and habits and predilections substantially strangers, foreigners, wherever you are, and that will probably keep the race prejudice against you alive. But you were the favorites of heaven originally, and your manifold and unfair propensities convince me that you have crowded back into that snug place again. Here's an incident that is significant. Last week in Vienna, a hailstorm struck the prodigious Central Cemetery and made wasteful destruction there. In the Christian part of it, according to the official figures, 621 window panes were broken, more than 900 singing birds were killed, 5 great trees and many small ones were torn to shreds, and the shreds scattered far and wide by the wind. The ornamental plants and other decorations of the graves were ruined, and more than 100 tomb lanterns shattered. And it took the cemetery's whole force of 300 laborers more than 3 days to clear away the storm's wreckage. In the report occurs this remark, and in its italics you can hear it grit its Christian teeth. Lediglich la Israelitische Abteilung des Friedhofes vom Hagelwetter gänzlich verschont gewonnen war. Translation: Not a hailstorm hit the Jewish reservation. Such nepotism makes me tired. Point number 6. What has become of the Golden Rule? It exists, it continues to sparkle, and is well taken care of. It is Exhibit A in the Church's assets, and we pull it out every Sunday and give it an airing. But you are not permitted to try to smuggle it into this discussion, where it is irrelevant and would not feel at home. It is strictly religious furniture, like an acolyte, or a contribution plate, or any of those things. It has never been intruded into business, and Jewish persecution is not a religious passion, it is a business passion. To conclude, if the statistics are right, the Jews constitute but 1% of the human race. It suggests a nebulous, dim puff of stardust lost in the blaze of the Milky Way. Properly, the Jew ought hardly to be heard of, but he is heard of, has always been heard of. He is as prominent on the planet as any other people, and his commercial importance is extravagantly out of proportion to the smallness of his bulk. His contributions to the world's list of great names in literature, science, art, music, finance, medicine, and abstruse learning are also away out of proportion to the weakness of his numbers. He has made a marvelous fight in this world in all the ages, and has done it with his hands tied behind him. He could be vain of himself and be excused for it. The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose, filled the planet with sound and splendor, then faded to dream stuff and passed away. The Greek and the Roman followed and made a vast noise, and they are gone. Other peoples have sprung up and held their torch high for a time, but it burned out, and they sit in twilight now, or have vanished. The Jew saw them all, beat them all, and is now what he always was, exhibiting no decadence, no infirmities of age, no weakening of his parts, no slowing of his energies, no dulling of his alert and aggressive mind. All things are mortal but the Jew. All other forces pass, but he remains. What is the secret of his immortality? End of Concerning the Jews by Mark Twain. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2016.
The Death of the Poet John Keats, 1821, by Joseph Severn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Atlantic Monthly, a magazine of literature, art, and politics, Volume 11, April 1863, number 66. On the Vicissitudes of Keats's Fame. Joseph Severn, the author of the following paper, scarcely needs introduction to the readers of the Atlantic Monthly. But no one will object to re-perusing, in connection with his valuable contribution, this extract from the preface to Adonais, which Shelley wrote in 1821. He, Keats, was accompanied to Rome and attended in his last illness by Mr. Severn, a young artist of the highest promise, who, I have been informed, almost risked his own life and sacrificed every prospect to unwearied attendance upon his dying friend. Had I known these circumstances before the completion of my poem, I should have been tempted to add my full tribute of applause to the more solid recompense which the virtuous man finds in the recollection of his own motives. Mr. Severn can dispense with a reward from such stuff as dreams are made of. His conduct is a noble augury of the success of his future career. May the unextinguished spirit of his illustrious friend animate the creations of his pencil and plead against oblivion for his name." Mr. Severn is residing in Rome at the present time, from which city he transmits this paper. I well remember being struck with the clear and independent manner which Washington Allston, in the year 1818, expressed his opinion of John Keats's verse when the young poet's writings first appeared, amid the ridicule of most English readers. Mr. Allston was at that time the only discriminating judge among the strangers to Keats who were residing abroad, and he took occasion to emphasize in my hearing his opinion of the early effusions of the young poet in words like these: "They are crude materials of real poetry, and Keats is sure to become a great poet." It is a singular pleasure to the few impersonal friends of Keats in England, who may still have to defend him against the old and worn-out slanders, that in America he has always had a solid fame, independent of the old English prejudices. Here in Rome, as I write, I look back through 40 years of worldly changes to behold Keats's dear image again in memory. It seems as if he should be living with me now, inasmuch as I never could understand his strange and contradictory death, his falling away so suddenly from health and strength. He had that fine compactness of person which we regard as the promise of longevity, and no mind was ever more exultant in youthful feeling. I cannot summon a sufficient reason why in one short year he should have been thus cut off, with all his imperfections on his head. Was it that he lived too soon, that the world he sought was not ready for him? For more than the year I am now dwelling on, he had fostered a tender and enduring love for a young girl nearly of his own age, and this love was reciprocal, not only in itself, but in all the worldly advantages arising from it, of fortune on her part and fame on his. It was encouraged by the sole parent of the lady, and the fond mother was happy in seeing her daughter so betrothed, and pleased that her inheritance would fall to so worthy an object as Keats. This was all well settled in the minds and hearts of the mutual friends of both parties, when poor Keats, soon after the death of his younger brother, unaccountably showed signs of consumption. At least he himself thought so, though the doctors were widely undecided about it. By degrees it began to be deemed needful that the young poet should go to Italy, even to preserve his life. This was at last accomplished, but too late, and now that I am reviewing all the progress of his illness from his first symptoms, I cannot but think his life might have been preserved by an Italian sojourn if it had been adopted in time, and if circumstances had been improved as they presented themselves. And further, if he had had the good fortune to go to America, which he partly contemplated before the death of his younger brother, not only would his life and health have been preserved, but his early fame would have been insured. He would have lived independent of the London world, which was striving to drag him down in his poetic career, and adding to the sufferings which I consider the immediate cause of his early death. In Italy he always shrank from speaking in direct terms of the actual things which were killing him. Certainly the Blackwood attack was one of the least of his miseries, for he never even mentioned it to me. The greater trouble which was engulfing him he signified in 100 ways. Was it to be wondered at that at the time when the happiest life was presented to his view, when it was arranged that he was to marry a young person of beauty and fortune, when the little knot of friends who valued him saw such a future for the beloved poet, and he himself, with generous, unselfish feelings, looked forward to it more delighted on their account, was it to be wondered at that on the appearance of consumption his ardent mind should have sunk into despair? He seemed struck down from the highest happiness to the lowest misery. He felt crushed at the prospect of being cut off at the early age of 24, when the cup was at his lips, and he was beginning to drink that draught of delight which was to last his mortal life through, which would have ensured to him the happiness of home, happiness he had never felt, for he was an orphan, and which was to be a barrier for him against a cold and to him a malignant world. He kept continually in his hand a polished oval white carnelian, the gift of his widowing love, and at times it seemed his only consolation, the only thing left him in this world clearly tangible. Many letters which he was unable to read came for him. Some he allowed me to read to him. Others were too worldly, for, as he said, he had already journeyed far beyond them. There were 2 letters, I remember, for which he had no words, but he made me understand that I was to place them on his heart within his winding sheet. Those bright falcon eyes, which I had known only in joyous intercourse while reveling in books and nature, or while he was reciting his own poetry, now beamed an unearthly brightness and a penetrating steadfastness that could not be looked at. It was not the fear of death, On the contrary, he earnestly wished to die, but it was the fear of lingering on and on that now distressed him. And this was wholly on my account. Amidst the world of emotions that were crowding and increasing as his end approached, I could always see that his generous concern for me in my isolated position at Rome was one of his greatest cares. In a little basket of medicines I had bought at Gravesend at his request there was a bottle of laudanum, and this I afterwards found was destined by him to close his mortal career when no hope was left, and to prevent a long lingering death for my poor sake. When the dismal time came, and Sir James Clark was unable to encounter Keats's penetrating look and eager demand, he insisted on having the bottle, which I had already put away. Then came the most touching scenes. He now explained to me the exact procedure of his gradual dissolution, enumerated my deprivations and toils, and dwelt upon the danger to my life, and certainly to my fortunes, from my continued attendance upon him. One whole day was spent in earnest representations of this sort, to which, at the same time that they wrung my heart to hear and his to utter, I was obliged to oppose a firm resistance. On the second day his tender appeal turned to despair in all the power of his ardent imagination and bursting heart. From day to day, after this time, he would always demand of Sir James Clark, "How long is this posthumous life of mine to last?" On finding me inflexible in my purpose of remaining with him, he became calm, and tranquilly said that he was sure why I held up so patiently was owing to my Christian faith, and that he was disgusted with himself for ever appearing before me in such savage guise; that he now felt convinced how much every human being required the support of religion that he might die decently. "Here am I," said he, "with desperation in death that would disgrace the commonest fellow. Now, my dear Severn, I am sure if you could get some of the works of Jeremy Taylor to read to me, I might become really a Christian, and leave this world in peace." Most fortunately I was able to procure the Holy Living and Dying. I read some passages to him and prayed with him, and I could tell by the grasp of his dear hand that his mind was reviving. He was a great lover of Jeremy Taylor, and it did not seem to require much effort in him to embrace the Holy Spirit in these comforting works. Thus he gained strength of mind from day to day, just in proportion as his poor body grew weaker and weaker. At last I had the consolation of finding him calm, trusting, and more prepared for his end than I was. He tranquilly rehearsed to me what would be the process of his dying, what I was to do, and how I was to bear it. He was even minute in his details, evidently rejoicing that his death was at hand. In all he then uttered he breathed a simple Christian spirit. Indeed, I always think that he died a Christian, that mercy was trembling on his dying lips, and that his tortured soul was received by those blessed hands which could alone welcome it. Footnote: Whilst this was passing in Rome, another scene of the tragedy was enacting in London. The violence of the Tory party in attacking Keats had increased after his leaving England, but he had found able defenders, and amongst them Mr. John Scott, the editor of the Champion, who published a powerful vindication of Keats, with the denunciation of the party spirit of his critics. This led to a challenge from Mr. Scott to Mr. Lockhart, who was then one of the editors of Blackwood. The challenge was shifted over to a Mr. Christie, and he and Mr. Scott fought at Chalk Farm, with the tragic result of the death of Keats's defender, and this within a few days of the poet's death at Rome. The deplorable catastrophe was not without its compensations, for ever after there was a more chastened feeling in both parties. After the death of Keats, my countrymen in Rome seemed to vie with one another in evincing the greatest kindness towards me. I found myself in the midst of persons who admired and encouraged my beautiful pursuit of painting, in which I was then indeed but a very poor student, but with my eyes opening and my soul awakening to a new region of art, and beginning to feel the wings growing for artistic flights I had always been dreaming about. In all this, however, there was a solitary drawback. There were few Englishmen at Rome who knew Keats's work, and I could scarcely persuade any one to make the effort to read them, such was the prejudice against him as a poet. But when his gravestone was placed, with his own expressive line, "Here lies one whose name was writ in water," then a host started up, not of admirers, but of scoffers, and a silly jest was often repeated in my hearing, "Here lies one whose name was writ in water, and his works in milk and water." And this I was condemned to hear for years repeated, as though it had been a pasquinade. But I should explain that it was from those who were not aware that I was the friend of Keats. At the first Easter after his death I had a singular encounter with the late venerable poet Samuel Rogers at the table of Sir George Beaumont, the distinguished amateur artist. Perhaps in compliment to my friendship for Keats, the subject of his death was mentioned by Sir George, and he asked Mr. Rogers if he had been acquainted with the young poet in England. Mr. Rogers replied that he had had more acquaintance than he liked, for the poems were tedious enough, and the author had come upon him several times for money. This was an intolerable falsehood, and I could not restrain myself until I had corrected him, which I did with my utmost forbearance, explaining that Sir Rogers must have mistaken some other person for Keats, that I was positive my friend had never done such a thing in any shape, or even had occasion to do it, that he possessed a small independence in money and a large one in mind. The old poet received the correction with much kindness, and thanked me for so effectually setting him right. Indeed, this encounter was the groundwork of a long and, to me, advantageous friendship between us. I soon discovered that it was the principle of his sarcastic wit not only to sacrifice all truth to it, but even all his friends, and that he did not care to know any one who would not allow themselves to be abused for the purpose of lighting up his breakfast with sparkling wit, though not quite indeed at the expense of the persons then present. I well remember on one occasion afterwards, Mr. Rogers was entertaining us with a volley of sarcasms upon a disagreeable lawyer who made pretensions to knowledge and standing not to be borne. On this occasion the old poet went on, not only to the end of the breakfast, but to the announcement of the very man himself on an accidental visit, and then with a bland smile and a cordial shake of the hand he said to him, "My dear fellow, we have all been talking about you up to this very minute," and looking at his company still at table, and with a significant wink, he, with extraordinary adroitness and experienced tact, repeated many of the good things, reversing the meaning of them, and giving us the enjoyment of the double entendre. The visitor was charmed, nor even dreamed of the ugliness of his position. This incident gave me a painful and repugnant impression of Mr. Rogers, yet no doubt it was after the manner of his time, and such as had been the fashion in Walpole's and Johnson's days. I should be unjust to the venerable poet not to add that notwithstanding what is here related of him, he oftentimes showed himself the generous and noble-hearted man. I think that in all my long acquaintance with him he evinced a kind of indirect regret that he had commenced with me in such an ugly attack on dear Keats, whose fame, when I went to England in 1838, was not only well established, but was increasing from day to day, and Mr. Rogers was often at the pains to tell me so, and to relate the many histories of poets who had been less fortunate than Keats. It was in the year of the Reform Bill, 1830, that I first heard of the Paris edition (Galignani's) of Keats's works, and I confess that I was quite taken by surprise, nor could I really believe the report until I saw the book with the engraved portrait from my own drawing; for with all the vicissitudes of Keats's fame which I had witnessed, I could not easily understand his becoming the poet of the million. I had now the continued gratification in Rome of receiving frequent visits from the admirers of Keats and Shelley, who sought every way of showing kindness to me. One great cause of this change, no doubt, was the rise of all kinds of mysticism in religious opinions, which often associated themselves with Shelley's poetry, and I then for the first time heard him named as the only really religious poet of the age. To the growing fame of Keats I can attribute some of the pleasantest and most valuable associations of my after life, as it included almost the whole society of gifted young men at that time called Young England. Here I may allude to the extraordinary change I now observed in the manners and morals of Englishmen generally. The foppish love of dress was in a great measure abandoned, and all intellectual pursuits were caught up with avidity, and even made fashionable. The most remarkable example of the strange capriciousness of Keats's fame, which fell under my personal observation, occurred in my later Roman years, during the painful visit of Sir Walter Scott to Rome, in the winding up days of his eventful life, when he was broken down not only by incurable illness and premature old age, but also by the accumulated misfortunes of fatal speculations, and the heavy responsibility of making up all with the pen then trembling in his failing hand. I had been indirectly made known to him by his favorite ward and protégée, the late Lady Northampton, who, accustomed to write to him monthly, often made mention of me, for I was on terms of friendship with all her family, an intimacy which in great part arose from the delight she always had in Keats's poetry, being herself a poetess and a most enlightened and liberal critic. When Sir Walter arrived, he received me like an old and attached friend. Indeed, he involuntarily tried to make me fill up the terrible void then recently created by the death of Lady Northampton at the age of 37 years. I went, at his request, to breakfast with him every morning, when he invariably commenced talking of his lost friend, of her beauty, her singularly varied accomplishments, of his growing delight in watching her from a child in the island of Mull, and of his making her so often the model of his most successful female characters, the Lady of the Lake and Flora MacIvor particularly. Then he would stop short to lament her unlooked-for death with tears and groans of bitterness such as I had never before witnessed in any one, his head sinking down on his heaving breast. When he revived, and this agonizing scene took place every morning, he implored me to pity him and not heed his weakness, that in his great misfortunes, in all their complications, he had looked forward to Rome and his dear Lady Northampton as his last and certain hope of repose. She was to be his comfort in the winding up of life's pilgrimage. Now, on his arrival, his life and fortune almost exhausted, she was gone, gone. After these pathetic outpourings he would gradually recover his old cheerfulness, his expressive gray eye would sparkle even in tears, and soon that wonderful power he had for description would show itself, when he would often stand up to enact the incident of which he spoke, so ardent was he and so earnest in the recital. Each morning, at his request, I took for his examination some little picture or sketch that might interest him, and amongst the rest a picture of Keats, now in the National Portrait Gallery of London. But this, I was surprised to find, was the only production of mine that seemed not to interest him. He remained silent about it, but on all the others he was ready with interesting comments and speculations. Observing this, and wondering within myself at his apathy with regard to the young lost poet, as I had reason to be proud of Keats's growing fame, I ventured to talk about him, and of the extraordinary caprices of that fame which at last had found its resting place in the hearts of all real lovers of poetry. I soon perceived that I was touching on an embarrassing theme, and I became quite bewildered on seeing Miss Scott turn away her face, already crimsoned with emotion. Sir Walter then falteringly remarked, "Yes, the world finds out these things for itself at last," and taking my hand closed the interview. Our last, for the following night he was taken seriously ill, and I never saw him again, as his physician immediately hurried him away from Rome. The incomprehensibleness of this scene induced me to mention it on the same day to Mr. Woodhouse, the active and discriminating friend of Keats, who had collected every written record of the poet, and to whom we owe the preservation of many of the finest of his productions. He was astonished at my recital, and at my being ignorant of the fact that Sir Walter Scott was a prominent contributor to the Review, which through its false and malicious criticisms had always been considered to have caused the death of Keats. My surprise was as great as his at my having lived all these 17 years in Rome, and been so removed from the great world that this, a fact so interesting to me to know, had never reached me. I had been unconsciously the painful means of disturbing poor old Sir Walter with a subject so sore and unwelcome that I could only conclude it must have been the immediate cause of his sudden illness. Nothing could be farther from my nature than to have been guilty of such seemingly wanton inhumanity. But I had no opportunity afterwards of explaining the truth, or of justifying my conduct in any way. This was the last striking incident connected with Keats's fame which fell within my own experience, and perhaps may have been the last, or one of the last, symptoms of that party spirit which in the artificial times of George the Fourth was so common even among poets in their treatment of one another, they assuming to be mere politicians, and striving to be oblivious of their heart-ennobling pursuit. It only remains for me to speak of my return to Rome in 1861, after an absence of 20 years, and of the favorable change and the enlargement during that time of Keats's fame, not as manifested by new editions of his works, or by the contests of publishers about him, or by the way in which most new works are illustrated with quotations from him, or by the fact that some favorite lines of his have passed into proverbs, but by the touching evidence of his silent grave. That grave, which I can remember as once the object of ridicule, has now become the poetic shrine of the world's pilgrims who care and strive to live in the happy and imaginative region of poetry. The headstone, having twice sunk, owing to its faulty foundation, has been twice renewed by loving strangers, and each time, as I am informed, these strangers were Americans. Here they do not strew flowers, as was the wont of olden times, but they pluck everything that is green and living on the grave of the poet. The custode tells me that, notwithstanding all his pains in sowing and planting, he cannot meet the great consumption. Latterly an English lady, alarmed at the rapid disappearance of the verdure on and around the grave, actually left an annual sum to renew it. When the custode complained to me of the continued thefts, and asked what he was to do, I replied, "Sow and plant twice as much, extend the poet's domain, for as it was so scanty during his short life, surely it ought to be afforded to him twofold in his grave." Here, on my return to Rome, all kinds of happy associations with the poet surround me, but none so touching as my recent meeting with his sister. I had known her in her childhood, during my first acquaintance with Keats, but had never seen her since. I knew of her marriage to a distinguished Spanish patriot, Señor Llanos, and of her permanent residence in Spain, but it was reserved for me to have the felicity of thus accidentally meeting her, like a new-found sister, in Rome. This city has an additional sacredness for both of us as the closing scene of her illustrious brother's life, and I am held by her and her charming family in loving regard as the last faithful friend of the poet. That I may indulge the pleasures of memory and unite them with the sympathy of present incidents, I am now engaged on a picture of the poet's grave, and am treating it with all the picturesque advantages which the antique locality gives me, as well as the elevated associations which this poetic shrine inspires. The classic story of Endymion being the subject of Keats's principal poem, I have introduced a young Roman shepherd sleeping against the headstone with his flock about him, whilst the moon from behind the pyramid illuminates his figure, and serves to realize the poet's favorite theme in the presence of his grave. This interesting incident is not fanciful, but what I actually saw on an autumn evening at Monte Tertiano the year following the poet's death. End of The Death of the Poet John Keats, 1821, by Joseph Severn. Read by David Wales.
A discourse delivered in the North Dutch Church in the city of Albany, occasioned by the ever-to-be-lamented death of General Alexander Hamilton, July 29, 1804, by Eliphalet Nott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 2 Samuel 1:19. How are the mighty fallen! The occasion explains the choice of my subject, a subject on which I enter in obedience to your request. You have assembled to express your elegiac sorrows, and sad and solemn weeds cover you. Before such an audience, and on such an occasion, I enter on the duty assigned me with trembling. Do not mistake my meaning. I tremble indeed, not, however, through fear of failing to merit your applause, for what have I to do with that when addressing the dying and treading on the ashes of the dead? Not through fear of failing justly to portray the character of that great man who is at once the theme of my encomium and regret. He needs not eulogy. His work is finished, and death has removed him beyond my censure, and I would fondly hope, through grace, above my praise. You will ask, then, why I tremble? I tremble to think that I am called to attack from this place a crime, the very idea of which almost freezes one with horror, a crime, too, which exists among the polite and polished orders of society, and which is accompanied with every aggravation, committed with cool deliberation, and openly in the face of day. But I have a duty to perform, and difficult and awful as that duty is, I will not shrink from it. Would to God my talents were adequate to the occasion, but such as they are, I devoutly proffer them to unfold the nature and counteract the influence of that barbarous custom, which, like a resistless torrent, is undermining the foundations of civil government, breaking down the barriers of social happiness, and sweeping away virtue, talents, and domestic felicity in its desolating course. Another, and an illustrious character, a father, a general, a statesman, the very man who stood on an eminence and without a rival, among sages and heroes, the future hope of his country in danger, this man, yielding to the influence of a custom which deserves our eternal reprobation, has been brought to an untimely end. That the deaths of great and useful men should be particularly noticed is equally the dictate of reason and revelation. The tears of Israel flowed at the decease of the good Josiah, and to his memory the funeral women chanted the solemn dirge. But neither examples nor arguments are necessary to wake the sympathies of a grateful people on such occasions. The death of public benefactors surcharges the heart and it spontaneously disburdens itself by a flow of sorrows. Such was the death of Washington, to embalm whose memory and perpetuate whose deathless fame we lent our feeble but unnecessary services. Such also, and more peculiarly so, has been the death of Hamilton. The tidings of the former moved us, mournfully moved us, and we wept. The account of the latter chilled our hopes and curdled our blood. The former died in a good old age, the latter was cut off in the midst of his usefulness. The former was a customary providence. We saw in it, if I may speak so, the finger of God, and rested in his sovereignty. The latter is not attended with this soothing circumstance. The fall of Hamilton owes its existence to mad deliberation, and is marked by violence. The time, the place, the circumstances are arranged with barbarous coolness. The instrument of death is levelled in daylight, and with well-directed skill pointed at his heart. Alas! the event has proven that it was but too well directed. Wounded, mortally wounded, on the very spot which still smoked with the blood of a favorite son, into the arms of his indiscreet and cruel friend, the father fell. Ah, had he fallen in the course of nature, or jeopardizing his life in defense of his country, had he fallen, but he did not. He fell in single combat. Pardon my mistake, he did not fall in single combat. His noble nature refused to endanger the life of his antagonist. But he exposed his own life. This was his crime, and the sacredness of my office forbids that I should hesitate explicitly to declare it so. He did not hesitate to declare it so himself. My religious and moral principles are strongly opposed to duelling. These are his words before he ventured to the field of death. I view the late transaction with sorrow and contrition. These are his words after his return. Humiliating end of illustrious greatness! How are the mighty fallen? And shall the mighty thus fall? Thus shall the noblest lives be sacrificed, and the richest blood be spilt. Tell it not in Gath, publish it not in the streets of Ascalon. Think not that the fatal issue of the late inhuman interview was fortuitous. No, the hand that guides unseen the arrow of the archer steadied and directed the arm of the duellist. And why did it thus direct it? As a solemn memento, as a loud and awful warning to a community where justice has slumbered, and slumbered, and slumbered, while the wife has been robbed of her partner, the mother of her hopes, and life after life rashly and with an air of triumph sported away. And was there, O my God, no other sacrifice valuable enough? Would the cry of no other blood reach the place of retribution and wake justice dozing over her awful seat? But though justice should still slumber and retribution be delayed, we who are the ministers of that God who will judge the judges of the world, and whose malediction rests on him who does his work unfaithfully, we will not keep silence. I feel, my brethren, how incongruous my subject is with the place I occupy. It is humiliating, it is distressing in a Christian country and in churches consecrated to the religion of Jesus, to be obliged to attack a crime which outstrips barbarism, and would even sink the character of a generous savage. But humiliating as it is necessary. And must we then, even for a moment, forget the elevation on which grace hath placed us, and the light which the gospel sheds around us? Must we place ourselves back in the midst of barbarism, and instead of hearers softened to forgiveness by the love of Jesus, filled with noble sentiments towards enemies, and waiting for occasions, after the example of divinity, to do them good, instead of such hearers, must we suppose ourselves addressing hearts petrified to goodness, incapable of mercy, and broiling with revenge? Must we, O my God, instead of exhorting those who hear us to go on unto perfection, adding to virtue charity, and to charity brotherly kindness, Must we, as if surrounded by an auditory just emerging out of darkness and still cruel and ferocious, reason to convince them that revenge is unproper, and that to commit deliberate murder is sin? Yes, we must do this. Repeated violations of the law, and the sanctuary which the guilty find in public sentiment, prove that it is necessary. Withdraw therefore for a moment, ye celestial spirits, ye holy angels accustomed to hover around those altars, and listen to those strains of grace which heretofore have filled this house of God. Other subjects occupy us. Withdraw therefore and leave us to exhort Christian parents to restrain their vengeance, and at least to keep back their hands from blood, to exhort youth, nurtured in Christian families, not rashly to sport with life, nor lightly to wring the widow's heart with sorrows and fill the orphan's eye with tears. In accomplishing the object which is before me, it will not be expected, as it is not necessary, that I should give a history of duelling. You need not be informed that it originated in a dark and barbarous age. The polished Greek knew nothing of it. The noble Roman was above it. Rome held in equal detestation the man who exposed his life unnecessarily, and him who refused to expose it when the public good required it. Her heroics were superior to private contests. They indulged no vengeance except against the enemies of their country. Their swords were not drawn unless her honor was in danger, which honor they defended with their swords not only, but shielded with their bosoms also, and were then prodigal of their blood. But though Greece and Rome knew nothing of duelling, it exists. It exists among us, and it exists at once the most rash, the most absurd and guilty practice that ever disgraced a Christian nation. Guilty, because it is a violation of the law. What law? The law of God. Thou shalt not kill. This prohibition was delivered by God himself at Sinai to the Jews, and, that it is of universal and perpetual obligation, is manifest from the nature of the crime prohibited not only, but also from the express declaration of the Christian lawgiver, who hath recognized its justice, and added to it the sanctions of his own authority. Thou shalt not kill. Who? Thou, creature. I, the Creator, have given life, and thou shalt not take it away. When and under what circumstances may I not take away life? Never, and under no circumstances, without my permission. It is obvious that no discretion whatever is here given. The prohibition is addressed to every individual where the law of God is promulgated, and the terms made use of are express and unequivocal, so that life cannot be taken under any pretext, without incurring guilt, unless by a permission sanctioned by the same authority which sanctions the general law prohibiting it. From this law it is granted there are exceptions. These exceptions, however, do not result from any sovereignty which one creature has over the existence of another, but from the positive appointment of that eternal being, whose is the world and the fullness thereof, in whose hand is the soul of every living creature and the breath of all mankind. Even the authority which we claim over the lives of animals is not founded on a natural right, but on a positive grant made by the Deity himself to Noah and his sons. This grant contains our warrant for taking the lives of animals. But if we may not take the lives of animals without permission from God, much less may we take the life of man, made in his image. In what cases, then, has the sovereign of life given this permission? In rightful war, by the civil magistrate, and in necessary self-defense. Besides these, I do not hesitate to declare that in the oracles of God there are no other. He, therefore, who takes life in any other case, under whatever pretext, takes it unwarrantably, is guilty of what the Scriptures call murder, and exposes himself to the malediction of that God who is an avenger of blood, and who hath said, At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood by man, shall his blood be shed. The dualist contravenes the law of God not only, but the law of man also. To the prohibition of the former have been added the sanctions of the latter. Life taken in a duel by the common law is murder; and where this is not the case, the giving and receiving of a challenge only is by statute considered a high misdemeanor, for which the principal and his second are declared infamous and disfranchised for 20 years. Under what accumulated circumstances of aggravation does the duelist jeopardize his own life or take the life of his antagonist? I am sensible that in a licentious age, and when laws are made to yield to the vices of those who move in the higher circles, this crime is called by I know not what mild and accommodating name. But before these altars, in this house of God, what is it? It is murder, deliberate, aggravated murder. If the duelist deny this, let him produce his warrant from the author of life for taking away from his creature the life which had been sovereignly given. If he cannot do this, beyond all controversy he is a murderer, for murder consists in taking away life without the permission, and contrary to the prohibition of him who gave it. Who is it then that calls the duelist to the dangerous and deadly combat? Is it God? No, on the contrary, he forbids it. Is it then his country? No, she also utters her prohibitory voice. Who is it then? A man of honor. And who is this man of honor? A man perhaps whose honor is a name, who prates with polluted lips about the sacredness of character, when his own is stained with crimes, and needs but the single shade of murder to complete the dismal and fickly picture. Every transgression of the divine law implies great guilt, because it is the transgression of infinite authority. But the crime of deliberately and lightly taking life has peculiar aggravations. It is a crime committed against the written law not only, but also against the dictates of reason, the remonstrances of conscience, and every tender and amiable feeling of the heart. To the unfortunate sufferer it is the wanton violation of his most sacred rights. It snatches him from his friends and his comforts, terminates his state of trial, and precipitates him, uncalled for and perhaps unprepared, into the presence of his judge. You will say the duelist feels no malice. Be it so. Malice, indeed, is murder in principle. But there may be murder in reason and in fact where there is no malice. Some other unwarrantable passion or principle may lead to the unlawful taking of human life. The highwayman who cuts the throat and rifles the pocket of the passing traveler feels no malice, and could he, with equal ease and no greater danger of detection, have secured his booty without taking life, he would have stayed his arm over the palpitating bosom of his victim and let the plundered suppliant pass. Would the imputation of cowardice have been inevitable to the duelist if a challenge had not been given or accepted? The imputation of want had been no less inevitable to the robber if the money of the passing traveler had not been secured. Would the duelist have been willing to have spared the life of his antagonist if the point of honor would otherwise have been gained? So would the robber if the point of property could have been. Who can say that the motives of the one are not as urgent as the motives of the other, and the means by which both obtain the object of their wishes are the same? Thus, according to the dictates of reason, as well as the law of God, the highwayman and the duelist stand on ground equally untenable, and support their guilty havoc of the human race by arguments equally fallacious. Is dueling guilty? So it is. Absurd. It is absurd as a punishment, for it admits of no proportion to crimes; and besides, virtue and vice, guilt and innocence are equally exposed by it to death or suffering. As a reparation, it is still more absurd, for it makes the injured liable to a still greater injury; and as the vindication of personal character it is absurd even beyond madness. One man of honor, by some inadvertence, or perhaps with design, injures the sensibility of another man of honor. In perfect character the injured gentleman resents it. He challenges the offender. The offender accepts the challenge. The time is fixed. The place is agreed upon. The circumstances, with an air of solemn mania, are arranged; and the principals, with their seconds and surgeons, retire under the covert of some solitary hill, or upon the margin of some unfrequented beach, to settle this important question of honor by stabbing or shooting at each other. One or other or both the parties fall in this polite and gentlemanlike contest. And what does this prove? It proves that one or the other or both of them, as the case may be, are marksmen; but it affords no evidence that either of them possess honor, probity, or talents. It is true that he who falls in single combat has the honor of being murdered, and he who takes his life the honor of a murderer. Besides this, I know not of any glory which can redound to the infatuated combatants, except it be what results from having extended the circle of wretched widows, and added to the number of hapless orphans. And yet, terminate as it will, this frantic meeting, by a kind of magic influence, entirely varnishes over a defective and smutty character, transforms vice to virtue, cowardice to courage, makes falsehood truth, guilt innocence. In one word, it gives a new complexion to the whole state of things. The Ethiopian changes his skin, the leopard his spot, and the debauched and treacherous, having shot away the infamy of a sorry life, comes back from the field of perfectibility quite regenerated and in the fullest sense an honorable man. He is now fit for the company of gentlemen. He is admitted to that company, and should he again by acts of vileness stain this purity of character so nobly acquired, and should anyone have the effrontery to say he has done so, again he stands ready to vindicate his honor, and by another act of homicide to wipe away the stain which has been attached to it. I might illustrate this article by example. I might produce instances of this mysterious transformation of character in the sublime circles of moral refinement furnished by the higher orders of the fashionable world, which the mere firing of pistols has produced. But the occasion is too awful for irony. Absurd as duelling is, were it absurd only, though we might smile at the weakness and pity the folly of its abettors, there would be no occasion for seriously attacking them, but to what has been said, I add, that duelling is rash and presumptuous. Life is the gift of God, and it was never bestowed to be sported with. To each the Sovereign of the universe has marked out a sphere to move in and assigned a part to act. This part respects ourselves not only, but others also. Each lives for the benefit of all. As in the system of nature the sun shines, not to display its own brightness and answer its own convenience, but to warm, enlighten, and bless the world, so in the system of animated beings there is a dependence, a correspondence, and a relation through an infinitely extended, dying and reviving universe, in which no man liveth to himself, and no man dieth to himself. Friend is related to friend, the father to his family, the individual to community; to every member of which, having fixed his station and assigned his duty, the God of nature says, "Keep this trust, defend this post." For whom? For thy friends, thy family, thy country; and having received such a charge, and for such a purpose, to desert it is rashness and temerity. Since the opinions of men are as they are, do you ask how you shall avoid the imputation of cowardice if you do not fight when you are injured? Ask your family how you will avoid the imputation of cruelty. Ask your conscience how you will avoid the imputation of guilt. Ask God how you will avoid his malediction if you do. These are previous questions. Let these first be answered, and it will be easy to reply to any which may follow them. If you only accept a challenge when you believe in your conscience that dueling is wrong, you act the coward. The dastardly fear of the world governs you. Awed by its menaces, you conceal your sentiments, appear in disguise, and act in guilty conformity to principles not your own, and that, too, in the most solemn moment, and when engaged in an act which exposes you to death. But if it be rashness to accept, how passing rashness is it, in a sinner, to give a challenge? Does it become him whose life is measured out by crimes, to be extreme to mark and punctilious to resent whatever is amiss in others? Must the duellist, who now disdaining to forgive, so imperiously demands satisfaction to the uttermost, must this man himself trembling at the recollection of his offences, presently appear a suppliant before the mercy seat of God? Imagine this, and the case is not imaginary, and you cannot conceive an instance of greater inconsistency or of more presumptuous arrogance. Wherefore, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath, for vengeance is mine, I will repay it, saith the Lord. Do you ask, then, how you shall conduct towards your enemy who hath lightly done you wrong? If he be hungry, feed him; if naked, clothe him; if thirsty, give him drink. Such, had you preferred your question to Jesus Christ, is the answer he had given you. By observing which, you will usually subdue, and always act more honorable than your enemy. I feel, my brethren, as a minister of Jesus and a preacher of his gospel, a noble elevation on this article. Compare the conduct of the Christian, acting in conformity to the principles of religion, and of the duellist, acting in conformity to the principles of honor, and let reason say which bears the marks of the most exalted greatness. Compare them, and let reason say which enjoys the most calm serenity of mind in time, and which is likely to receive the plaudit of his judge in immortality. God, from his throne, beholds not a nobler object on his footstool than the man who loves his enemies, pities their errors, and forgives the injuries they do him. This is indeed the very spirit of the heavens. It is the image of his benignity whose glory fills them. To return to the subject before us, guilty, absurd, and rash as dueling is, it has its advocates. And had it not had its advocates, had not a strange preponderance of opinion been in favor of it, never, O lamented Hamilton, hadst thou thus fallen, in the midst of thy days, and before thou hadst reached the zenith of thy glory. Oh, that I possessed the talent of eulogy, and that I might be permitted to indulge the tenderness of friendship in paying the last tribute to his memory. Oh, that I were capable of placing this great man before you. Could I do this, I should furnish you with an argument, the most practical, the most plain, the most convincing, except that drawn from the mandate of God, that was ever furnished against dueling, that horrid practice, which has, in an awful moment, robbed the world of such exalted worth. But I cannot do this. I can only hint at the variety and exuberance of his excellence. The man, on whom nature seems originally to have impressed the stamp of greatness, whose genius beamed from the retirement of collegiate life with a radiance which dazzled, and a loveliness which charmed, the eye of sages. The hero, called from his sequestered retreat, whose first appearance in the field, though a stripling, conciliated the esteem of Washington, our good old father; moving by whose side, during all the perils of the Revolution, our young chieftain was a contributor to the veteran's glory, the guardian of his person and the compartner of his toils. The conqueror, who, sparing of human blood, when victory favored, stayed the uplifted arm, and nobly said to the vanquished enemy, Live. The statesman, the correctness of whose principles and the strength of whose mind are inscribed on the records of Congress and on the annals of the council chamber; whose genius impressed itself upon the constitution of his country, and whose memory, the government, illustrious fabric, resting on this basis, will perpetuate while it lasts, and shaken by the violence of a party, should it fall, which may heaven avert, his prophetic declarations will be found inscribed on its ruins. The counsellor, who was at once the pride of the bar and the admiration of the court; whose apprehensions were quick as lightning, and whose development of truth was luminous as its path; whose argument no change of circumstances could embarrass; whose knowledge appeared intuitive, and who by a single glance, and with as much facility as the eye of the eagle passes over the landscape, surveyed the whole field of controversy, saw in what way truth might be most successfully defended, and how error must be approached; and who, without ever stopping, ever hesitating, by a rapid and manly march, led the listening judge and the fascinated juror, step by step, through a delightsome region, brightening as he advanced, till his argument rose to demonstration, and eloquence was rendered useless by conviction; whose talents were employed on the side of righteousness; whose voice, whether in the council chamber or at the bar of justice, was virtue's consolation; at whose approach oppressed humanity felt a secret rapture, and the heart of injured innocence leapt for joy. Where Hamilton was, in whatever sphere he moved, the friendless had a friend, the fatherless a father, and the poor man, though unable to reward his kindness, found an advocate. It was, when the rich oppressed the poor, when the powerful menaced the defenseless, when truth was disregarded or the eternal principles of justice violated, it was on these occasions that he exerted all his strength. It was on these occasions that he sometimes soared so high and shone with a radiance so transcendent, I almost said so heavenly, as filled those around him with awe, and gave to him the force and authority of a prophet. The patriot, whose integrity baffled the scrutiny of inquisition; whose manly virtue never shaped itself to circumstances; who, always great, always himself, stood amidst the varying tides of party, firm, like the rock which, far from land, lifts its majestic top above the waves, and remains unshaken by the storms which agitate the ocean. The friend who knew no guile; whose bosom was transparent and deep, in the bottom of whose heart was rooted every tender and sympathetic virtue; whose various worth opposing parties acknowledged while alive, and on whose tomb they unite with equal sympathy and grief to heap their honors. I know he had his failings. I see on the picture of his life, a picture rendered awful by greatness, and luminous by virtue, some dark shades. On these let the tear that pities human weakness fall. On these let the veil which covers human frailty rest. As a hero, as a statesman, as a patriot, he lived nobly; and would to God I could add, he nobly fell. Unwilling to admit his error in this respect, I go back to the period of discussion. I see him resisting the threatened interview. I imagine myself present in his chamber. Various reasons, for a time, seem to hold his determination in arrest. Various and moving objects pass before him, and speak a dissuasive language. His country, which may need his counsels to guide and his arm to defend, utters her veto. The partner of his youth, already covered with weeds, and whose tears flow down into her bosom, intercedes. His babes, stretching out their little hands, and pointing to a weeping mother, with lisping eloquence, but eloquence which reaches a parent's heart, cry out, "Stay, stay, dear papa, and live for us." In the meantime, the spectre of a fallen son, pale and ghastly, approaches, opens his bleeding bosom, and as the harbinger of death, points to the yawning tomb, and forewarns a hesitating father of the issue. He pauses, reviews these sad objects, and reasons on the subject. I admire his magnanimity. I approve his reasoning, and I wait to hear him reject with indignation the murderous proposition, and to see him spurn from his presence the presumptuous bearer of it. But I wait in vain. It was a moment in which his great wisdom forsook him, a moment in which Hamilton was not himself. He yielded to the force of an imperious custom, and yielding, he sacrificed a life in which all had an interest, and he is lost, lost to his country, lost to his family, lost to us. For this act, because he disclaimed it and was penitent, I forgive him. But there are those whom I cannot forgive. I mean not his antagonist, over whose erring steps, if there be tears in heaven, a pious mother looks down and weeps. If he be capable of feeling, he suffers already all that humanity can suffer. Suffers, and wherever he may fly will suffer, with the poignant recollection of having taken the life of one who was too magnanimous in return to attempt his own. Had he have known this, it must have paralyzed his arm while it pointed, at so incorruptible a bosom, the instrument of death. Does he know this now, his heart, if it be not adamant, must soften; if it be not ice, it must melt. But on this article I forbear. Stained with blood as he is, if he be penitent, I forgive him; and if he be not, before these altars, where all of us appear as suppliants, I wish not to excite your vengeance, but rather, in behalf of an object rendered wretched and pitiable by crime, to wake your prayers. But I have said, and I repeat it, there are those whom I cannot forgive. I cannot forgive that minister at the altar, who has hitherto forborne to remonstrate on this subject. I cannot forgive that public prosecutor, who, entrusted with the duty of avenging his country's wrongs, has seen those wrongs and taken no measures to avenge them. I cannot forgive that judge upon the bench, or that governor in the chair of state, who has lightly passed over such offences. I cannot forgive the public, in whose opinion the duellist finds a sanctuary. I cannot forgive you, my brethren, who till this late hour have been silent, whilst successive murders were committed. No, I cannot forgive you, that you have not in common with the freemen of this state raised your voice to the powers that be, and loudly and explicitly demand an execution of your laws. Demanded this in a manner, which if it did not reach the ear of government, would at least have reached the heavens, and plead your excuse before the God that filleth them, in whose presence as I stand, I should not feel myself innocent of the blood which crieth against us, had I been silent. But I have not been silent. Many of you who hear me are my witnesses. The walls of yonder temple, where I have heretofore addressed you, are my witnesses, how freely I have animadverted on this subject, in the presence both of those who have violated the laws, and of those whose indispensable duty it is to see the laws executed on those who violate them. I enjoy another opportunity, and would to God I might be permitted to approach for once the late scene of death. Would to God I could there assemble on the one side the disconsolate mother and her 7 fatherless children, and on the other those who administer the justice of my country. Could I do this, I would point them to those sad objects. I would entreat them, by the agonies of bereaved fondness, to listen to the widow's heartfelt groans, to mark the orphan's sighs and tears; and having done this, I would uncover the breathless corpse of Hamilton, I would lift from his gaping wound his bloody mantle, I would hold it up to heaven before them, and I would ask, in the name of God, I would ask whether at the sight of it they felt no compunction. You will ask, perhaps, what can be done to arrest the progress of a practice which has yet so many advocates? I answer, nothing, if it be the deliberate intention to do nothing. But if otherwise, much is within our power. Let then the governor see that the laws are executed. Let the council displace the man who offends against their majesty. Let courts of justice frown from their bar, as unworthy to appear before them the murderer and his accomplices. Let the people declare him unworthy of their confidence who engages in such sanguinary contests. Let this be done, and should life still be taken in single combat, then the governor, the council, the court, the people, looking up to the avenger of sin, may say, "We are innocent, we are innocent." Do you ask how proof can be obtained? How can it be avoided? The parties return, hold up before our eyes the instruments of death, publish to the world the circumstances of their interview, and even, with an air of insulting triumph, boast how coolly and how deliberately they proceeded in violating one of the most sacred laws of earth and heaven. Ah, ye tragic shores of Hoboken, crimsoned with the richest blood, I tremble at the crimes you record against us, the annual register of murders which you keep and send up to God. Place of inhuman cruelty, beyond the limits of reason, of duty, and of religion, where man assumes a more barbarous nature and ceases to be man. What poignant, lingering sorrows do thy lawless combats occasion to surviving relatives! Ye who have hearts of pity, ye who have experienced the anguish of dissolving friendship, who have wept and still weep over the mouldering ruins of departed kindred, ye can enter into this reflection. O thou disconsolate widow, robbed, so cruelly robbed, and in so short a time, both of a husband and a son, what must be the plenitude of thy sufferings? Could we approach thee, gladly would we drop the tear of sympathy, and pour into thy bleeding bosom the balm of consolation. But how could we comfort her whom God hath not comforted? To his throne let us lift up our voice and weep. O God, if thou art still the widow's husband, and the father of the fatherless, if in the fullness of thy goodness there be yet mercies in store for miserable mortals, pity, O pity this afflicted mother, and grant that her hapless orphans may find a friend, a benefactor, a father in thee. On this article I have done, and may God add his blessing. But I have still a claim upon your patience. I cannot here repress my feelings, and thus let pass the present opportunity. How are the mighty fallen! And regardless as we are of vulgar deaths, shall not the fall of the mighty affect us? A short time since, and he who is the occasion of our sorrows was the ornament of his country. He stood on an eminence, and glory covered him. From that eminence he has fallen, suddenly, forever fallen. His intercourse with the living world is now ended, and those who would hereafter find him must seek him in the grave. There, cold and lifeless, is the heart which just now was the seat of friendship. There, dim and sightless is the eye, whose radiant and enlivening orb beamed with intelligence. And there, closed forever, are those lips, on whose persuasive accents we have so often and so lately hung with transport. From the darkness which rests upon his tomb there proceeds, methinks, a light in which it is clearly seen that those gaudy objects which men pursue are only phantoms. In this light how dimly shines the splendor of victory! How humble appears the majesty of grandeur! The bubble which seemed to have so much solidity has burst, and we again see that all below the sun is vanity. True, the funeral eulogy has been pronounced. The sad and solemn procession has moved. The badge of mourning has already been decreed, and presently the sculptured marble will lift up its front, proud to perpetuate the name of Hamilton, and rehearse to the passing traveler his virtues. Just tributes of respect, and to the living useful. But to him, mouldering in his narrow and humble habitation, what are they? How vain, how unavailing! Approach, and behold, while I lift from his sepulchre its covering. Ye admirers of his greatness, ye emulous of his talents and his fame, approach, and behold him now. How pale, how silent! No martial bands admire the adroitness of his movements. No fascinated throng weep and melt and tremble at his eloquence. Amazing change! A shroud! A coffin! A narrow subterraneous cabin! This is all that now remains of Hamilton. And is this all that remains of him? During a life so transitory, what lasting monument can our fondest hopes erect? My brethren, we stand on the borders of an awful gulf, which is swallowing up all things human. And is there, amidst this universal wreck, nothing stable, nothing abiding, nothing immortal on which poor, frail, dying man can fasten? Ask the hero, ask the statesman, whose wisdom you have been accustomed to revere, and he will tell you. He will tell you, did I say? He has already told you from his death-bed, and his illumined spirit still whispers from the heavens, with well-known eloquence, the solemn admonition. Mortals, hastening to the tomb, and once the companions of my pilgrimage, take warning and avoid my errors. Cultivate the virtues I have recommended. Choose the Saviour I have chosen. Live disinterestedly. Live for immortality. And would you rescue anything from final dissolution, lay it up in God. Thus speaks, methinks, our deceased benefactor, and thus he acted during his last sad hours. To the exclusion of every other concern, religion now claims all his thoughts. Jesus is now his only hope. The friends of Jesus are his friends, the ministers of the altar his companions. While these intercede, he listens in awful silence, or in profound submission, whispers his assent. Sensible, deeply sensible of his sins, he pleads no merit of his own. He repairs to the mercy seat, and there pours out his penitential sorrows, there he solicits pardon. Heaven, it should seem, heard and pitied the suppliant's cries. Disburdened of his sorrows, and looking up to God, he exclaims, "Grace, rich grace." "I have," said he, clasping his dying hands, and with a faltering tongue, "I have a tender reliance on the mercy of God in Christ." In token of this reliance, and as an expression of his faith, he receives the Holy Sacrament; and having done this, his mind becomes tranquil and serene. Thus he remains, thoughtful indeed, but unruffled to the last, and meets death with an air of dignified composure, and with an eye directed to the heavens. This last act, more than any other, sheds glory on his character. Everything else death effaces. Religion alone abides with him on his death-bed. He dies a Christian. This is all which can be enrolled of him among the archives of eternity. This is all that can make his name great in heaven. Let not the sneering infidel persuade you that this last act of homage to the Saviour resulted from an enfeebled state of mental faculties, or from perturbation occasioned by the near approach of death. No. His opinions concerning the divine mission of Jesus Christ and the validity of the Holy Scriptures had long been settled, and settled after laborious investigation and extensive and deep research. These opinions were not concealed. I knew them myself. Some of you who hear me knew them. And had his life been spared, it was his determination to have published them to the world, together with the facts and reasons on which they were founded. At a time when skepticism, shallow and superficial indeed, but depraved and malignant, is breathing forth its pestilential vapor, and polluting by its unhallowed touch everything divine and sacred, it is consoling to a devout mind to reflect that the great and the wise and the good of all ages, those superior geniuses, whose splendid talents have elevated them almost above mortality, and placed them next in order to angelic natures, yes, it is consoling to a devout mind to reflect that while dwarfish infidelity lifts up its deformed head and mocks, these illustrious personages, though living in different ages, inhabiting different countries, nurtured in different schools, destined to different pursuits, and differing on various subjects, should all, as if touched with an impulse from heaven, agree to vindicate the sacredness of revelation, and present with one accord their learning, their talents, and their virtue on the gospel altar as an offering to Emmanuel. This is not exaggeration. Who was it that, overleaping the narrow bounds which had hitherto been set to the human mind, ranged abroad through the immensity of space, discovered and illustrated those laws by which the Deity unites, binds, and governs all things? Who was it, soaring into the sublime of astronomic science, numbered the stars of heaven, measured their spheres, and called them by their names? It was Newton. But Newton was a Christian. Newton, great as he was, received instruction from the lips and laid his honors at the feet of Jesus. Who was it that developed the hidden combination, the component parts of bodies? Who was it dissected the animal, examined the flower, penetrated the earth, and ranged the extent of organic nature? It was Boyle. But Boyle was a Christian. Who was it that lifted the veil which had for ages covered the intellectual world, analyzed the human mind, defined its powers, and reduced its operations to certain and fixed laws? It was Locke. But Locke, too, was a Christian. What more shall I say? For time would fail me to speak of Hale, learned in the law; of Addison, admired in the schools; of Milton, celebrated among the poets; and of Washington, immortal in the field and in the cabinet. To this catalogue of professing Christians, from among, if I may speak so, a higher order of beings, may now be added the name of Alexander Hamilton, a name which raises in the mind the idea of whatever is great, whatever is splendid, whatever is illustrious in human nature, and which is now added to a catalogue which might be lengthened and lengthened and lengthened with the names of illustrious characters whose lives have blessed society, and whose works form a column high as heaven, a column of learning, of wisdom, and of greatness, which will stand to future ages, an eternal monument of the transcendent talents of the advocates of Christianity, when every fugitive leaf from the pen of the cantling infidel witlings of the day shall be swept by the tide of time from the annals of the world, and buried with the names of their authors in oblivion. To conclude, how are the mighty fallen? Fallen before the desolating hand of death. Alas, the ruins of the tomb! The ruins of the tomb are an emblem of the ruins of the world. When not an individual, but an universe, already marred by sin and hastening to dissolution, shall agonize and die. Directing your thoughts from the one, fix them for a moment on the other. Anticipate the concluding scene, the final catastrophe of nature. When the sign of the Son of Man shall be seen in heaven. When the Son of Man himself shall appear in the glory of his Father, and send forth judgment unto victory. The fiery desolation envelops towns, palaces, and fortresses. The heavens pass away, the earth melts, and all those magnificent productions of art, which ages heaped on ages have reared up, are in one awful day reduced to ashes. Against the ruins of that day, as well as the ruins of the tomb which precede it, the gospel in the cross of its great High Priest offers you all a sanctuary secure and abiding, a sanctuary which no lapse of time nor change of circumstances can destroy. No, neither life nor death. No, neither principalities nor powers. Everything else is fugitive. Everything else is mutable. Everything else will fail you. But this, the citadel of the Christian's hopes, will never fail you. Its base is adamant. It is cemented with the richest blood. The ransomed of the Lord crowd its portals. Embosomed in the dust which it encloses, the bodies of the redeemed rest in hope. On its top dwells the church of the firstborn, who in delightful response with the angels of light chant redeeming love. Against this citadel the tempest beats, and around it the storm rages and spends its force in vain. Immortal in its nature and incapable of change, it stands and stands firm amidst the ruins of a mouldering world, and endures forever. Thither fly, ye prisoners of hope, that when earth, air, elements shall have passed away, secure of existence and felicity, you may join with saints in glory, to perpetuate the song which lingered on the faltering tongue of Hamilton, Grace, rich grace. God grant us this honor. Then shall the measure of our joy be full, and to his name shall be the glory in Christ. Amen. End of A Discourse delivered in the North Dutch Church in the city of Albany, occasioned by the ever-to-be-lamented death of General Alexander Hamilton, July 29, 1804. By Ella Fallett Knott.
The Earth Belongs to the Living, Part 1. Thomas Jefferson's letter to James Madison, dated September 6, 1789, written during the first year of George Washington's presidency, introducing a concept now familiarly known as the earth belongs to the living. This letter occasioned a rebuttal from James Madison in a subsequent letter dated February 4, 1790, which follows as Part 2. Both of these letters are among the thousands of records from George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison, all gathered at founders.archives.gov, which show firsthand the growth of democracy and the birth of the American Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paris, September 6, 1789. Dear Sir, I sit down to write to you without knowing by what occasion I shall send my letter. I do it because a subject comes into my head which I would wish to develop a little more than is practicable in the hurry of the moment of making up general dispatches. Footnote: since Jefferson delayed sending the letter, James Madison did not reply until February 4, 1790. End footnote. The question whether one generation of men has a right to bind another seems never to have been started either on this or our side of the water. Yet it is a question of such consequences as not only to merit discussion, but place also among the fundamental principles of every government. The course of reflection in which we are immersed here on the elementary principles of society has presented this question to my mind, and that no such obligation can be so transmitted, I think very capable of proof. I set out on this ground, which I suppose to be self-evident, that the earth belongs in usufruct to the living, that the dead have neither powers nor rights over it. The portion occupied by any individual ceases to be his when himself ceases to be, and reverts to the society. If the society has formed no rules for the appropriation of its lands in severalty, it will be taken by the first occupants. These will generally be the wife and children of the decedent. If they have formed rules of appropriation, those rules may give it to the wife and children, or to some one of them, or to the legatee of the deceased. So they may give it to his creditor. But the child, the legatee or creditor, takes it, not by any natural right, but by a law of the society of which they are members, and to which they are subject. Then no man can, by natural right, oblige the lands he occupied, or the persons who succeed him in that occupation, to the payment of debts contracted by him. For if he could, he might, during his own life, eat up the usufruct of the lands for several generations to come, and then the lands would belong to the dead, and not to the living, which would be the reverse of our principle. What is true of every member of the society individually is true of them all collectively, since the rights of the whole can be no more than the sum of the rights of the individuals. To keep our ideas clear when applying them to a multitude, let us suppose a whole generation of men to be born on the same day, to attain mature age on the same day, and to die on the same day, leaving a succeeding generation in the moment of attaining their mature age altogether. let the ripe age be supposed of 21 years, and their period of life 34 years more, that being the average term given by the bills of mortality to persons who have already attained 21 years of age. Each successive generation would in this way come on and go off the stage at a fixed moment, as individuals do now. Then I say the earth belongs to each of these generations during its course, fully and in their own right. The second generation receives it clear of the debts and encumbrances of the first, the third of the second, and so on. For if the first could charge it with a debt, then the earth would belong to the dead, and not the living generation. Then no generation can contract debts greater than may be paid during the course of its own existence. At 21 years of age, they may bind themselves and their lands for 34 years to come, at 22 for 33, at 23 for 32, and at 54 for 1 year only, because these are the terms of life which remain to them at those respective epochs. But a material difference must be noted between the succession of an individual and that of a whole generation. Individuals are parts only of a society, subject to the laws of the whole. These laws may appropriate the portion of land occupied by a decedent to his creditor rather than to any other, or to his child on condition he satisfies the creditor. But when a whole generation, that is, the whole society, dies, as in the case we have supposed, and another generation or society succeeds, this forms a whole, and there is no superior who can give their territory to a third society, who may have lent money to their predecessors beyond their faculties of paying. What is true of a generation all arriving to self-government on the same day and dying all on the same day is true of those in a constant course of decay and renewal, with this only difference. A generation coming in and going out entire, as in the first case, would have a right of the first year of their self-dominion to contract a debt for 33 years, in the 10th for 24, in the 20th for 14, in the 30th for 4. Whereas generations, changing daily by daily deaths and births, have one constant term, beginning at the date of their contract, and ending when a majority of those of full age at that date shall be dead. The length of that term may be estimated from the tables of mortality, corrected by the circumstances of climate, occupation, etc., peculiar to the country of the contractors. Take, for instance, the table of M. de Buffon, wherein he states 23,994 deaths, and the ages at which they happened. Suppose a society in which 23,994 persons are born every year and live to the ages stated in this table. The conditions of that society will be as follows. First, it will consist constantly of 617,703 persons of all ages. Secondly, of those living at any one instant of time, 1/2 will be dead in 24 years, 8 months. Thirdly, 10,675 will arrive every year at the age of 21 years complete. Fourthly, it will constantly have 348,417 persons of all ages above 21 years. Fifthly, and the half of those of 21 years and upwards living at any one instant of time will be dead in 18 years, 8 months, or say 19 years as the nearest integral number. Then 19 years is the term beyond which neither the representatives of a nation, nor even the whole nation itself assembled, can validly extend a debt. To render this conclusion palpable by example, suppose that Louis XIV and XV had contracted debts in the name of the French nation to the amount of 10,000 milliards of livres, and that the whole had been contracted in Genoa. The interest of this sum would be 500 milliards, which is said to have been the whole rent roll or net proceeds of the territory of France. Must the present generation of men have retired from the territory in which nature produced them and ceded it to the Genoese creditors? No. They have the same rights over the soil on which they were produced as the preceding generations had. They derive these rights not from their predecessors, but from nature. They, then, and their soil are by nature clear of the debts of their predecessors. Again, suppose Louis XV and his contemporary generation had said to the money-lenders of Genoa, "Give us money that we may eat, drink, and be merry in our day, and on condition you will demand no interest till the end of 19 years, you shall then forever after receive an annual interest of 12 5/8 per cent. The money is lent on these conditions, is divided among the living, eaten, drank, and squandered." Would the present generation be obliged to apply the produce of the earth and of their labor to replace their dissipations? Not at all. I suppose that the received opinion that the public debts of one generation devolve on the next has been suggested by our seeing habitually in private life that he who succeeds to lands is required to pay the debts of his ancestor or testator, without considering that this requisition is municipal only, not moral, flowing from the will of the society, which has found it convenient to appropriate lands become vacant by the death of their occupant, on the condition of a payment of his debts, but that between society and society, or generation and generation, there is no municipal obligation, no umpire but the law of nature. We seem not to have perceived that, by the law of nature, one generation is to another as one independent nation to another. The interest of the national debt of France being in fact but a 2,000th part of its rent roll, the payment of it is practicable enough, and so becomes a question merely of honor or of expediency. But with respect to future debts, would it not be wise and just for that nation to declare, in the constitution they are forming, that neither the legislature nor the nation itself can validly contract more debt than they may pay within their own age, or within the term of 19 years, and that all future contracts will be deemed void as to what shall remain unpaid at the end of 19 years from their date? This would put the lenders and the borrowers also on their guard. By reducing, too, the faculty of borrowing within its natural limits, it would bridle the spirit of war, to which too free a course has been procured by the inattention of money-lenders to this law of nature, that succeeding generations are not responsible for the preceding. On similar grounds, it may be proved that no society can make a perpetual constitution or even a perpetual law. The earth belongs always to the living generation. They may manage it then, and what proceeds from it, as they please during their usufruct. They are masters, too, of their own persons, and consequently may govern them as they please. But persons and property make the sum of the objects of government. The Constitution and the laws of their predecessors extinguished then in their natural course with those who gave them being. This could preserve that being till it ceased to be itself, and no longer. Every constitution, then, and every law naturally expires at the end of 19 years. If it be enforced longer, it is an act of force and not of right. It may be said that the succeeding generation exercising, in fact, the power of repeal, this leaves them as free as if the constitution or law had been expressly limited to 19 years only. In the first place, this objection admits the right in proposing an equivalent. But the power of repeal is not an equivalent. It might be, indeed, if every form of government were so perfectly contrived that the will of the majority could always be obtained fairly and without impediment. But this is true of no form. The people cannot assemble themselves. Their representation is unequal and vicious. Various checks are opposed to every legislative proposition. Factions get possession of the public councils. Bribery corrupts them. Personal interests lead them astray from the general interests of their constituents, and other impediments arise so as to prove to every practical man that a law of limited duration is much more manageable than one which needs a repeal. This principle that the earth belongs to the living and not to the dead is of very extensive application and consequences in every country, and most especially in France. It enters into the resolution of the questions whether the nation may change the descent of lands holden in tail. whether they may change the appropriation of lands given anciently to the church, to hospitals, colleges, orders of chivalry, and otherwise in perpetuity; whether they may abolish the charges and privileges attached on lands, including the whole catalogue ecclesiastical and feudal. It goes to hereditary offices, authorities, and jurisdictions, to hereditary orders, distinctions, and appellations, to perpetual monopolies in commerce, the arts, and sciences, with a long train of et ceteras, and it renders the question of reimbursement a question of generosity and not of right. In all these cases, the legislature of the day could authorize such appropriations and establishments for their own time, but no longer, and the present holders, even where they or their ancestors have purchased, are in the case of bona fide purchasers of what the seller had no right to convey. Turn this subject in your mind, my dear sir, and particularly as to the power of contracting debts, and develop it with that perspicuity and cogent logic so peculiarly yours. Your station in the councils of our country gives you an opportunity of producing it to public consideration, of forcing it into discussion. At first blush it may be rallied as a theoretical speculation, but examination will prove it to be solid and salutary. It would furnish matter for a fine preamble to our first law for appropriating the public revenue, and it will exclude at the threshold of our government the contagious and ruinous errors of this quarter of the globe, which have armed despots with means not sanctioned by nature for binding in chains their fellow men. We have already given in example one effectual check to the dog of war, by transferring the power of letting him loose, declaring war, from the executive to the legislative body, from those who are to spend to those who are to pay. I should be pleased to see this second obstacle held out by us also in the first instance. No nation can make a declaration against the validity of long contracted debts so disinterestedly as we, since we do not owe a shilling which may not be paid with ease, principal and interest, within the time of our own lives. Establish the principle also in the new law to be passed for protecting copyrights and new inventions by securing the exclusive right for 19 instead of 14 years. Besides familiarizing us to this term, it will be an instance the more of our taking reason for our guide instead of English precedent, the habit of which fetters us with all the political heresies of a nation equally remarkable for its early excitement from some errors and long slumbering under others. I write you no news, because when an occasion occurs I shall write a separate letter for that. I am always, with great and sincere esteem, dear sir, your affectionate friend and servant, Thomas Jefferson. This letter read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2016. The Earth Belongs to the Living, Part 2, is James Madison's rebuttal to Thomas Jefferson's letter, Part 1, a discussion of principles which took place between them during the first year of George Washington's presidency. Both of these letters, along with thousands of records from George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, James Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison, are considered founding documents of the birth of the American Republic. All are stored in the National Archives and available to read online at founders.archives.gov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To Thomas Jefferson, New York, February 4th, 1790. Dear Sir, your favor of the 9th of January, enclosing one of September last, did not get to hand till a few days ago. The idea which the latter evolves is a great one, and suggests many interesting reflections to legislators, particularly when contracting and providing for public debts. Whether it can be received in the extent your reasonings give it is a question which I ought to turn more in my thoughts than I have yet been able to do, before I should be justified in making up a full opinion on it. My first thoughts, though coinciding with many of yours, lead me to view the doctrine as not in all respects compatible with the course of human affairs. I will endeavor to sketch the grounds of my skepticism. You wrote, "As the earth belongs to the living, not to the dead, a living generation can bind itself only. In every society, the will of the majority binds the whole. According to the laws of mortality, a majority of those ripe at any moment for the exercise of their will do not live beyond 19 years. To that term, then, is limited the validity of every act of the society. Nor within that limitation can any declaration of the public will be valid which is not express." Footnote: This is a paraphrase rather than an exact quotation. End footnote. This I understand to be the outline of the argument. The acts of a political society may be divided into 3 classes. 1. The fundamental constitution of the government. 2. Laws involving stipulations which render them irrevocable at the will of the legislature. 3. Laws involving no such irrevocable quality. However applicable in theory the doctrine may be to a constitution, it seems liable in practice to some very powerful objections. Would not a government, so often revised, become too mutable to retain those prejudices in its favor which antiquity inspires, and which are perhaps a salutary aid to the most rational government in the most enlightened age? Would not such a periodical revision engender pernicious factions that might not otherwise come into existence? Would not, in fine, a government depending for its existence beyond a fixed date on some positive and authentic intervention of the society itself, be too subject to the casualty and consequences of an actual interregnum? In the second class, exceptions, at least, to the doctrine seem to be requisite both in theory and practice. If the earth be the gift of nature to the living, their title can extend to the earth in its natural state only. The improvements made by the dead form a charge against the living who take the benefit of them. This charge can no otherwise be satisfied than by executing the will of the dead accompanying the improvements. Debts may be incurred for purposes which interest the unborn as well as the living. Such are debts for repelling a conquest, the evils of which descend through many generations. Debts may even be incurred principally for the benefit of posterity. Such perhaps is the present debt of the United States, which far exceeds any burdens which the present generation could well apprehend for itself. The term of 19 years might not be sufficient for discharging the debts in either of these cases. There seems then to be a foundation in the nature of things, in the relation which one generation bears to another, for the descent of obligations from one to another. Equity requires it. Mutual good is promoted by it. All that is indispensable in adjusting the account between the dead and the living is to see that the debits against the latter do not exceed the advances made by the former. Few of the encumbrances entailed on nations would bear a liquidation even on this principle. The objections to the doctrine as applied to the third class of acts may perhaps be merely practical, but in that view they appear to be of great force. Unless such laws should be kept in force by new acts regularly anticipating the end of the term, all the rights depending on positive laws, that is, most of the rights of property, would become absolutely defunct, and the most violent struggles be generated between those interested in reviving and those interested in new modeling the former state of property. Nor would events of this kind be improbable. The obstacles to the passage of laws which render a power to repeal inferior to an opportunity of rejecting, as a security against oppression, would here render an opportunity of rejecting an insecure provision against anarchy. Add that the possibility of an event so hazardous to the rights of property could not fail to depreciate its value, that the approach of the crisis would increase this effect, that the frequent return of periods superseding all the obligations depending on antecedent laws and usages must be weakening the reverence for those obligations, cooperate with motives to licentiousness already too powerful, and that the uncertainty incident to such a state of things would on one side discourage the steady exertions of industry produced by permanent laws, and on the other give a disproportionate advantage to the more over the less sagacious and enterprising part of the society. I find no relief from these consequences but in the received doctrine that a tacit assent may be given to established constitutions and laws, and that this assent may be inferred where no positive dissent appears. It seems less impracticable to remedy, by wise plans of government, the dangerous operation of this doctrine than to find a remedy for the difficulties inseparable from the other. May it not be questioned whether it be possible to exclude wholly the idea of tacit assent without subverting the foundation of civil society? On what principle does the voice of the majority bind the minority? It does not result, I conceive, from the law of nature, but from compact founded on conveniency. A greater proportion might be required by the fundamental constitution of a society, if it were judged eligible. Prior then to the establishment of this principle, unanimity was necessary, and strict theory at all times presupposes the assent of every member to the establishment of the rule itself. If this assent cannot be given tacitly, or be not implied where no positive evidence forbids, persons born in society would not, on attaining ripe age, be bound by acts of the majority, and either the unanimous repetition of every law would be necessary on the accession of new members, or an express assent must be obtained from these to the rule by which the voice of the majority is made the voice of the whole. If the observations I have hazarded be not misapplied, it follows that a limitation of the validity of national acts to the computed life of a nation is in some instances not required by theory, and in others cannot be accommodated to practice. The observations are not meant, however, to impeach either the utility of the principle in some particular cases, or the general importance of it in the eye of the philosophical legislator. On the contrary, it would give me singular pleasure to see it first announced in the proceedings of the United States, and always kept in their view as a salutary curb on the living generation from imposing unjust or unnecessary burdens on their successors. But this is a pleasure which I have little hope of enjoying. The spirit of philosophical legislation has never reached some parts of the Union, and is by no means the fashion here, either within or without Congress. The evils suffered and feared from weakness in government, the licentiousness in the people, have turned their attention more towards the means of strengthening the former than of narrowing its extent in the minds of the latter. Besides this, it is so much easier to espy the little difficulties immediately incident to every great plan than to comprehend its general and remote benefits, that our hemisphere must be still more enlightened before many of the sublime truths which are seen through the medium of philosophy become visible to the naked eye of the ordinary politician. I have nothing to add at present but that I remain always and most affectedly yours, James Madison, Jr. End of Part 2, The Earth Belongs to the Living. This has been read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2016.
Fear by Dr. Frank Crane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Fear. It is safe to say that no good work was ever done in fear. Until you have struck the shackles of fear from your hands, you can do nothing. Until you get the grip of fear loosened from your mind, your brain is not efficient, and you cannot remember well, think straight, nor imagine constructively. Until you purge the poison of fear out of your heart, your emotions, instead of giving you power and pep, will cause you only shame and confusion. Fear is your greatest enemy. It is a ghost. It is nothing at all, but it is no less terrible for all that. It is this ghost that knocks the cup of success from your lips just when you are about to drink. It is fear that reaches out its ghostly hands to strangle you in a crisis, just when everything depends upon you. It is fear that tangles your feet, hangs like a millstone around your neck on your journey, dims your eyes so that you cannot see the truth, roars in your ear until you cannot hear the music all about you, fevers your blood, unstrings your nerves, and pours its senile impotence into your cup of life. You have one big battle. It is to conquer fear. That done, the world is yours. Your own will come to you, and the stars in their courses will fight for you. How fear spoils all your life. If you will think a bit, you will see how fear spoils all your life. Love is the greatest thing in the world, and it is fear that turns the heaven of love into hell of jealousy and suspicion. Don't be afraid to love and to believe that you are loved. Unfortunately, it's easy to imagine anyone hates you and hard to think anyone loves you. But you must be bold to believe in love if you would be happy. You may be deceived if you trust too much, but you will live in torment unless you trust enough. He that believes in everybody may be bitten, but he that suspects everybody will be devoured. And fear makes sensitiveness. Sensitive people live in perpetual torture. Everyone seems to be sticking pins into them and stepping on their toes. They are a misery unto themselves and a nuisance to everybody else. The root of all sensitiveness is fear. Our bad manners, sarcastic speeches, awkwardness, and other things whereby we make enemies and get ourselves disliked arise for the most part from shyness, which is another name for fear. Is it not distressing and embarrassing to have anyone about that is everlastingly hemming and hawing and apologizing and fumbling and hesitating? Very well, don't be that kind of a person. It is nothing but cowardice. Stuttering, stammering, and other speech defects are caused by fear. The first thing the expert does to cure you is to teach you not to be afraid. For you stammer because your words are inhibited, that is, stopped by fear. All joy arises from being natural. We are happy only when we can be our real self. And fear is the power that depresses self. It makes us impotent to be happy. Hence we become affected, for affectation, posing and putting on, all amounts to being afraid of expressing our real self. You can have no contentment nor peace of mind until you drive fear out of the home. How to get rid of fear? Now, how can we get rid of fear? Let us take some plain, simple measures of common sense. Let us use all our willpower, brains, judgment, and imagination to attack this foe. 1. If you are afraid of anything, walk right up to it. When you were a child and were frightened at night by a terrible big white thing waving its arms at you, and you walked up to it and saw that it was only a shirt hanging on the clothesline and flapping in the wind, your terror was gone and you laughed. And even now, things that from a distance seem most alarming are not very dreadful when we face them squarely and examine them. For instance, there is a certain great man whom you have to see. You fear you are going to be tongue-tied in his presence. But if, in your mind, you go up to him before you meet him, and look closely, and see that after all he is only human, and eats and drinks, and is glad and mad like the rest of us, you will go to your interview naturally and with self-assurance. Nothing is so bad when you get to it. "I have seen lots of troubles in my day," said an old man, "and most of them never happened." 2. Familiarize yourself with things or people that cause you fear. Familiarity breeds assurance. The difference between Paderewski and the girl just beginning to take piano lessons is mostly the amount of fear. The artist master has rubbed all his timidity out by practice. The beginner is full of it. The country boy is confused in the city simply because he is not used to it. The street gamin enjoys dodging around automobiles and playing in the streets because he has done so all his life. The city boy gets panicky in the woods because it is all strange to him. So, if anything causes you shyness or timidity, do it and keep on doing it until the unusualness of it wears off. 3. Don't talk of being afraid. Don't mention about timidities and impotencies. Don't say, I can't do this, and I can't meet such and such a person. Don't say that you will be embarrassed to death to meet this society lady, or that university professor, or this judge, or that bishop, or any other magnificent one. And if at any time you have been embarrassed and humiliated and have made a fool of yourself, don't speak of it afterwards. Our words have a profound reflex action upon our minds. Do not repeat the formulae of fear, such as I can't, I'm afraid, I know I shall fail, I always just miss it, that's just my luck, and the like. These sayings seep into your soul and poison you. Repeat the formulae of courage. Say, I can, I'll do my best, and that's all anyone can ask. No matter what happens, I'll keep calm and sure and master of myself. It's all in the day's work, and go on smiling. 4. Don't pay too much attention to externals. Be self-sufficient. Quit thinking about luck and pull and influence and circumstances and other people. This whole problem of success is bound up in you alone. You are going to sink or swim according to the kind of spirit in you. The one big, important, and essential factor in your life is you. Keep your courage up, and no man can daunt you. Keep your body healthy, and disease germs will not harm you. Keep your conscience clean, and you need be ashamed to look no man in the face. Always bear in mind that your ultimate triumph depends upon your grit, your discipline, your industry, your skill, and upon nothing and nobody outside of you. Don't pin your hopes on others helping you. If you get boosts in favor, be thankful and go on. If you get no help, go on just the same. It's a queer world. Everybody will help the self-sufficient man and knock the beggar. If you want to borrow $100, act as if you had $1,000,000. Everybody will be running to lend you. But act as if you really needed 25 cents, and we all turn the cold shoulder. To him that hath shall be given. There's just one person who is going to make you or undo you, and that is you. 5. Cultivate the habit of decision. Don't be rash. Think things over. Don't hurry. Examine all the probabilities in the case. But get done. Settle the matter decisively and act with firmness. You will never know what is absolutely the best thing to do in any given case. No mortal does. All decisions are based not on perfect knowledge, but upon preponderance of probabilities. Weigh the matter, consult the law of averages, and decide quickly in favor of the side which weighs the more. For if you go on forever, hesitating and undecisive, your will becomes flabby, you lose your clearness of vision, and fear creeps in. All great minds, all strong characters, all successful men are persons of rapid decision. 6. Use your intelligence. If you fear anything, examine it carefully, analyze it, scrutinize it carefully. At least know what it is that alarms you. For most of the things that cause us panic are the things tinged with mystery. It is the unknown, not the known, that terrifies. The only reason we fear death is because we do not know what it means. And thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied over by the pale cast of thought. We fear what we do not understand, what we cannot see clearly, as children are afraid of the dark. Hence, whatever you fear, sit down and examine it carefully. Drag the dreaded thing out into the light. Master it in your mind. It may help you to write down succinctly just what it is you are afraid of. You will find that in stating the matter clearly to your own mind, your fears will vanish. 7. Remember, it is all in the day's work. This life of ours is given us to live one day at a time, not all at once. We are workmen by the day and not by the job. Whether you are ultimately to succeed or not, and what is at last to become of you, is none of your business. That is God's business, or destinies, or fates, whatever you are of a mind to call it. All you have to do is to do the work laid out for you this day. You are a common soldier in the ranks of humanity. You are not the general. The great plan you do not know. All you need to know is your orders for the day. To do your work in that small corner where you are placed, that is enough. Then you can sleep, and in the morning you can do the next day's work. You don't have to climb any hill, nor cross any bridge until you get to it. Most of the fear that spoils our life comes from attacking difficulties before we get to them. It is all right to have caution and foresight, to look ahead and plan, but if you see trouble coming or disaster, keep cheerful, do your next duty, and when the issue does come, you can attack it with your full force and confidence. 8. Learn to let go. Learn to relax. Study the art of turning your attention to something else. If you think of a thing too long, you go sour. You lose your sense of proportion. You become morbid. Learn how to divert yourself. Go to the ball game, see a movie, play a game, read an interesting story. Of course, you can divert yourself too much till you have no power of concentration. But also you can concentrate too much till your mind loses all its spring and freshness. You often get a better hold upon a problem by going away from it for a time and dismissing it from your mind altogether. 9. Keep up your bodily health. Be a good animal. We are all fundamentally animals, after all. Whatever brain and soul we have is lodged in the flesh. And the first essential in acquiring a strong, courageous, and triumphant personality is to have a sound, clean, normal body. Don't neglect exercise. Cultivate outdoors. Do not overeat, nor get fat, nor otherwise slump physically, for that is the sure road to slumping mentally. Discipline your body if you want a keen and disciplined spirit. Don't drink too much, nor smoke too much, nor indulge in too much softness and needless self-indulgence. Else you become flabby, and flabbiness is the hotbed of fear. 10. Think right cosmic thoughts. Think right about the universe. You have your place in it. You were born for some purpose. You are needed in the universal scheme as much as a tree is needed and the star. Many a soldier has got rid of fear by believing that he will not die till his time comes. There is a sensible and sane view of fate. Nobody knows what tomorrow may bring forth, but we can believe, and if we believe strong, favorable, and triumphant things, it puts sureness into our hands, courage into our heart, and clear sight into our mind. While if we doubt or fancy failure, humiliation, and disgrace, it unnerves us and makes us weak. It is no part of the purpose of this writing to preach religion, but this much can be said to all. Whatever your conception of God may be, believe Him to be your friend. All the superstitions, persecutions, and religious manias have come from imagining God to be our enemy. Think. He made you. He has a purpose for you. Believe that He is with you and well disposed. No one thought in all the world is of more value to put life and cheer and power into a man than the thought that the great Being who made this universe is for us and not against us. End of Fear by Dr. Frank Crane. Read by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Essay 17 on the Fear of Death. From Table Talk, Essays on Men and Manners by William Hazlitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. Essay 17 on the Fear of Death. And our little life is rounded with a sleep. Perhaps the best cure for the fear of death is to reflect that life has a beginning as well as an end. There was a time when we were not. This gives us no concern. Why then should it trouble us that a time will come when we shall cease to be? I have no wish to have been alive 100 years ago, or in the reign of Queen Anne, Why should I regret and lay it so much to heart that I shall not be alive 100 years hence, in the reign of I cannot tell whom? When Bickerstaff wrote his essays, I knew nothing of the subjects of them. Nay, much later, and but the other day, as it were, in the beginning of the reign of George III, when Goldsmith, Johnson, Burke used to meet at the Globe, when Garrick was in his glory, and Reynolds was over head and ears with his portraits, and Sterne brought out the volumes of Tristram Shandy year by year, it was without consulting me. I had not the slightest intimation of what was going on. The debates of the House of Commons on the American War, or the firing at Bunker's Hill, disturbed not me. Yet I thought this no evil. I neither ate, drank, nor was merry, yet I did not complain. I had not then looked out into this breathing world, yet I was well, and the world did quite as well without me as I did without it. Why then should I make all this outcry about parting with it, and being no worse off than I was before? There is nothing in the recollection that at a certain time we were not come into the world, that "the gorge rises at." Why should we revolt at the idea that we must one day go out of it? To die is only to be as we were before we were born. Yet no one feels any remorse or regret or repugnance in contemplating this last idea. It is rather a relief and disburthening of the mind. It seems to have been holiday time with us then. We were not called to appear upon the stage of life, to wear robes or tatters, to laugh or cry, be hooted or applauded. We had lain perdus all this while, snug out of harm's way, and had slept out our thousands of centuries without wanting to be waked up, at peace and free from care, in a long nonage, in a sleep deeper and calmer than that of infancy, wrapped in the softest and finest dust. And the worst that we dread is, after a short, fretful, feverish being, after vain hopes and idle fears, to sink to final repose again and forget the troubled dream of life. Ye armed men, Knights Templars, that sleep in the stone aisles of that old temple church, where all is silent above, and where a deeper silence reigns below, not broken by the pealing organ, are ye not contented where ye lie? Or would you come out of your long homes to go to the holy war? Or do ye complain that pain no longer visits you, that sickness is done its worst, that you have paid the last debt to nature, that you hear no more of the thickening phalanx of the foe, or your lady's waning love, and that while this ball of earth rolls its eternal round, no sound shall ever pierce through to disturb your lasting repose, fixed as a marble over your tombs, breathless as the grave that holds you. And thou, oh, thou to whom my heart turns, and will turn while it has feeling left, who didst love in vain, and whose first was thy last sigh, wilt not thou too rest in peace? Or wilt thou cry to me, complaining from thy clay-cold bed, when the sad heart is no longer sad, and that sorrow is dead which thou wert only called into the world to feel? It is certain that there is nothing in the idea of a pre-existent state that excites a longing like a prospect of a posthumous existence. We are satisfied to have begun life when we did. We have no ambition to have set out on a journey sooner, and feel that we have had quite enough to do to battle our way through since. We cannot say, the wars we well remember of King Nine, of old Assaracus and Inachus divine. Neither have we any wish. We are contented to read of them in story, and to stand and gaze at the vast sea of time that separates us from them. It was early days then. The world was not well aired enough for us. We have no inclination to have been up and stirring. We do not consider the 6,000 years of the world before we were born as so much time lost to us. We are perfectly indifferent about the matter. We do not grieve and lament that we did not happen to be in time to see the grand masque and pageant of human life going on in all that period, though we are mortified at being obliged to quit a stand before the rest of the procession passes. It may be suggested in explanation of this difference that we know from various records and traditions what happened in the time of Queen Anne, or even in the reigns of the Assyrian monarchs, but that we have no means of ascertaining what is to happen hereafter but by awaiting the event, and that our eagerness and curiosity are sharpened in proportion as we are in the dark about it. This is not at all the case, for at that rate we should be constantly wishing to make a voyage of discovery to Greenland or to the moon, neither of which we have in general the least desire to do. Neither, in truth, have we any particular solicitude to pry into the secrets of futurity, but as a pretext for prolonging our own existence. It is not so much that we care to be alive 100 or 1,000 years hence, any more than to have been alive 100 or 1,000 years ago. But the thing lies here, that we would all of us wish the present moment to last forever. We would be as we are, and would have the world remain just as it is, to please us. The present eye catches the present object, to have and to hold while it may, and abhors, on any terms, to have it torn from us, and nothing left in its room. It is the pang of parting, the unloosing our grasp, the breaking asunder some strong tie, the leaving some cherished purpose unfulfilled, that creates the repugnance to go, and makes calamity of so long life as it often is. O thou strong heart, there is such a covenant twixt the world and thee, they are loath to break. The love of life, then, is an habitual attachment, not an abstract principle. Simply to be does not content man's natural desire. We long to be in a certain time, place, and circumstance. We would much rather be now on this bank and shoal of time than have a choice of any future period, than take a slice of 50 or 60 years out of the millennium, for instance. This shows that our attachment is not confined either to being or to well-being, but that we have an inveterate prejudice in favor of our immediate existence, such as it is. The mountaineer will not leave his rock, nor the savage his hut. Neither are we willing to give up our present mode of life, with all its advantages and disadvantages, for any other that could be substituted for it. No man would, I think, exchange his existence with any other man, however fortunate. We had as lief not be, as not be ourselves. There are some persons of that reach of soul that they would like to live 250 years hence, to see to what height of empire America will have grown up in that period, or whether the English Constitution will last so long. These are points beyond me, but I confess I should like to live to see the downfall of the Bourbons. That is a vital question with me, and I shall like it the better the sooner it happens. No young man ever thinks he shall die. He may believe that others will, or assent to the doctrine that all men are mortal as an abstract proposition, but he is far enough from bringing it home to himself individually. Footnote: all men think all men mortal but themselves. Young. End of footnote. Youth, buoyant activity, and animal spirits hold absolute antipathy with old age as well as with death. Nor have we, in the heyday of life, any more than in the thoughtlessness of childhood, the remotest conception how this sensible warm motion can become a needed clod, nor how sanguine, florid health and vigor shall turn to withered, weak, and grey. Or, if in a moment of idle speculation we indulge in this notion of the close of life as a theory, it is amazing at what a distance it seems. What a long leisurely interval there is between, what a contrast its slow and solemn approach affords to our present gay dreams of existence. We eye the farthest verge of the horizon, and think what a way we shall have to look back upon ere we arrive at our journey's end, and without our in the least suspecting it, the mists are at our feet, and the shadows of age encompass us. The two divisions of our lives have melted into each other. The extreme points close and meet with none of that romantic interval stretching out between them that we had reckoned upon, and for the rich, melancholy, solemn hues of age, the sere, the yellow leaf, the deepening shadows of an autumnal evening, we only feel a dank, cold mist encircling all objects after the spirit of youth is fled. There is no inducement to look forward, and what is worse, little interest in looking back to what has become so trite and common. The pleasures of our existence have worn themselves out, are gone into the wastes of time, or have turned their indifferent side to us. The pains by the repeated blows have worn us out, and have left us neither spirit nor inclination to encounter them again in retrospect. We do not want to rip up old grievances, nor to renew our youth like the phoenix, nor to live our lives twice over. Once is enough. As a tree falls, so let it lie. Shut up the book, and close the account once for all. It has been thought by some that life is like the exploring of a passage that grows narrower and darker the farther we advance, without a possibility of ever turning back, and where we are stifled for want of breath at last. For myself, I do not complain of the greater thickness of the atmosphere as I approach the narrow house. I felt it more formerly when the idea alone seemed to suppress 1,000 rising hopes and weigh upon the pulses of the blood. Footnote. I remember once, in particular, having this feeling in reading Schiller's Don Carlos, where there is a description of death in a degree that almost stifled me. End of footnote. At present, I rather feel a thinness and want of support. I stretch out my hand to some object and find none. I am too much in a world of abstraction. The naked map of life is spread out before me, and in the emptiness and desolation I see death coming to meet me. In my youth I could not behold him for the crowd of objects and feelings, and hope stood always between us, saying, "Never mind that old fellow. If I had lived indeed, I should not care to die, but I do not like a contract of pleasure broken off unfulfilled, a marriage with joy unconsummated, a promise of happiness rescinded. My public and private hopes have been left a ruin, or remain only to mock me. I would wish them to be re-edified. I should like to see some prospect of good to mankind, such as my life began with. I should like to leave some sterling work behind me. I should like to have some friendly hand to consign me to the grave. On these conditions I am ready, if not willing, to depart. I shall then write on my tomb, 'Grateful and contented.' But I have thought and suffered too much to be willing to have thought and suffered in vain. In looking back, it sometimes appears to me as if I had in a manner slept out my life in a dream or shadow on the side of the hill of knowledge, where I have fed on books, on thoughts, on pictures, and only heard in half murmurs the trampling of busy feet, or the noises of the throng below. Waked out of this dim twilight existence, and startled with the passing scene, I have felt a wish to descend to the world of realities and join in the chase. But I fear too late, and that I had better return to my bookish chimeras and indolence once more. Zeneto lascia le donne, et studia la mathematica. I will think of it. Is it not wonderful that the contemplation and fear of death become more familiar to us as we approach nearer to it, that life seems to ebb with the decay of blood and youthful spirits, and that as we find everything about us subject to chance and change, as our strength and beauty die, as our hopes and passions, our friends and our affections leave us, we begin by degrees to feel ourselves mortal. I have never seen death but once, and that was in an infant. It is years ago. The look was calm and placid, and the face was fair and firm. It was as if a waxen image had been laid out in the coffin and strewed with innocent flowers. It was not like death, but more like an image of life. No breath moved the lips, no pulse stirred, no sight or sound would enter those eyes or ears more. While I looked at it, I saw no pain was there. It seemed to smile at the short pang of life which was over. But I could not bear the coffin lid to be closed. It seemed to stifle me, and still, as the nettles wave in a corner of the churchyard over his little grave, the welcome breeze helps to refresh me and ease the tightness at my breast. An ivory or marble image, like Chantry's monument of the two children, is contemplated with pure delight. Why do we not grieve and fret that the marble is not alive, or fancy that it has a shortness of breath? It never was alive, and it is the difficulty of making the transition from life to death, the struggle between the two in our imagination, that confounds their properties painfully together, and makes us conceive that the infant that is but just dead still wants to breathe, to enjoy, and look about it, and is prevented by the icy hand of death locking up its faculties and benumbing its senses, so that if it could, it would complain of its own hard state. Perhaps religious considerations reconcile the mind to this change sooner than any others, by representing the spirit as fled to another sphere and leaving the body behind it. So in reflecting on death generally, we mix up the idea of life with it, and thus make it the ghastly monster it is. We think how we should feel, not how the dead feel. Still from the tomb the voice of nature cries, even in our ashes live their wonted fires. There is an admirable passage on this subject in Tucker's Light of Nature Pursued, which I shall transcribe, as by such the best illustration I can offer of it. Quote, "The melancholy appearance of a lifeless body, the mansion provided for it to inhabit, dark, cold, close, and solitary, are shocking to the imagination. But it is to the imagination only, not the understanding. For whoever consults this faculty will see at first glance that there is nothing dismal in all these circumstances. If the corpse were kept wrapped up in a warm bed, with a roasting fire in the chamber, it would feel no comfortable warmth therefrom. Were a store of tapers lighted up as soon as day shuts in, it would see no objects to divert it. Were it left at large, it would have no liberty, nor if surrounded with company would be cheered thereby. Neither are the distorted features expressions of pain, uneasiness, or distress. This everyone knows, and will readily allow upon being suggested, yet still cannot behold, nor even cast a thought upon those objects without shuddering. For knowing that a living person must suffer grievously under such appearances, they become habitually formidable to the mind, and strike a mechanical horror, which is increased by the customs of the world around us." End quote. There is usually one pang added voluntarily and unnecessarily to the fear of death, by our affecting to compassionate the loss which others will have in us. If that were all, we might reasonably set our minds at rest. The pathetic exhortation on country tombstones, "Grieve not for me, my wife and children dear," etc., is for the most part speedily followed to the letter. We do not leave so great a void in society as we are inclined to imagine, partly to magnify our own importance, and partly to console ourselves by sympathy. Even in the same family the gap is not so great. The wound closes up sooner than we should expect. Nay, our room is not unfrequently thought better than our company. People walk along the streets the day after our deaths just as they did before, and the crowd is not diminished. While we were living, the world seemed in a manner to exist only for us, for our delight and amusement, because it contributed to them. But our hearts cease to beat, and it goes on as usual, and thinks no more about us than it did in our lifetime. The million are devoid of sentiment and care as little for you or me as if we belonged to the moon. We live the week over in the Sunday's paper, or are decently interred in some obituary at the month's end. It's not surprising that we are forgotten so soon after we quit this mortal stage. We are scarcely noticed while we are on it. It is not merely that our names are not known in China. They have hardly been heard of in the next street. We are hand in glove with the universe, and think the obligation is mutual. This is an evident fallacy. If this, however, does not trouble us now, it will not hereafter. A handful of dust can have no quarrel to pick with its neighbors, or complaint to make against Providence, and might well exclaim, if it had but an understanding and a tongue, quote, "Go thy ways, old world, swing round in blue ether, voluble to every age, you and I shall no more jostle." End quote. It is amazing how soon the rich and titled, and even some of those who have wielded great political power, are forgotten. A little rule, a little sway, is all the great and mighty have betwixt the cradle and the grave. and, after its short date, they hardly leave a name behind them. Quote, "A great man's memory may, at the common rate, survive him half a year." End quote. His heirs and successors take his titles, his power, and his wealth, all that made him considerable are quoted by others, and he has left nothing else behind him either to delight or benefit the world. Posterity are not by any means so disinterested as they are supposed to be. They give their gratitude and admiration only in return for benefits conferred. They cherish the memory of those to whom they are indebted for instruction and delight, and they cherish it just in proportion to the instruction and delight they are conscious they receive. The sentiment of admiration springs immediately from this ground and cannot be otherwise than well founded. Footnote. It has been usual to raise a very unjust clamor against the enormous salaries of public singers, actors, and so on. This matter seems reducible to a moral equation. They are paid out of money raised by voluntary contributions in the strictest sense, and if they did not bring certain sums into the treasury, the managers would not engage them. These sums are exactly in proportion to the number of individuals to whom their performance gives an extraordinary degree of pleasure. The talents of a singer, actor, etc., are therefore worth just as much as they will fetch. End of footnote. The effeminate clinging to life as such, as a general or abstract idea, is the effect of a highly civilized and artificial state of society. Men formerly plunged into all the vicissitudes and dangers of war, or staked their all upon a single die, or some one passion, which, if they could not have gratified, life became a burden to them. Now our strongest passion is to think, our chief amusement is to read new plays, new poems, new novels, and this we may do at our leisure in perfect security ad infinitum. If we look into the old histories and romances, before the belles lettres neutralized human affairs and reduced passion to a state of mental equivocation, we find the heroes and heroines not setting their lives at a pin's fee, but rather courting opportunities of throwing them away in very wantonness of spirit. They raise their fondness for some favorite pursuit to its height, to a pitch of madness, and think no price too dear to pay for its full gratification. Everything else is dross. They go to death as to a bridal bed, and sacrifice themselves or others without remorse at a shrine of love, of honor, of religion, or any other prevailing feeling. Romeo runs his "seasick, weary bark upon the rocks" of death the instant he finds himself deprived of his Juliet, and she clasps his neck in their last agonies, and follows him to the same fatal shore. One strong idea takes possession of the mind and overrules every other, and even life itself, joyless without that, becomes an object of indifference or loathing. There is at least more of imagination in such a state of things, more vigor of feeling and promptitude to act, than in our lingering, languid, protracted attachment to life for its own poor sake. It is perhaps also better, as well as more heroical, to strike at some daring or darling object, and if we fail in that, to take the consequences manfully, than to renew the lease of a tedious, spiritless, charmless existence merely, as Pierce says, to lose it afterwards in some vile brawl for some worthless object. Was there not a spirit of martyrdom, as well as a spice of the reckless energy of barbarism, in this bold defiance of death? Had not religion something to do with it, the implicit belief in a future life, which rendered this of less value, and embodied something beyond it to the imagination, so that the rough soldier, the infatuated lover, the valorous knight, etc., could afford to throw away the present venture and take a leap into the arms of futurity, which the modern skeptic shrinks back from, with all his boasted reason and vain philosophy weaker than a woman? I cannot help thinking so myself, but I have endeavored to explain this point before, and I will not enlarge farther on it here. A life of action and danger moderates the dread of death. It not only gives us fortitude to bear pain, but teaches us at every step the precarious tenure on which we hold our present being. Sedentary and studious men are the most apprehensive on this score. Dr. Johnson was an instance in point. a few years seemed to him soon over compared with those sweeping contemplations on time and infinity with which he had been used to pose himself. In the still life of a man of letters there was no obvious reason for a change. He might sit in an armchair and pour out cups of tea to all eternity. Would it have been possible for him to do so? The most rational cure, after all, for the inordinate fear of death is to set a just value on life. If we merely wish to continue on the scene to indulge our headstrong humours and tormenting passions, we had better be gone at once. And if we only cherish a fondness for existence according to the good we derive from it, the pang we feel at parting with it will not be very severe. End of Essay 17 on the Fear of Death. Read by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. A Guide to Ignorance. From Ignorant Essays by Richard Dowling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. A Guide to Ignorance. For a long time I've had it in my mind to write a guide to ignorance. I have been withheld partly by a feeling of diffidence and partly by a want of encouragement from those to whom I mentioned the scheme. I have submitted a plan of my book to a couple of publishers, but each of these assured me that such a work would not be popular. In their straightforward, commercial way, they told me that they could see, quote, "no money in the idea." End quote. I differ from them. I think the book would be greeted with acclaim and bought with avidity. Novelties are, I know, always dangerous speculations, except in the form of clothes, when they are certain of instant and immense adoption. The mind of man cannot conceive the pattern for trousers cloth or the design for a bonnet that will not be worn. There is nothing too high or too low to set the fashion to men and women in dress. Conquerors were crowned with mural wreaths, of which the chimney-pot hat is the lineal descendant. Pigs started the notion of wearing rings in their noses, and men in the southern seas followed the example. Kangaroos were the earliest pouch makers, and ladies took to carrying reticules. But an innovation in the domain of education or thought is a widely different thing from a frolic in gear. It is easy to set going any craze which depends merely or mostly on the way of wearing the hair or the height of the cincture. Hence aestheticism gained many followers in a little time. But remember, it took ages and ages to reconcile people to wearing any clothes at all. Once you break the ice, the immersion in a new custom may become as rapid as the descent of a round shot into the sea. The great step was, so to speak, from Woad to wampum, with just an Atlantic of time between the two. If you went to Poole any day this week and asked him to make you a suit of wampum, he would plead no insuperable difficulty. If you asked him to make you a suit of Woad, he would certainly detain you while he inquired as to your sanity and sent for your friends. Yet it is only one step, one film, from Woad to wampum. Up to this time in the history of man there has, with few exceptions, been an infatuated pursuit of this will-o'-the-wisp knowledge. Why should not a man now turn his glance to ignorance, if it were only for a little while and for the sake of fair play? The idea is of course revolutionary. So also is every other new idea revolutionary, and I am not now referring to politics. It is only from revolutionary ideas we derive what we regard as advantages. The earth and heavens themselves are revolutionary. Why then should we not fairly examine the chance of a revolution in the aim of man? The disinclination to face new attitudes of thought comes from the inherent laziness of man, and hence at the outset of my career towards that guide I should find nearly the whole race against me. Humboldt, who met people of all climes and races and colors, declares laziness to be the most common vice of human nature. Hence the initial obstacle is almost insuperable. But it is only almost, not quite insuperable. Men can be stirred from indolence only by a prospect of profit in some form. Even in the civil service they are incited to make the effort to continue living by the hope of greater leisure later in life, for with years comes promotion, and promotion means less labor. By a little industry in the pursuit of ignorance, greater repose would be attained in the immediate future. It would be very difficult to prove that up to this hour progress has been of the slightest use or pleasure to man. Higher pleasures, higher pains, complexities of consciousness are merely a source of distraction from centralization. The jellyfish may, after all, be the highest ideal of living things, and we may, if the phrase be admitted, have been developing backward from him. Of all the creatures on earth, man is the most stuck up. He arrogates everything to himself, and because he can split a flint or make a bow or gun barrel, he thinks he centers the universe, and insists that the illimitable deeps of space are focused upon him. Astronomers, a highly respectable class of people, assert there are now visible to us 100 million fixed stars, 100 million suns like our own. Each may have its system of planets, such as Earth, and each planet again its attendant satellites. With that splendid magnanimity characteristic of our race, man would rather pitch the 100 million suns into chaos than for a moment entertain the idea that he is a humbug and of no use whatever. And yet, after all, the jellyfish may be a worthier fellow than the best of us. I do not, of course, insist on reversion to the jellyfish. In this climate his habits of life are too suggestive of ague and rheumatism. In fact, I do not know that I am urging reversion to anything, even to the flocks of pastoral man. But I am saying that as myriads of facilities are given for acquiring knowledge, one humble means ought to be devised for acquiring ignorance. If I had anywhere met with the encouragement which I think I merited, I should have undertaken to write the book myself. I should open by saying it was not until I had concluded a long and painful investigation that I considered myself in any way qualified to undertake so grave and important a task as writing a guide to ignorance; that I had not only inquired curiously into my own fitness, but had also looked about carefully among my friends in the hope of finding someone better qualified to carry out this important undertaking. But upon gauging the depth of my own knowledge, and considering conscientiously the capacity of my acquaintances, I came to the conclusion that no man I knew personally had so close a personal intimacy with ignorance as myself. There are few branches, I may say no branch, of knowledge, except that of ignorance, in which any one of my friends was not more learned than myself. I was born in such profound ignorance that I had no personal knowledge of the fact at the time. I had existed for a long time before I could distinguish between myself and things which were not. As a boy I was averse from study, and since I have grown to manhood I have acquired so little substantive information that I could write down in a bold hand on one page of this book every single fact outside facts of personal experience of which I am possessed. I know that the Norman invasion occurred in 1066, and the Great Fire in 1666. I know that gunpowder is composed of saltpetre, sulphur, and charcoal, and sausages of minced meat and bread under the name of Tommy. I am aware Milton and Shakespeare were poets, and that needle grinders are short-lived. I know that the primest brands of 3-shilling champagnes are made in London. I can give the Latin for 7 words, and the French for 4. I can repeat the multiplication table, with the pence, up to 6 times. I know the mere names of a number of people and things, but as far as clear and definite information goes, I don't believe I could double the above brief list. I am, I think, therefore, warranted in concluding that few men can have a more close or exhaustive personal acquaintance with ignorance. If you want learning at second hand, you must go to the learned. If you want ignorance at first hand, you cannot possibly do better than come to me. In the first place, let us consider the injury of knowledge. How much better off the king would be if he had no knowledge! Suppose his mental ken had never been directed to any period before the dawn of his own memory, he would have no disquieting thoughts of the trouble into which Charles I or Richard II drifted. He would be filled with no envy of the good old King John, who, from 4 or 5 ounces of iron in the form of thumbscrews, and a few hundredweight of rich Jew, filled up the royal pockets as often as they showed any signs of growing empty. And, above all, he would be spared the misery of committing dates to memory. How it must limit the happiness of a constitutional sovereign to know anything about the Constitution! Why should he be burdened with the consciousness of rights and prerogatives? Would he not be much happier if he might smoke a cigar in his garden without the fear of the Speaker or the Lord Chancellor before his eyes? The Commons want their Speaker, the Lords want their Lord Chancellor. Let them have them. The King wants neither. Why should he be troubled with any knowledge of either? Although he is a king, is he not a man and a brother also? Why should he be worried out of his life with reasons for all he does? The king feels he can do no wrong. That ought to be enough for him. Most men believe the same thing of themselves, but few others share the faith. The king can do no wrong, then in mercy's name let the man alone. Suppose it is a part of my duty to look out of the oriel window at dawn, noon, and sunset, why should I be bored with cause, reason, and precedent for this? Let me look out of window if it is my duty to do so, but before and after looking out of the window, let me enjoy my life. Take the statesman. How knowledge must hamper him! He is absolutely precluded from acting with decision by the consciousness of the difficulties which lay in the path of his predecessors. He has to make up his subject, to get facts and figures from his subordinates and others. He has to arrange the party manoeuvres before he launches his scheme, by which time all the energy is gone out of him, and he has not half as much faith in his bill as if he had never looked at the pros and cons. "Never mind manoeuvring, but go at them," said Nelson. The moment you begin to manoeuvre, you confess your doubtfulness of success, unless you can take your adversary at a disadvantage. But if you fly headlong at his throat, you terrify him by the display of your confidence and valor. The words of Nelson apply still more closely to the general. His knowledge that 50 years ago the British army was worsted on this field unnerves, paralyzes him. If he did not know that shells are explosive and bullets deadly, he would make his dispositions with twice the confidence, and his temerity would fill the foe with panic. His simple duty is to defeat the enemy, and knowing anything beyond this only tends to distract his mind and weaken his arm. In the middle of one of his Indian battles, and when he thought the conflict had been decided in favor of British arms, a messenger rode hastily up to the general in command, who was wiping his reeking forehead on his coat sleeve. "A large fresh force of the enemy has appeared in such a place. What is to be done?" Gough rubbed his forehead with the other sleeve and shouted out, "Beat them!" Obviously no better command could have been given. What the English nation wanted the English army to do with the enemy was to beat them. In the pictures of the Victoria Cross there is one of a young dandy officer with an eyeglass in his eye and a sword in his hand, among the thick of the foe. He knows he is in that place to kill someone. He is quite ignorant of the fact that the enemy is there to kill him, and he is taking his time and looking through his eyeglass to try to find some enticing man through whom to run his sword. One of Wellington's most fervent prayers was, "Oh, spare me my dandy officers." Now dandies are never very full of knowledge, and yet the greatest duke thought more of them than of your learning begrimed sappers or your science bespattered gunners. If an advocate at the bar knew 1/4 of the law of the land, he could never get on. In the first place, he would know more than the judges, and this would prejudice the bench against him. With regard to a barrister, the best position for him to assume, if he is addressing a jury, is, "Gentlemen, the indisputable facts of the case, as stated to you by the witnesses, are so and so. In presence of so distinguished a lawyer as occupies the bench in this court, I do not feel myself qualified to tell you what the law is. That will be the easy duty of his lordship. Even in Chancery cases, the barrister would best ensure success by merely citing the precedent cases in an offhand way. Does not your lordship think the case of Burke versus Hare meets the exact conditions of the one under consideration? The indices are all the pleader need look at. The judge will surely strain a point for one who does not bore him with extracts and arguments, but leaves all to himself and lets the work of the court run smoothly and just as the President wishes. Knowledge is an absolute hindrance to the doctor of medicine. Supposing he is a man of average intelligence, some doctors are, he is able to diagnose, let me say, fever. You or I could diagnose fever pretty well. Quick pulse, dry skin, thirst, and so on. But as the doctor leans over the patient, he is paralyzed by the complication of his knowledge. Such a theory is against feeding up, such a theory against slops, such a theory against bleeding, such a theory in favor of phlebotomy. There are the wet and the dry, the hot and the cold methods, and while the doctor is deliberating, vacillating, or speculating, the patient has ample opportunity of dying, or nature of stepping in and curing the man and thus foiling the doctor. Is there not much more sense and candor in the method adopted by the Irish hunting dispensary doctor, who, before starting with the hounds, locked up all drugs except the Glauber's salts, a stone or two of which he left in charge of his servant, with instructions it was to be meted out impartially to all comers, each patient receiving an honest fistful as a dose? It is a remarkable fact that within this century homeopathy has gained a firm hold on an important section of the community, and yet, notwithstanding the growth of what the allopathists or regular profession regard as ignorant quackery, the span of human life has had 6 years added to it in 80 years. Still, homeopathy is a practical confession of ignorance, for it says, in effect, we don't know exactly what nature is trying to do, but let us give her a little help and trust in luck. Whereas allopathy pretended to know everything and to fight nature. Here, in the result of years added to man's life by the development of the ignorant system, we see once more the superiority of ignorance over knowledge. How full of danger to the unwedded man is knowledge owned by the widow! She has knowledge of the married state, in which she was far removed from all the troubles and responsibilities of life. She had her pin money, her bills paid, stalls taken for her at the opera, agreeable company around her board, no occasion to face money difficulties. Now all that is changed. There is no elasticity in her revenue, no margin for the gratification of her whims. She has to pay her own bills, secure her own stalls. She cannot very well entertain company often, and all the unpleasantness of business matters press her sorely. Her knowledge tells her that, if she could secure a second husband, all would be pleasant again. It may be said that here knowledge is in favor of the widow. Yes, but it is against the community. Remember, the community is always a male. There is hardly any class or member of the community that does not suffer drawback or injury from knowledge. As I am giving only a crude outline of a design, I leave a great deal to the imagination of the reader. He will easily perceive how much happier and more free would be the man of business, the girl, the boy, the scientist, the controversialist, and above all the literary man, if each knew little or nothing, instead of having pressed upon the attention from youth accumulated experiences, traditions, discoveries, and reasonings of many centuries. To the delights of ignorance I should devote the consideration of man devoid of knowledge under various circumstances and in various positions. By the sea, who does not love to lie, quote, propped on beds of amaranth and moly, how sweet, while warm airs lull, blowing lowly, with half-dropped eyelids still, beneath a heaven dark and holy, to watch the long bright river drawing slowly his waters from the purple hill, to hear the dewy echoes calling from cave to cave through the thick twined vine, to watch the emerald-colored waters falling through many a woven acanthus wreath divine, only to see and hear the far-off sparkling brine, only to hear where sweet stretched out beneath the pine. End quote. Just so. Is not that much better than bothering about gravitation and that wretched old clinker the moon, and the tides, and how sea water is made up of oxygen and hydrogen and chloride of sodium and bromide of something else, and 50 other things, not one of which has a tolerable smell when you meet it in a laboratory? Isn't it better than thinking of the number of lighthouses built on the coast of Albion, and the tonnage which yearly is reported and cleared at the custom houses of London, Liverpool, and that prosperous seaport of Bohemia? Isn't it much better than improving the occasion by reading a handbook on hydraulics or hydrostatics? Who on the seashore wants to know anything? There will always, down to the last syllable of recorded time, be finer things unknown about the sea than can be said about all other matters in the world. Trying to know anything about the sea is like shooting into the air an arrow attached to a penny's worth of string with a view to sounding space. If we threw all the knowledge we have into the ocean of admiralty, standards of high water mark would not have to be altered 1 millionth part of a line. What a blessing ignorance would be in an inn! Who would not dispense with the knowledge of all the miseries that follow in the wake of the vat when one is thirsty, and has before him an amber sunset-coloured ale, and in his hand a capacious, long, cool-meaning churchwarden? Who would at such a moment cumber his mind with the unit of specific gravity used by excisemen in testing beer? Who would at such a moment care to calculate the toll exacted by the Chancellor of the Exchequer before each cool gulp may thrill with amazing joy the parched gullet? Who, when upon a journey, would care to know the precise pressure required to blow the boiler of the engine to pieces, or the number of people killed in collisions during the corresponding quarter of last year? Should we not be better in sickness for not knowing the exact percentage of deaths in cases of our class? In adversity should we not be infinitely happier were we in ignorance of the chance we ran of gaining a good position or of cutting our throats? Should we not enjoy our prosperity all the more if we were not, morning and evening, exercised by the fluctuations of the share list, fluctuations in all likelihood destined never to increase or diminish our fortunes 1 penny? And oh, for ignorance in sleep! For sleep without dream or nightmare or memory! For sleep such as falls upon the body when the soul is done with it and away! But all this is only rambling talk, and likely to come to nothing. I fear I shall never find a publisher for my great work. Upon reading over what I have written, I am impressed by the faintness of the outline it displays of the book. In fact, there is hardly any outline at all. It is no more clear than the figures thrown by the magic lantern upon a fog. I have done nothing more than wave the sacred lamp of ignorance before your eyes. I dare say my friend the jellyfish would shake his fat sides with laughter if he became aware of this futile effort to show how far we are removed from his state of blissful calm. I feel infinitely depressed and discouraged. I feel that not only will I not be hailed as a prophet in my own country, but that the age will have nothing to do with my scheme. It may be thought by many that there is something like treason in thus enrolling oneself under the banner of the jellyfish. Egypt, Assyria, Greece, Carthage, and Rome have gone back from knowledge, and even the jellyfish does not flourish on their sites. But is the condition of their sites the worse for lacking the jellyfish? Perhaps the silence and desolation and dim night are better in those places than the blare of trumpets and the tramp of man. So far as we know, man is the only being capable of doing evil or offending heaven. His absence may by nature be considered very good company. Whatever part of earth he can handle and move, he has turned topsy-turvy. One day earth will turn on him and wipe him out altogether. For me and my great scheme for the book there is no hope. Man has always been accounted a poor creature when judged by a fellow man whom he does not appreciate. How can I be expected to go on taking an interest in man when not the most credulous or the most crafty publisher in London will as much as look at my guide to ignorance? I feel that my life is wasted and that my functions have been usurped by the school board. I cool the air with sighs for the days when a philosopher might teach his disciples in the porch or the grove. I feel as if I could anticipate earth and turn on man. But some of the genial good nature of the jellyfish still lingers in my veins. I will not finally desert man until man has finally deserted me. I had by me a few scattered essays in the style of the book I projected in vain. If in them the reader has not found ample proof of my fitness to inculcate the philosophy of ignorance, I shall abandon man to his fate. I have relieved my mind of some of its teeming store of vacuity. I can scarcely hope I have added to the reader's hoard. But it would be consoling to fancy that upon laying down this book the reader's mind will, if possible, be still more empty than when he took it up. End of A Guide to Ignorance by Richard Dowling. Read by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. The Honor of Your Country, from If I May, by A. A. Milne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by S.K. Edison, New Jersey. The Honor of Your Country. We were resting after the first battle of the Somme. Naturally, all the talk in the mess was of after the war. Ours was the HQ mess, and I was the only subaltern. The youngest of us was well over 30. With a gravity befitting our years, and, except for myself, our rank, we discussed not only restaurants and reviews, but also reconstruction. The colonel's idea of reconstruction included a large army of conscripts. He did not call them conscripts. The fact that he had chosen to be a soldier himself, out of all the professions open to him, made it difficult for him to understand why a million others should not do the same without compulsion. At any rate, we must have the men. The one thing the war had taught us was that we must have a real continental army. I asked why. Theirs not to reason why on parade, but in the HQ mess on active service the colonel is a fellow human being. So I asked him why we wanted a large army after the war. For the moment he was at a loss. Of course, he might have said Germany, had it not been decided already that there would be no Germany after the war. He did not like to say France, seeing that we were even then enjoying the hospitality of the most delightful French villages. So, after a little hesitation, he said Spain. At least he put it like this. Of course, we must have an army, a large army. But why? I said again. How else can you defend the honor of your country? The navy? The navy? Pooh! The navy isn't a weapon of attack. It's a weapon of defense. But you said defend. Attack, put in the major oracularly, is the best defense. Exactly. I hinted at the possibilities of blockade. The colonel was scornful. Sitting down under an insult for months and months, he called it, until you starved the enemy into surrender. He wanted something much more picturesque, more immediately effective than that. Something presumably more like the Somme. But give me an example, I said, of what you mean by insults and honor. Whereupon he gave me this extraordinary example of the need for a large army. Well, supposing, he said, that 50 English women in Madrid were suddenly murdered, what would you do? I thought for a moment, and then said that I should probably decide not to take my wife to Madrid until things had settled down a bit. I'm supposing that you are Prime Minister, said the Colonel, a little annoyed. What is England going to do? Ah, well, one might do nothing. After all, what is one to do? One can't restore them to life. The colonel, the major, even the adjutant expressed his contempt for such a cowardly policy. So I tried again. Well, I said, I might decide to murder 50 Spanish women in London, just to even things up. The adjutant laughed, but the colonel was taking it too seriously for that. Do you mean it? He asked. Well, what would you do, sir? Land an army in Spain, he said promptly, and show them what it meant to treat English women like that. I see. They would resist, of course. No doubt. Yes, but equally without doubt we should win in the end. Certainly. and so re-establish England's honor? Quite so. I see. Well, sir, I really think my way is the better. To avenge the 50 murdered English women, you're going to kill, say, 100,000 Spaniards who have had no connection with the murders, and 50,000 Englishmen who are even less concerned. Indirectly also, you will cause the death of hundreds of guiltless Spanish women and children, besides destroying the happiness of thousands of English wives and mothers. Surely my way of murdering only 50 innocents is just as effective and much more humane. That's nonsense, said the colonel shortly. And the other is war. We were silent for a little, and then the colonel poured himself out a whisky. All the same, he said, as he went back to his seat, you haven't answered my question. What was that, sir? What you would do in the case I mentioned. Seriously. Oh, well, I stick to my first answer. I would do nothing, except, of course, ask for an explanation and an apology, if you can apologize for that sort of thing. And if they were refused, have no more official relations with Spain. That's all you would do? Yes. And you think that that is consistent with the honor of a great nation like England? Perfectly. Oh, well, I don't. An indignant silence followed. May I ask you a question now, sir? I said at last. Well, suppose this time England begins. Suppose we murder all the Spanish women in London first. What are you going to do as Spanish Premier? I don't quite. Are you going to order the Spanish fleet to sail for the mouth of the Thames and hurl itself upon the British fleet? Of course not. She is no fleet. Then do you agree with the Spanish colonel who goes about saying that Spain's honor will never be safe until she has a fleet as big as England's? That's ridiculous. They couldn't possibly. Then what could Spain do in the circumstances? Well, she could protest. And would that be consistent with the honor of a small nation like Spain? In the circumstances, said the colonel unwillingly, yes. So that what it comes to is this. Honor only demands that you should attack the other man if you are much bigger than he is. When a man insults my wife, I look him carefully over. If he is a stone heavier than I, then I satisfy my honor by a mild protest. But if he only has one leg and is 3 stones lighter, honor demands that I should jump on him. We are talking of nations, said the colonel gruffly, not of men. It's a question of prestige. Which would be increased by a victory over Spain? The major began to get nervous. After all, I was only a subaltern. He tried to cool the atmosphere a little. I don't know why poor old Spain should be dragged into it like this, he said with a laugh. I had a very jolly time in Madrid years ago. Oh, I only gave Spain as an example, said the colonel casually. It might just as well have been Switzerland, I suggested. There was silence for a little. Talking of Switzerland, I said as I knocked out my pipe. Oh, go on, said the colonel with a good-humoured shrug. I brought this on myself. Well, sir, what I was wondering was, what would happen to the honor of England if 50 English women were murdered at Interlaken? The colonel was silent. However large an army we had, I went on, the colonel struck a match. It's a funny thing, honor, I said, and prestige. The colonel pulled at his pipe. Just fancy, I murmured. The Swiss can do what they like to British subjects in Switzerland, and we can't get at them. Yet England's honor does not suffer, the world is no worse a place to live in, and one can spend quite a safe holiday at Interlaken. I remember being there in '94, began the major hastily. End of The Honor of Your Country. Read by S.K. Edison, New Jersey.
Inoculation for the Smallpox by Lady Mary Wortley Montagu. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inoculation for the Smallpox. Footnote: Letter to Sarah Criswell, dated Adrianople, Turkey, April 1, Old Style, 1717. To Lady Mary is usually accorded chief credit for the introduction of inoculation into Western Europe. End footnote. Apropos of distempers, I am going to tell you a thing that will make you wish yourself here. The smallpox, so fatal and so general amongst us, is here entirely harmless, by the invention of engrafting, which is the term they give it. There is a set of old women who make it their business to perform the operation every autumn, in the month of September, when the great heat is abated. People send to one another to know if any of their family has a mind to have the smallpox. They make parties for this purpose, and when they are met, commonly 15 or 16 together, the old woman comes with a nutshell full of the matter of the best sort of smallpox, and asks what vein you please to have opened. She immediately rips open that you offer with a large needle, which gives you no more pain than a common scratch, and puts into the vein as much matter as can lie upon the head of her needle, and after that binds up the little wound with a hollow bit of shell, and in this manner opens 4 or 5 veins. The Grecians have commonly the superstition of opening one in the middle of the forehead, one in each arm, and one in the breast, to mark the sign of the cross, but this has a very ill effect, all these wounds leaving little scars, and is not done by those that are not superstitious, who choose to have them in the legs, or that part of the arm that is concealed. The children or young patients play together all the rest of the day, and are in perfect health to the 8th. Then the fever begins to seize them, and they keep their beds 2 days, very seldom 3. They have very rarely above 20 or 30 spots on their faces, which never mark, and in 8 days' time they are as well as before their illness. Where they are wounded, there remain running sores during the distemper, which I don't doubt is a great relief to it. Every year thousands undergo this operation, and the French ambassador says pleasantly that they take the smallpox here by way of diversion, as they take the waters in other countries. There is no example of any one that has died in it, and you may believe that I am well satisfied of the safety of this experiment, since I intend to try it on my dear little son. I am patriot enough to take pains to bring this useful invention into fashion in England, and I should not fail to write to some of our doctors very particularly about it, if I knew any one of them that I thought had virtue enough to destroy such a considerable branch of their revenue for the good of mankind. But that distemper is too beneficial to them, not to expose to all their resentment the hardy wight that should undertake to put an end to it. Perhaps, if I live to return, I may, however, have courage to war with them. Upon this occasion, admire the heroism in the heart of your friend, etc., etc. End of Inoculation for the Smallpox, by Lady Mary Wortley Montagu.
Letter from Thomas Jefferson to James Madison, in which he discusses the extreme poverty and great divide between rich and poor that he witnesses in France, and offers possible remedies, including a progressive tax and changes in inheritance laws. Written from Fontainebleau, France, October 28, 1785. Dear Sir, 7 o'clock, and retired to my fireside, I have determined to enter into conversation with you. This is a village of about 5,000 inhabitants when the court is not here, and 20,000 when they are, occupying a valley through which runs a brook, and on each side of it a ridge of small mountains, most of which are naked rock. The king comes here in the fall always to hunt. His court attend him, as do also the foreign diplomatic corps. But as this is not indispensably required, and my finances do not admit the expense of a continued residence here, I propose to come occasionally to attend the king's levees, returning again to Paris, distant 40 miles. This being the first trip, I set out yesterday morning to take a view of the place. For this purpose I shaped my course towards the highest of the mountains in sight, to the top of which was about a league. As soon as I had got clear of the town, I fell in with a poor woman, walking at the same rate with myself, and going the same course. Wishing to know the condition of the laboring poor, I entered into conversation with her, which I began by inquiries for the path which would lead me into the mountain, and thence proceeded to inquiries into her vocation, condition, and circumstance. She told me she was a day laborer, at 8 sous, or 4d. sterling a day, that she had 2 children to maintain, and to pay rent of 30 livres for her house, which would consume the hire of 75 days, that often she could get no employment, and of course was without bread. As we had walked together near a mile, and she had so far served me as a guide, I gave her, on parting, 24 sous. She burst into tears of gratitude, which I could perceive was unfeigned, because she was unable to utter a word. She had probably never before received so great an aid. This little attendrissement, with the solitude of my walk, led me into a train of reflections on that unequal division of property which occasions the numberless instances of wretchedness which I had observed in this country, and is to be observed all over Europe. The property of this country is absolutely concentrated in a very few hands, having revenues of from 500,000 of guineas a year downwards. These employ the flower of the country as servants, some of them having as many as 200 domestics, not laboring. They employ also a great number of manufacturers and tradesmen, and lastly the class of laboring husbandmen. But after all these comes the most numerous of all the classes, that is, the poor, who cannot find work. I ask myself, what could be the reason that so many should be permitted to beg who are willing to work, in a country where there is a very considerable proportion of uncultivated lands? These lands are kept idle mostly for the sake of game. It should seem, then, that it must be because of the enormous wealth of the proprietors, which places them above attention to the increase of their revenues by permitting these lands to be labored. I am conscious that an equal division of property is impracticable, but the consequences of this enormous inequality producing so much misery to the bulk of mankind, legislators cannot invent too many devices for subdividing property, only taking care to let their subdivisions go hand in hand with the natural affections of the human mind. The descent of property of every kind, therefore, to all the children, or to all the brothers and sisters, or other relations in equal degree, is a politic measure, and a practicable one. Another means of silently lessening the inequality of property is to exempt all from taxation below a certain point, and to tax the higher portions of property in geometrical progression as they rise. Whenever there is, in any country, uncultivated lands and unemployed poor, it is clear that the laws of property have been so far extended as to violate natural right. The earth is given as a common stock for man to labor and live on. If, for the encouragement of industry, we allow it to be appropriated, we must take care that other employment be furnished to those excluded from the appropriation. If we do not, the fundamental right to labor the earth returns to the unemployed. It is too soon yet in our country to say that every man who cannot find employment, but who can find uncultivated land, shall be at liberty to cultivate it, paying a moderate rent. But it is not too soon to provide by every possible means that as few as possible shall be without a little portion of land. The small landowners are the most precious part of a state. The next object which struck my attention in my walk was the deer with which the wood abounded. They were of a kind called cerfs, and are certainly of the same species as ours. They are blackish indeed under the belly, and not white as ours, and they are more of a chestnut red. But these are such small differences as would be sure to happen in two races from the same stock, breeding separately a number of ages. Their hairs are totally different from the animal we call by that name, but their rabbit is almost exactly like him. The only difference is in their manners, the land on which I walked for some time being absolutely reduced to a honeycomb by their burrowing. I think there is no instance of ours burrowing. After descending the hill again, I saw a man cutting fern. I went to him under the pretense of asking the shortest road to the town, and afterwards asked for what use he was cutting fern. He told me that this part of the country furnished a great deal of fruit to Paris, that when packed in straw it acquired an ill taste, but that dry fern preserved it perfectly without communicating any ill taste. I treasured this observation for the preservation of my apples on my return to my own country. They have no apple here to compare with our Newton pipping. They have nothing which deserves the name of a peach, there being not sun enough to ripen the plum peach, and the best of their soft peaches being like our autumn peaches. Their cherries and strawberries are fair, but I think less flavored. Their plums, I think, are better, so also the gooseberries, and the pears infinitely beyond anything we possess. They have no grape better than our Sweetwater, but they have a succession of as good from very early in the summer till frost. I am tomorrow to go to Mr. Malsherby's, an uncle of the Chevalier Luzerne's, about 7 leagues from hence, who is the most curious man in France as to his trees. He is making for me a collection of the vines from which the Burgundy, Champagne, Bordeaux, Frontignac, and other of the most valuable wines of this country are made. Another gentleman is collecting for me the best eating grapes, including what we call the raisin. I propose also to endeavor to colonize their hare, rabbit, red and gray partridge, pheasants of different kinds, and some other birds. But I find that I am wandering beyond the limits of my walk, and will therefore bid you adieu. Yours affectionately, Thomas Jefferson. End of a letter from Thomas Jefferson to James Madison, 28th October, 1785. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2016.
Marconi's achievement, telegraphing across the ocean without wires, by Ray Stannard Baker, from McClure's Magazine, Volume 18, Number 4, February 1902. Note from the editor: immediately upon the announcement of Mr. Marconi's success in signaling across the Atlantic Ocean, Mr. Baker went to St. John's, Newfoundland, where he visited the inventor and the scene of his experiments, afterwards accompanying him to Nova Scotia and obtaining from him a complete and accurate account of his extraordinary achievements. McClure's Magazine printed in March 1897 the first article ever published about the young inventor, and believing in him from the first, has followed his work step by step. In June 1899 appeared a description of his successful signaling across the English Channel. The present paper is the authoritative story, obtained from the inventor himself, of his crowning triumph. The Editor. It is not at all surprising that Mr. Marconi kept his own counsel regarding his plans in coming to Newfoundland. So much hung on his success, and his project in its bare outlines was of a nature to balk human credulity. Think for a moment of sitting here on the edge of North America and listening to communications sent through space across nearly 2,000 miles of ocean from the edge of Europe. A cable, marvelous as it is, maintains a tangible and material connection between speaker and hearer. One can grasp its meaning. But here is nothing but space, a pole with a pendant wire on one side of a broad curving ocean, an uncertain kite struggling in the air on the other, and thought passing between. And the apparatus for sending and receiving these transoceanic messages costs not 1,000th part of the expense of a cable. It is true that Marconi had already convinced the world of his ability to transmit messages for short distances without wires. Yet his earlier successes seemed in no wise to prepare the public for his greater achievement. Earlier in the year he had communicated about 250 miles between stations on the British coast, but who imagined that he would suddenly attempt nearly 8 times that distance? Even famous scientists and inventors refused at first to believe that signals had actually transmitted from England to America. The project was too daring for public announcement. No one knew better what its success might mean to the world than the inventor. The entire reconstruction of the present methods of transoceanic communication, the possible rejection as waste of millions of dollars worth of the costly and cumbersome cable apparatus now in use. New possibilities opened in commerce and politics. War made more difficult. Nations brought into closer and more sympathetic relationships. In short, the very shrinkage of the earth. Supposing the inventor had heralded his plans and failed. Very quietly, therefore, on December 6, 1901, Mr. Marconi landed at St. John's with his 2 assistants, Mr. Kemp and Mr. Paget. It was understood that he would attempt communication with the transatlantic steamships as they passed back and forth 300 miles away. He set up his instruments in a low room of the old barracks on Signal Hill, which stands sentinel at the harbor mouth half a mile from the city of St. John's. So simple and easily arranged is the apparatus that in 3 days' time the inventor was prepared to begin his experiments. On Wednesday the 10th, as a preliminary test of the wind velocity, he sent up one of his kites, a huge hexagonal affair of bamboo and silk 9 feet high, built on the Baden-Powell model. The wind promptly snapped the wire and blew the kite out to sea. He then filled a 14-foot hydrogen balloon and sent it upward through a thick fog bank. Hardly had it reached the limit of its tetherings, however, when the aerial wire on which he had depended for receiving his messages fell to the earth. The balloon broke away and was never seen again. On Thursday the 12th, a day destined to be important in the annals of invention, Marconi tried another kite, and though the weather was so blustery that it required the combined strength of the inventor and his assistants to manage the tetherings, they succeeded in holding the kite at an elevation of about 400 feet. Marconi was now prepared for the crucial test. Before leaving England he had given detailed instructions to his assistants for the transmission of a certain signal, the Morse telegraphic S, represented by 3 dots, ... at a fixed time each day, beginning as soon as they received word that everything at St. John's was in readiness. This signal was to be clicked out on the transmitting instruments near Poldhu, Cornwall, the southwestern tip of England, and radiated from a number of aerial wires pendant from masts 210 feet high. If the inventor could receive on his kite wire in Newfoundland some of the electrical waves thus produced, he knew that he held the solution of the problem of transoceanic wireless telegraphy. He had cabled his assistants to begin sending the signals at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, English time, continuing until 6 o'clock, that is, from about 11:30 to 2:30 o'clock in St. John's. At noon on Thursday, December 12, 1901, Marconi sat waiting, a telephone receiver at his ear, in a room of the old barracks on Signal Hill. To him it must have been a moment of painful stress and expectation. Arranged on the table before him, all its parts within easy reach of his hand, was the delicate receiving instrument, the supreme product of years of the inventor's life, now to be submitted to a decisive test. A wire ran out through the window, thence to a pole, thence upwards to the kite, which could be seen swaying overhead. It was a bluff, raw day. At the base of the cliff 300 feet below thundered a cold sea. Oceanward, through the mist, rose dimly the rude outlines of Cape Spear, the easternmost reach of the North American continent. Beyond that rolled the unbroken ocean, nearly 2,000 miles to the coast of the British Isles. Across the harbor the city of St. John's lay on its hillside, wrapped in fog. No one had taken enough interest in the experiments to come up here through the snow to Signal Hill. Even the ubiquitous reporter was absent. In Cabot Tower, near at hand, the old signalman stood looking out to sea, watching for ships, and little dreaming of the mysterious messages coming that way from England. Standing on that bleak hill and gazing out over the waste of water to the eastward, one finds it difficult indeed to realize that this wonder could have become a reality. The faith of the inventor in his creation, in the kite wire, and in the instruments which had grown under his hand, was unshaken. "I believed from the first," he told me, "that I would be successful in getting signals across the Atlantic." Only 2 persons were present that Thursday noon in the room where the instruments were set up, Mr. Marconi and Mr. Kemp. Everything had been done that could be done. The receiving apparatus was of unusual sensitiveness, so that it would catch even the faintest evidence of the signals. A telephone receiver, which is no part of the ordinary instrument, had been supplied so that the slightest clicking of the dots might be conveyed to the inventor's ear. For nearly half an hour not a sound broke the silence of the room. Then, quite suddenly, Mr. Kemp heard the sharp click of the tapper as it struck against the coherer. This, of course, was not the signal, yet it was an indication that something was coming. The inventor's face showed no evidence of excitement. Presently he said, "See if you can hear anything, Mr. Kemp." Mr. Kemp took the receiver, and a moment later, faintly and yet distinctly and unmistakably, came the 3 little clicks, the dots of the letter S, tapped out an instant before in England. At 10 minutes past 1 more signals came, and both Mr. Marconi and Mr. Kemp assured themselves again and again that there could be no mistake. During this time the kite gyrated so wildly in the air that the receiving wire was not maintained at the same height as it should have been. But again at 20 minutes after 2 other repetitions of the signal were received. Thus the problem was solved. One of the great wonders of science had been wrought. But the inventor went down the hill toward the city, now bright with lights, feeling depressed and disheartened, the rebound from the stress of the preceding days. On the following afternoon, Friday, he succeeded in getting other repetitions of the signal from England. But on Saturday, though he made an effort, he was unable to hear anything. The signals were, of course, sent continuously, but the inventor was unable to obtain continuous results, owing, as he explains, to the fluctuations of the height of the kite as it was blown about by the wind, and to the extreme delicacy of his instruments, which required constant adjustment during the experiments. Even now that he had been successful, the inventor hesitated to make his achievement public, lest it seem too extraordinary for belief. Finally, after withholding the great news for 2 days, certainly an evidence of self-restraint, he gave out a statement to the press, and on Sunday morning the world knew and doubted. On Monday it knew more and believed. Many, like Mr. Edison, awaited the inventor's signed announcement before they would credit the news. Sir Cavendish Boyle, the Governor of Newfoundland, reported at once to King Edward, and the cable company, which has exclusive rights in Newfoundland, alarmed at an achievement which threatened the very existence of its business, demanded that he desist from further experiments within its territory, truly an evidence of the belief of practical men in the future commercial importance of the invention. It is not a little significant of the increased willingness of the world, born of expanding knowledge, to accept a new scientific wonder, that Mr. Marconi's announcement should have been so eagerly and so generally believed, and that the popular imagination should have been so fired with its possibilities. One cannot but recall the struggle against doubt, prejudice, and disbelief in which the promoters of the first transatlantic cable were forced to engage. Even after the first cable was laid in 1858 and messages had actually been transmitted, there were many who denied that it had ever been successfully operated, and would hardly be convinced even by the affidavits of those concerned in the work. But in the years since then, Edison, Bell, Roentgen, and many other famous inventors and scientists have taught the world to be chary of its disbelief. Outside of this general disposition to friendliness, however, Marconi on his own part had well earned the credit of the careful and conservative scientist. His previous successes made it the more easy to credit his new achievement. For, as an Englishman, Mr. Flood Page, in defending Mr. Marconi's announcement, has pointed out, the inventor has never made any statement in public until he has been absolutely certain of the fact. He has never had to withdraw any statement that he has made as to his progress in the past. And these facts unquestionably carried great weight in convincing Mr. Edison, Mr. Graham Bell, and others of equal note of the literal truth of his report. It was astonishing how overwhelmingly credit came from every quarter of the world, from high and low alike, from inventors, scientists, statesmen, royalty. Before Marconi left St. John's he was already in receipt of a large mail, the inevitable letters of those who would offer congratulation, give advice, or ask favors. He received offers to lecture, to write articles, to visit this, that, and the other place, and all within a week after the news of his success. The people of the ancient colony of Newfoundland, famed for their hospitality, crowned him with every honor in their power. I accompanied Mr. Marconi across the island on his way to Nova Scotia, and it seemed as if every fisher and farmer in that wild country had heard of him, for when the train stopped they came crowding to look in at the window. From the comments I heard, they wondered most at the inventor's youthful appearance. Though he is only 27 years old, his experience as an inventor covers many years, for he began experimenting in wireless telegraphy before he was 20. At 21 he came to London from his Italian home and convinced the British Post Office Department that he had an important idea. At 23 he was famous the world over. The inventor is somewhat above medium height, and though of a highly strung temperament, he is deliberate in his movements. Unlike the inventor of tradition, he dresses with scrupulous neatness, and in spite of being a prodigious worker, he finds time to enjoy a limited amount of club and social life. The portrait published with this article taken at St. John's a few days after the experiments, gives a very good idea of the inventor's face, though it cannot convey the peculiar lustre of his eyes when he is interested or excited, and perhaps it makes him look older than he really is. One of the first and strongest impressions that the man conveys is that of intense nervous activity and mental absorption. He has a way of pouncing upon a knotty question as if he could not wait to solve it. He talks little, is straightforward and unassuming, submitting good-naturedly, although with evident unwillingness to being lionized. In his public addresses he has been clear and sensible. He has never written for any publication, nor has he engaged in scientific disputes, and even when violently attacked he has let his work prove his point. And he has accepted his success with calmness, almost unconcern. He certainly expected it. The only elation I saw him express was over the attack of the cable monopoly in Newfoundland, which he regarded as the greatest tribute that could have been paid his achievement. During all his life, opposition has been his keenest spur to greater effort. Though he was born and educated in Italy, his mother was of British birth, and he speaks English as perfectly as he does Italian. Indeed, his blue eyes, light hair, and fair complexion give him decidedly the appearance of an Englishman, so that a stranger meeting him for the first time would never suspect his Italian parentage. His parents are still living, spending part of their time on their estate in Italy and part of the time in London. One of the first messages conveying the news of his success at St. John's went to them. He embarked in experimental research because he loved it, and no amount of honor or money tempts him from the pursuit of the great things in electricity which he sees before him. Besides being an inventor, he is also a shrewd business man, with a clear appreciation of the value of his inventions and of their possibilities when generally introduced. What is more, he knows how to go about the task of introducing them. No sooner had Marconi announced his success than critics began to raise objections. Might not the signals which he received have been sent from some passing ship fitted with wireless telegraphy apparatus? Or might they not have been the result of electrical disturbances in the atmosphere? Or, granting his ability to communicate across seas, how could he preserve the secrecy of his messages? If they were transmitted into space, why was it not possible for anyone with a receiving instrument to take them? And was not his system of transmission too slow to make it useful, or was it not rendered uncertain by storms? And so on indefinitely. An acquaintance with some of the principles which Marconi considers fundamental, and on which his work has been based, will help to clear away these objections and give some conception of the real meaning and importance of the work at St. John's, and of the plans for the future development of the inventor's system. In the first place, Mr. Marconi makes no claim to being the first to experiment along the lines which led to wireless telegraphy, or the first to signal for short distances without wires. He is prompt with his acknowledgment to other workers in his field and to his assistants. Professor S. F. B. Morse, the inventor of telegraphy, Dr. Oliver Lodge and Sir William Preece of England, Edison, Tesla, and Professors Trowbridge and Dolbear of America, and others had experimented along these lines, but it remained for Marconi to perfect a system and put it into practical working order. He took the coherer of Branly and Calcecchi, the oscillator of Righi. he used the discoveries of Henry and Hertz, but his creation, like that of the poet who gathers the words of men in a perfect lyric, was none the less brilliant and original. In its bare outlines, Marconi's system of telegraphy consists in setting in motion, by means of his transmitter, certain electric waves, which, passing through the ether, are received on a distant wire suspended from a kite or mast, and registered on his receiving apparatus. The ether is a mysterious, unseen, colorless, odorless, inconceivably rarefied something which is supposed to fill all space. It has been compared to a jelly in which the stars and planets are set like cherries. About all we know of it is that it has waves, that the jelly may be made to vibrate in various ways. Etheric vibrations of certain kinds give light, other kinds give heat, others electricity. Experiments have shown that if the ether vibrates at the inconceivable swiftness of 400 billions of waves a second, we see the color red. If twice as fast, we see violet. If more slowly, perhaps 230 millions to the second and less, we have the Hertz waves used by Marconi in his wireless telegraphy experiments. Ether waves should not be confounded with air waves. Sound is a result of the vibration of the air. If we had ether and no air, we should still see light, feel heat, and have electrical phenomena, but no sounds would ever come to our ears. Air is sluggish besides ether, and sound waves are very slow compared with ether waves. During a storm the ether brings the flash of the lightning before the air brings the sound of thunder, as everyone knows. Electricity is indeed only another name for certain vibrations in the ether. We say that electricity flows in a wire, but nothing really passes except an etheric wave, for the atoms composing the wire, as well as the air and the earth and even the hardest substances, are all afloat in ether. Vibrations, therefore, started at one end of the wire travel to the other. Throw a stone into a quiet pond. Instantly waves are formed which spread out in every direction. The water does not move except up and down, yet the wave passes onward indefinitely. Electric waves cannot be seen, but electricians have learned how to incite them, to a certain extent how to control them, and have devised cunning instruments which register their presence. Electrical waves have long been harnessed by the use of wires for sending communications. In other words, we have had wire telegraphy, but the ether exists outside of the wire as well as within. Therefore, having the ether everywhere, it must be possible to produce waves in it which will pass anywhere, as well through mountains as over seas. And if these waves can be controlled, they will evidently convey messages as easily and as certainly as the ether within wires. So argued Mr. Marconi. The difficulty lay in making an instrument which would produce a peculiar kind of wave, and in receiving and registering this wave in a second apparatus located at a distance from the first. It was therefore a practical, mechanical problem which Marconi had to meet. Beginning with crude tin boxes set up on poles on the grounds of his father's estate in Italy, he finally devised an apparatus from which a current, generated by a battery and passing in brilliant sparks between two brass balls, was radiated from a wire suspended on a tall pole. By shutting off and turning on this peculiar current by means of a device similar to the familiar telegrapher's key, the waves could be so divided as to represent dashes and dots and spell out letters in the Morse alphabet. This was the transmitter. It was indeed simple enough to start these waves traveling through space, to jar the etheric jelly, so to speak, but it was far more difficult to devise an apparatus to receive and register them. For this purpose Marconi adopted a device invented by an Italian, Calsecchi, and improved by a Frenchman, M. Branly, called the coherer, the very crux of the system without which there could be no wireless telegraphy. This coherer, which he greatly improved, is merely a little tube of glass as big around as a lead pencil and perhaps 2 inches long. It is plugged at each end with silver, the plugs nearly meeting within the tube. The narrow space between them is filled with finely powdered fragments of nickel and silver, which possess the strange property of being alternately very good and very bad conductors of electrical waves. The waves, which come from the transmitter, perhaps 2,000 miles away, are received on a suspended kite wire, exactly similar to the wire used in the transmitter, but they are so weak that they could not of themselves operate an ordinary telegraph instrument. They do, however, possess strength enough to draw the little particles of silver and nickel in the coherer together in a continuous metal path. In other words, they make these particles cohere, and the moment they cohere they become a good conductor for electricity, and a current from a battery near at hand rushes through, operates the Morse instrument, and causes it to print a dot or a dash. Then a little tapper, actuated by the same current, strikes against the coherer. The particles of metal are jarred apart or decohered, becoming instantly a poor conductor, and thus stopping the strong current from the home battery. Another wave comes through space, down the suspended kite wire, into the coherer, there drawing the particles again together, and another dot or dash is printed. All these processes are continued rapidly until a complete message is ticked out on the tape. Thus Mr. Kemp knew when he heard the tapper strike the coherer that a signal was coming, though he could not hear the click of the receiver itself. And this is in bare outline Mr. Marconi's invention. This is the combination of devices which has made wireless telegraphy possible, the invention on which he has taken out 132 patents in every civilized country of the world. Of course his instruments contain much of intricate detail, of marvelously ingenious adaptation to the needs of the work, but these are interesting chiefly to expert technicians. In his actual transoceanic experiments of last December, Mr. Marconi's transmitting station in England was fitted with 20 masts 210 feet high, each with its suspended wire, though not all of them were used. A current of electricity sufficient to operate some 300 incandescent lamps was used, the resulting spark being so brilliant that one could not have looked at it with the unshaded eye. The wave which was thus generated had a length of about 1/5 of a mile, and the rate of vibration was about 800,000 to the second. Following the analogy of the stone cast in the pond with the ripples circling outward, these waves spread from the suspended wires in England in every direction, not only westward toward the cliff where Marconi was flying his kite, but eastward, northward, and southward, so that if some of Mr. Marconi's assistants had been flying kites, say on the shore of Africa or South America or in St. Petersburg, they might possibly, with a corresponding receiver, have heard the identical signals at the same instant. In his early experiments Marconi believed that great distances could not be obtained without very high masts and long suspended wires. The greater the distance the taller the mast, on the theory that the waves were hindered by the curvature of the earth. But his later theory, substantiated by his Newfoundland experiments, is that the waves somehow follow around the earth, conforming to its curve, and the next station he establishes in America will not be set high on a cliff as at St. John's, but down close to the water on level land. His Newfoundland experiments have also convinced him that one of the secrets of successful long-distance transmission is the use of a more powerful current in his transmitter, and this he will test in his next trials between the continents. And now we come to the most important part of Mr. Marconi's work, the part least known even to science, and the field of almost illimitable future development. This is the system of tuning, as the inventor calls it, the construction of a certain receiver so that it will respond only to the message sent by a certain transmitter. When Marconi's discoveries were first announced in 1896, there existed no method of tuning, though the inventor had its necessity clearly in mind. Accordingly, the public inquired, "How are you going to keep your messages secret? Supposing a warship wishes to communicate with another of the fleet, what is to prevent the enemy from reading your message? How are private business dispatches to be secured against publicity?" Here indeed was a problem. Without secrecy, no system of wireless telegraphy could ever reach great commercial importance, or compete with the present cable communication. The inventor first tried using a parabolic copper reflector, by means of which he could radiate the electric waves exactly as light, which, it will be borne in mind, is only another kind of etheric wave, is reflected by a mirror. This reflector could be faced in any desired direction, and only a receiver located in that direction would respond to the message. But there were grave objections to the reflector. An enemy might still creep in between the sending and receiving stations, and moreover it was found that the curvature of the earth interfered with the transmission of reflected messages, thereby limiting their usefulness to short distances. In passing, however, it may be interesting to note one extraordinary use for this reflecting system which the inventor now has in mind. This is in connection with lighthouse work. Ships are to be provided with reflecting instruments which in dense fog or storms can be used exactly as a searchlight is now employed on a dark night to discover the location of the lighthouses or lightships. For instance, the lighthouse, say on some rocky point on the New England coast, would continually radiate a warning from its suspended wire. These waves pass as readily through fog and darkness and storm as in daylight. A ship out at sea, hidden in fog, has lost its bearings. The sound of the warning horn, if warning there is, seems to come first from one direction, then from another, as sounds do in a fog, luring the ship to destruction. If now the mariner is provided with a wireless reflector, this instrument can be slowly turned until it receives the lighthouse warning, the captain thus learning his exact location. If in distress, he can even communicate with the lighthouse. Think also what an advantage such an equipment would be to vessels entering a dangerous harbor in thick weather. This is one of the developments of the near future. The reflector system being impracticable for long-distance work, Mr. Marconi experimented with tuning. He so constructed a receiver that it responds only to a certain transmitter. That is, if the transmitter is radiating 800,000 vibrations a second, the corresponding receiver will take only 800,000 vibrations. In exactly the same way, a familiar tuning fork will respond only to another tuning fork having exactly the same tune, or number of vibrations per second. And Mr. Marconi has now succeeded in bringing this tuning system to some degree of perfection, though very much work yet remains to be done. For instance, in one of his English experiments at Poole in England, he had two receivers connected with the same wire, and tuned to different transmitters located at St. Catherine's Point. Two messages were sent, one in English and one in French. Both were received at the same time on the same wire at Poole, but one receiver rolled off its message in English, the other in French, without the least interference. And so, when critics suggested that the inventor may have been deceived at St. John's by messages transmitted from ocean liners, he was able to respond promptly, "Impossible. My instrument was tuned to receive only from my station in Cornwall." Indeed, the only wireless telegraph apparatus that could possibly have been within hundreds of miles of Newfoundland would be one of the Marconi fitted steamers, and the call of a steamer is not the letter S, but U. The importance of the new system of tuning can hardly be overestimated. By it all the ships of a fleet can be provided with instruments tuned alike, so that they may communicate freely with one another and have no fear that the enemy will read the messages. The spy of the future must be an electrical expert who can slip in somehow and steal the secret of the enemy's tunes. Great telegraph companies will each have its own tuned instruments to receive only its own messages, and there may be special tunes for each of the important governments of the world. Or perhaps, for the system can be operated very cheaply, the time will even come when the great banking and business houses, or even families and friends, will each have its own wireless system with its own secret tune. Having variations of millions of different vibrations, there will be no lack of tunes. For instance, the British Navy may be tuned to receive only messages of 700,000 vibrations to the second, the German Navy 1,500,000, the United States government 1,000,000, and so on indefinitely. Tuning also makes multiplex wireless telegraphy a possibility. That is, many messages may be sent or received on the same suspended wire. Supposing, for instance, the operator was sending a hurry press dispatch to a newspaper. He has two transmitters, tuned differently, connected with his wire. He cuts the dispatch in two, sends the first half on one transmitter and the second on the other, thereby reducing by half the time of transmission. A sort of impression prevails that wireless telegraphy is still largely in the uncertain experimental stage, but as a matter of fact it has long since passed from the laboratory to a wide commercial use. Its development since Mr. Marconi's first paper was read in 1896, and especially since the first message was sent from England to France across the Channel in March 1899, has been astonishingly rapid. Most of the ships of the great navies of Europe and all the important ocean liners are now fitted with the wireless instruments. The system has been recently adopted by the Lloyd's of England, the greatest of shipping exchanges. It is being used on many lightships, and the New York Herald receives daily reports from vessels at sea, communicated from a ship station off Nantucket. Were there space to be spared, many incidents might be told showing in what curious and wonderful ways the use of the wireless instruments has saved life and property, to say nothing of facilitating business. though it is not generally known, messages are now received in England at the rate of 12 cents a word for transmission to vessels that have already sailed from port. The inventor informed me that his company was now actually doing a profitable business on a commercial basis, though all profits are expended as fast as earned in new experiments. Mr. Marconi, indeed, since his experiments in Newfoundland have been successful, assured me that the time when messages would be regularly flashing between Europe and America was much nearer than most people realized. It will be a matter of months rather than of years, he said. And indeed, the simplicity and ease of installation of his apparatus would certainly argue a speedy accomplishment of that end. He informed me that he would be able to build and equip stations on both sides of the Atlantic for less than $150,000, the subsequent charge for maintenance being very small. A cable across the Atlantic costs between $3 and $4 million, and it is a constant source of expenditure for repairs. The inventor will be able to transmit with single instruments about 20 words a minute, and at a cost ridiculously small compared with the present cable tolls. He said in a speech delivered at a dinner given him by the governor at St. John's that messages which now go by cable at 25 cents a word might be sent profitably at a cent a word or less, which is even much cheaper than the very cheapest present rates in America for messages by land wires. It is estimated that about $400 million is invested in cable systems in various parts of the world. If Marconi succeeds as he hopes to succeed, much of the vast network of wires at the bottom of the world's oceans, represented by this investment, will lose its usefulness. It is now the inventor's purpose to push the work of installation between the continents as rapidly as possible, and no one need be surprised if the year 1902 sees his system in practical commercial operation. Along with this transatlantic work, he intends to extend his system of transmission between ships at sea and the ports on land, with a view to enabling the shore stations to maintain constant communication with vessels all the way across the Atlantic. If he succeeds in doing this, there will at last be no escape for the weary from the daily news of the world, so long one of the advantages of an ocean voyage. For every morning each ship, though in mid-ocean, will get its bulletin of news, the ship's printing press will strike it off, and it will be served hot with the coffee. Yet think what such a system will mean to ships in distress, and how often it will relieve the anxiety of friends awaiting the delayed voyager. Mr. Marconi's faith in his invention is boundless. He told me that one of the projects which he hoped soon to attempt was to communicate between England and New Zealand. If the electric waves follow the curvature of the earth, as the Newfoundland experiments indicate, he sees no reason why he should not send signals 6,000 or 10,000 miles as easily as 2,000. Then there is the whole question of the use of wireless telegraphy on land, a subject hardly studied, though messages have already been sent upward of 60 miles over land. The new system will certainly prove an important adjunct on land in wartime, for it will enable generals to signal, as they have done in South Africa, over comparatively long distances in fog and storm, and over stretches where it might be impossible for the telegraph corps to string wires or for couriers to pass on account of the presence of the enemy. End of Marconi's achievement, Telegraphing Across the Ocean Without Wires by Ray Stannard Baker from McClure's Magazine, Volume 18, Number 4, February 1902. Read by Sue Anderson.
A Matchless Panorama, The View from Braddock Heights by T.C. Harbaugh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was Daniel Webster who said years ago, in the days of the old stagecoaches, that in all his travels he had never seen a panorama of natural beauty like that which is unrolled to the eye from Braddock Heights. If it was grand then, how much grander is it today, since history has added to its fame so much that is enduring? I have stood upon the rocky crest of Lookout Mountain, 2,000 feet above the silvery Tennessee, with 3 great battlefields in view, and gazed into 7 prosperous states of the American Union. You look in 3 directions, the wooded backbone of the mountain cutting off one side, whilst from Braddock the whole landscape stands revealed. The brush of the greatest of the world's artists cannot give one an adequate idea of Braddock's scenery. From an historical point of view, there is nothing like it in the United States. In fact, it fills more than one glowing chapter of the nation's history, and peoples, as it were, the present with the mighty men of the past. It is a short glance that reveals the famous spring at the foot of the mountain, where more than a century and a half ago the red-coated braggart halted on his way down among the forests of the Alleghanies. One can almost see the scarlet coats where the old turnpike now runs, and single out the young Virginian who afterward became our first president. It was in Frederick that Washington and Franklin first met and formed a friendship that lasted until death. The whole scope of western Maryland is a historical field, and much of it is visible from the Catoctin crest. To the observer looking west, the knob of South Mountain stands out in grand relief. On the wooded slopes of this lordly monarch of the Blue Ridge, McClellan and Lee measured blades in the battle autumn of 1862. The gorges were filled with dead and dying men, till the very ghosts of the Old South were driven in terror to their caverns. Run the eye further on, and the gap at Harper's Ferry becomes visible, a spot made memorable by John Brown's fiasco and subsequent events of the Civil War. Between Braddock and the Gap lies Crampton's Pass, where blue met gray in battle, and near which is Gapland, the picturesque home of George Alfred Townsend, the greatest of correspondents. Then it is a short call to Turner's Gap, made memorable by the war, now occupied by the famous South Mountain House, the beautiful summer home of Mrs. Pierce, the daughter of the gifted authoress, Mrs. Admiral Dahlgren. A little farther north is Mount Tabor, also connected with that sanguinary struggle. Down yonder, like a silvery serpent creeping through the valley, flows Catoctin, murmuring its song as it sweeps along through daisied fields beneath a turquoise sky. Catoctin, dear to the boyhood and girlhood of every inhabitant of Middletown Valley. Yonder gleam the spires of Jefferson, and there are Myersville and the cozy homes of Broad Run. Over there again are Walkersville, Woodsboro, and Buckystown, the latter famous as the home of the Buckingham Industrial School. And away off there, within the eye sweep from Braddock, is Pleasant Valley, swarming once with men in gray within the bloody scope of battle. You can read so much history from this famous point of view that you never tire, but drink in the entrancement with the zeal of the ancients who never shunned the nectarine bowl. Nor is this all. Almost at the foot of old Braddock, nestling like a pearl in its valley bed, lies Middletown, rich in historic happenings. More famous men have passed down its streets than any other town can boast of. Washington to undying glory amid the forests of the Monongahela, Hayes and McKinley to the presidency via the pathway of battle-crowned South Mountain. Over the old turnpike beneath you, the rattling stages in the days of old carried Henry Clay to Washington, and Black Hawk showed his feathers in front of the Valley Hotel. We turn once more, and far against the horizon's rim, yet distinctly visible, is seen the depression where lies the field of Gettysburg. But nearer still is High Knob, the loftiest peak in the valley, and White Rock, around which cluster Indian legends of rare beauty and awesome weirdness. Turn once more a trifle, and Frederick, with its shining spires, greets the eye. Over there the Monocacy, slipping past the hills where Lew Wallace saved the national capital, is followed by trees that mark its course. There is history, where its silver ripples flash in the sun. One cannot look down upon Frederick from Braddock Heights without recalling its past. There was first opposed the obnoxious Stamp Act. From the day when her young men went forth to join the famous Maryland line under the eye of Washington to the present, she has occupied no unimportant part in history. While we gaze down upon her glittering spires, we recall Key, who gave us the Star-Spangled Banner, and who sleeps at Frederick. We see once more the armies that march through her streets to South Mountain and Antietam. We almost see the wild honeysuckles that cluster over Barbara Frietchie's grave, and hear the booming guns of the Monocacy. Look around once more. You cannot count the spires outlined against the circling mountains, and away off yonder rise the peaks of Otter, wreathed with the legends of early Virginia. All this from Braddock Heights. One may ascend the pinnacles that tower above Yellowstone Park, or stand above the awesomeness of Niagara, and not see so much. It is Braddock who, with pointing hand, reveals to one the book Nature, rich in history and legend. There is no other spot like it in all the land. Men climb to the summit of Jungfrau to gaze upon a waste of ice and snow that tells them nothing. The Alps and the Apennines present bare nature with no valiant deeds. Theirs is a panorama of vastness and nothing more. But the view from Braddock recalls much of the glorious past of our country, its beauty, its stirring events, its great men and women. Look where you will, the scene is as fair as the garden of the Lord, one grand, inspiring paradise that makes man better, and doubly proud that he is an American. End of A Matchless Panorama, The View from Braddock Heights, by T.C. Harbaugh. Read by Jan McGillivray.
Meteoric Astronomy by Fiammetta Wilson and A. Grace Cook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Meteoric Astronomy. Footnote. This appeal was read by Mrs. Wilson at the January meeting of the Royal Astronomical Society. See Observatory, February 1918, page 80. The Editors. End footnote. There is an urgent need of more observers in this branch of astronomy. Enthusiastic help is wanted to form a system of sky patrol as effective and continuous as that practiced by our anti-aircraft. Meteoric work is admittedly difficult and complicated, but the degree of precision to be attained by a capable observer after suitable experience is astonishing. He requires no expensive instrument or equipment, and the results of his observations of meteors and of the behavior of meteor streams may be of supreme use in helping to solve some of the many mysteries affecting other branches of astronomy. The study of meteors is a modern one, and the observer who will vigilantly watch the heavens has the prospect of increasing astronomical knowledge in a far wider way than has yet been realized. With more observers, important data could be acquired, for most valuable discoveries undoubtedly remain to be effected. Already we know that vast and frequent changes are operating to bring new showers into play and to change, if not to withdraw entirely, old ones. Planetary attraction is constantly inducing variation among this class of bodies, so that certain showers and some comparatively modern ones suddenly acquire brilliancy and abundance by periodic returns made only at long, or tolerably long, intervals. Additional practical attention is required to examine into the peculiarities of the radiant points of meteors. Many more cometary and meteoric associations are probably to be discovered, for there are numbers of tolerably rich showers which escape notice every year owing to lack of observers. The rich shower of Andromedes in 1914 November was detected by one person only in the British Isles, while the cometary shower of June 28, 1916, was inadequately witnessed by merely 1 or 2 observers. Every year there are consumed in the Earth's atmosphere several millions of fireballs, equal to or exceeding Venus in apparent magnitude, yet only 20 or 30 of these are well observed and their real paths computed. Our great deficiency in observers scattered over various regions of the Earth's surface is responsible for the fact that we are able simply to gather a very few specimens of the great numbers of meteors that are annually consumed in our atmosphere. We also want mathematicians to help to resolve the problems presented. It is so easy to be wise after the event. Half a century ago, in 1866, a wave of enthusiasm passed over the astronomical world, caused by the splendid shower of Leonids, and afterwards heightened by the discovery of the connection between comets and meteors. Public expectation was aroused in 1897 and 1898 in regard to the returns of Leonid activity in 1899 to 1900, or both years, but it was not till 1899, at the last minute, as it were, that calculations were made, proving that the disturbances set up by the major planets had so far affected the meteoric group of 1866 that it would probably be invisible. This indeed proved to be the case, for the group had been drawn away from the Earth's orbit. Also, it might have been pointed out that in June 1916 there would probably be an interesting display from Pons-Winneke's comet, due to the circumstance that the comet had been approaching much nearer the Earth's path since 1875, a fact which is well known. No one, however, warned observers, and so the spectacle came unawares, and, as a consequence, was very slenderly observed. Computers of comets' orbits might give valuable aid by publishing a list of the radiant points and dates of meteor showers in all cases where the orbits of Earth and comet approached to within, say, 10 millions of miles. Besides the importance of the study of meteors on other aspects of astronomy, it also has a valuable connection with meteorology in giving us a clue to the height of our atmosphere, and drifting meteor streaks have shown that currents with hurricane velocity sweep along in the upper strata of the air. Meteors may be studied in respect to their chemical composition by means of the spectroscope when they are luminous, or after their descent as stone or compound masses when laboratory experiments are capable of analyzing their composition. In America, meteoric observers are making earnest efforts, and we feel it is a serious loss to science to have the sky unpatrolled wherever the Union Jack is flying. We need at least 60 watchers in the United Kingdom so that regular work can be carried out each night. We would earnestly appeal to the astronomical world of England and her colonies to start a big imperial cooperation which after the war will be able to have abundant international success. Watches should be kept every clear night, all the night through, by a relay of observers, for, during the winter, watch is so often discontinued at 12 o'clock, so that 6 or 7 hours of meteoric activity takes place each night unrecorded. A dark autumn night should yield 100 to 150 meteors, and some 10 to 15 radians might generally be determined from them, yet this is not done. In the southern hemisphere no one has ever thoroughly investigated the meteoric streams, and we are quite ignorant of the great majority of them. Observers are needed who could give regular time if possible, but short watches could be arranged. Observing stations are kept regularly at Bristol, Totteridge, Longfield, and Stowmarket. All records and communications should be sent to either of the temporary directors of the BAA Meteoric Section, who will supply forms for filling in the meteor paths, etc., and will, most willingly, give any help or direction that may at times be required. Fiametta Wilson, Chestnut Cottage, Barnet Lane, Totteridge, London, N20. A. Grace Cook, The Rookery, Stowmarket. End of Meteoric Astronomy by Fiametta Wilson and A. Grace Cook.
Of the Imagination, and how the same cometh into its exaltation, by Paracelsus, 1493 to 1541, translated by Robert Turner in 1656. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What powerful operation the imagination hath, and how the same cometh to its height and exaltation, may be seen by an example taken from experience in the time of pestilence, wherein the imagination poisoneth more than any infected air, and against which no antidote, neither of mithridate nor trickle, nor any such preservative can exhibit any help. Unless that such an imagination do pass away and be forgotten, nothing else will help. So quick and swift a runner and messenger is the imagination, that it doth not only fly out of one house into another, out of one street into another, but also most swiftly passeth from one city and country into another. For that by the imagination only of one person the pestilence may come into some whole city or country, and kill many thousands of men, as may be understood by this example. Put case. There were two brethren dearly loving one another, and one of them lives in France, and the other travels into Italy, who is taken away by the pestilence in the middle way. The news should be brought to the brother there living in France, that his brother in Italy has died of the plague. At which he being affrighted, it pierceth through his skin into his imagination, so that he cannot forget it, and it is kindled in him, and this fire doth so long reverberate and work, as it may be seen in the trial of gold and silver, which do send forth their flowers so long, until they shine bright again, which is not before they are perfectly clear and separated from the impure metals. After the same manner also the imagination striketh back, and worketh itself unto the highest degree, after there will be relucency thereof. Now it is received in a vessel in the man, as the sperm of a man is received in the matrix of the woman, whereby the conception of the woman immediately follows. So doth the pestilence go from one to another, so long till it spread over a whole city or country. It is good, therefore, to keep far off, not because of any corrupt or infected air, for it infects not the air, as some ignorant people say, but that they may not see or hear the operations of the pestilence, which may infect their minds. But those people to whom any such news is reported as before said ought not to be left alone, neither must they be suffered to muse silently with themselves, whereby the imagination may labour in their minds, but they are to be comforted, and the imagination is to be expelled from their minds, by exciting them to mirth and joy. Neither let any think that I speak this as a fable, for though it should seem to be a light business, neither is the remedy so easy for oppressed imaginations. For the imagination is, as it were, pitch, which easily cleaveth and sticketh, which being kindled is not so easily extinguished. Wherefore the only remedy to resist the pestilence in such men is to quench and expel the force of the imagination. This is one example wherein the power and operation of the imagination is declared, with the exhalations thereof. But now to speak of another example. Know that the imagination doth not only operate on men in time of pestilence, and to deprive many of their lives, but also in war. How many have perished in war with the fear of the shot, the cause of whose death hath been only their imagination, which they have had unto their death. That is, they have been so greatly overwhelmed with fear and so terrified at every shot, that they thought no otherwise but that they should be wounded with every dart. Such men are far oftener slain than those that are bold, who go courageously and without fear against their enemies. They fear no shot or wound, but have a firm faith and hope of victory beyond the other soldiers. Such are stout and true soldiers. How many towers, castles, cities, and countries have such warred against, and overcome, and vanquished the people thereof? But the other that are fearful, whether they be great or little, noble or ignoble, knights, earls, or others, do scarce deserve a halfpenny to go against an enemy, much less any wages. Wherefore it becometh him that desireth to be an old soldier, or to gain knighthood, or any honour in war, to fix and fasten his mind and imagination firmly on some most excellent stout head and leader of an army, such as Julius Caesar and many amongst the Romans have been, and by so doing, if he know how to use this imagination well, and be of a firm and constant mind, and as he if would attain to and accomplish all the heroic noble acts of such a man, he shall not only attain to be an old soldier, but shall accomplish his desires in attaining to the like honours. This hath suddenly happened to many who have followed the process of their imagination, so that they have attained to great honour and riches. End of the Imagination, and how the same cometh into its exaltation, by Paracelsus, 1493 to 1541, translated by Robert Turner in 1656. On the degrees of ascension to God, and the beholding of him through his footsteps in the universe. Excerpt from The Soul's Progress in God, by Saint Bonaventure, 1221 to 1274, translated by Thomas Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Blessed is the man whose strength is in thee, in whose heart are the highways to Zion. Passing through the valleys of weeping, they make it a place of springs. Psalm 84, 4-6. Since bliss is naught but the enjoyment of the supreme good, and the supreme good is above us, no one can become blessed unless he ascend above himself, with ascension not of the body but of the heart. But we cannot be lifted above ourselves save through the higher power lifting us up. For however much our inward steps may be ordered, nothing is done unless divine aid accompany. But divine aid accompanies those who ask it from the heart, humbly and devoutly, and this is to sigh for it in this vale of tears, which is done by fervent prayer. Prayer, therefore, is the mother and source of uprising to God. Wherefore Dionysius, in his mystic theology, wishing to instruct us in the way to attain mental transports, sets down prayer as the first step. Let us each therefore pray and say to our Lord God, lead me, O Lord, in thy way, and I will walk in thy truth. Let my heart rejoice to fear thee. Psalm 86, verse 11. In praying this prayer we are illuminated to know the steps of ascension to God. For inasmuch as in our present condition this universe of things is a stair whereby we may ascend to God, and since among these things some are his footprints, some his image, some corporeal, some spiritual, some temporal, some eternal, and hence some outside of us and some inside, in order that we may attain to the consideration of the first principle, which is altogether spiritual, eternal, and above us, we must pass through the footsteps, which are corporeal, temporal, and outside of us, and this is to be led in the way of God. John 14, verse 6. We must also enter into our own minds, which are the image of God, eternal, spiritual, and within us, and this is to enter into the truth of God. We must also rise aloft to the eternal, which is purely spiritual and above us, by looking at the first principle, and this is to rejoice in the knowledge of God and in reverence for his majesty. This, then, is the 3 days' journey in the wilderness. This is the threefold illumination of one day. The first is in the evening, the second as the morning, and the third as noonday. This has regard to the threefold existence of things, that is, in matter, in intelligence, and in the divine art. As it is written, let there be made, he made, and it was made. Genesis 1, verses 2 and 3. This also has regard to the triple substance of Christ, who is our stair, that is, the corporeal, the spiritual, and the divine. According to this triple progress, our minds have three principal outlooks. The first is toward corporeal things without, and with reference to this it is called animality or sensuality. The second is directed inward upon and into itself, and with reference to this it is called spirit. The third is directed upward above itself, and in reference to this it is called mind. With all these it must dispose itself to ascend to God, that it may love him with the whole mind, the whole heart, and the whole soul, in which consist at once perfect observance of the law and Christian wisdom. But since every one of the aforesaid modes is doubled, according as we come to consider God as Alpha and as Omega, or according as we come to see God in each of the above modes through a glass and in a glass, or because each of these considerations has to be commingled with the other that is joined to it, and also to be considered in its purity. So it is necessary that these 3 grades should rise to the number of 6. Whence as God finished the universal world in 6 days, and rested on the 7th, so the smaller world is led in the most orderly way by 6 successive grades of illumination to the rest of contemplation. Typical of this are the 6 steps leading to the throne of Solomon. 1 Kings 10, verse 19. The 6 winged seraphim which Isaiah saw. Isaiah 6, verse 2. The 6 days after which God called Moses from the midst of the darkness. Exodus 24, verse 16. The 6 days after which we read in Matthew, Christ led his disciples up into a mountain and was transfigured before them. Matthew 17, verse 1. Corresponding therefore to the 6 grades of ascension into God are the 6 grades of the powers of the soul, whereby we ascend from the lowest to the highest, from the external to the most internal, from the temporal to the eternal, namely sense, imagination, reason, intellect, intelligence, and the apex of the mind, or the spark of synteresis. Footnote: synteresis is usually written synderesis. Gerson's definition is an appetitive faculty of the soul, receiving from God a natural inclination to the good, a natural stimulus to the good. Thomas Aquinas defines it thus: synteresis is not a kind of special power higher than the reason, like nature, but a kind of natural possession of principles of practice, just as the intellect is a possession of principles of theory, and not any kind of power. These grades are implanted in us by nature, deformed by sin, reformed by grace, to be purged by justice, exercised by knowledge, perfected by wisdom. For, according to the first institution of nature, man was created fit for the quiet of contemplation, and for this reason God placed him in a paradise of delights. But turning away from the true light to mutable good, he himself was made crooked through his own fault, and his whole race through original sin, which infected human nature in 2 ways, the mind with ignorance and the flesh with concupiscence, so that man, blinded and bowed down, sits in darkness and sees not the light of heaven, unless he be aided by grace with justice against concupiscence, and by knowledge with wisdom against ignorance. All this is done through Jesus Christ, who for us was made wisdom from God, and justice and sanctification and redemption. 1 Corinthians 1, verse 30. He, being the power and wisdom of God, the incarnate Word, full of grace and truth, made grace and truth. To wit, he infused the grace of charity, which, when it comes of a pure heart and good conscience and faith unfeigned, 1 Timothy 1, verse 5, rectifies the whole soul in its threefold outlook above mentioned. He also taught the knowledge of truth according to the 3 modes of theology, that is, symbolic, proper, and mystical, so that through symbolic theology we might rightly use sensible things, through theology proper, intelligible things, and through mystical theology might be caught up into supermental ecstasies. Whoever therefore would ascend to God must avoid deforming sin, and exercise the above-named natural powers with a view to reforming grace, and this by prayer, with a view to purifying justice, and this in conversation, with a view to illuminating science, and this in meditation, with a view to perfecting wisdom, and this in contemplation. Therefore, even as no one comes to wisdom save through grace, justice, and knowledge, so no one comes to contemplation save by clear meditation, holy conversation, and devout prayer. As grace, therefore, is the foundation of rightness of will and of the clear illumination of reason, so we must first pray, then live holily, and thirdly attend to the manifestations of truth. And so attending, we must gradually rise, till we reach the high mountain where the God of gods is seen in Zion. And, since we must ascend Jacob's ladder before we descend, let us place the first step in the ascent at the bottom, holding up this whole sensible world before us, as a mirror, through which we may rise to God, the supreme artificer, that we may be true Hebrews, passing forth from Egypt to the land promised to our fathers; also that we may be Christians, passing forth with Christ from this world to the Father, and that we may be lovers of wisdom, that calleth and saith, Come unto me, all ye that desire me, and be ye filled with mine offspring. Sirach 24:20. For from the greatness and beauty of created things, their Creator may be seen and known. Wisdom 13:5. The supreme power, wisdom, and benevolence of the Creator is reflected in all created things, as is reported in threefold fashion by the sense of the flesh to the interior sense. For the sense of the flesh lends itself to the intellect when it investigates with reason, believes with faith, or contemplates with intellect. In contemplating, it considers the actual existence of things; in believing, their habitual course; in reasoning, their potential pre-excellence. The first point of view, which is that of contemplation, considering things in themselves, sees in them weight, number, and measure. Weight, which marks the point to which they tend; number, whereby they are distinguished; measure, whereby they are limited; and hereby it sees in them mode, species, order, as well as substance, virtue, and action, from which it may arise, as from footsteps, to understand the power, wisdom, and boundless goodness of the Creator. The second point of view, which is that of faith, considering this world, attends to its origin, course, and termination. For by faith we believe that the ages were arranged by the word of life. Hebrews 11:3. By faith we believe that the epochs of the three laws, the law of nature, the law of Scripture, and the law of grace, succeed each other, and have elapsed in the most perfect order. By faith we believe that the world will be terminated by a final judgment. In the first we observe the power, in the second the providence, in the third the justice of the supreme principle. The third point of view, that of reason, investigating, sees that some things are only, and some are and live only, whereas some are, live, and discern; and that the first are inferior, the second middle, the third superior. It sees likewise that some are only corporeal, and some partly corporeal, partly spiritual, whence it concludes that there are some purely spiritual as better and worthier than either. It sees, moreover, that some are mutable and corruptible, as terrestrial things; others mutable and incorruptible, as celestial things; whence it concludes that some are immutable and incorruptible, as supercelestial things. From these visible things, therefore, it rises to consider God's power, wisdom, and goodness, as being living and intelligent, as purely spiritual, incorruptible, and intransmutable. This consideration, again, is extended according to the sevenfold condition of created things, which is the sevenfold witness of the divine power, wisdom, and goodness. If we consider the origin, magnitude, multitude, beauty, plenitude, action, and order of all things. For the origin of things in respect to creation, distinction, and adornment, as far as the works of the 6 days are concerned, proclaims the divine power, producing all things from nothing; the divine wisdom, as clearly distinguishing all things; the divine goodness, as generously adorning all things; the magnitude of things, in respect to the bulk of length, breadth, and depth; in respect to the excellence of the power extending itself in length, breadth, and depth, as is manifest in the diffusion of light; in respect to the efficacy of action, intimate, continuous, and diffused, as is manifested in the action of fire, clearly indicates the immensity of the power, wisdom, and goodness of the threefold God, who exists uncircumscribed in all created things through power, presence, and essence. The multitude of things in respect to their diversity, general, special, and individual, in substance, in form or figure, and in efficacy beyond all human estimation, manifestly involves and displays the immensity of the three above named conditions in God. The beauty of things, in respect to the variety of lights, figures, and colors, in bodies simple, mixed, and organized, as in the heavenly bodies and minerals, as in stones and metals, plants and animals, plainly proclaims the above three things. The plenitude of things in that matter is full of forms, in respect to seminal reasons. Form is full of virtue as to active power, and virtue is full of effects as to efficiency, manifestly declares this same thing. Action manifold, according as it is natural, artificial, or moral, by its most manifold variety shows the immensity of that power, art, and goodness which indeed is to all things the cause of being, the ground of understanding, and the order of living. Order in the respect to the ratio of duration, situation, and influence, that is, to sooner or later, higher or lower, nobler or baser, in the book of creation, clearly manifests the primacy, sublimity, and divinity of the first principle in regard to infinity of power, while the order of the divine laws, precepts, and judgments in the book of Scripture manifests the immensity of his wisdom, and the order of the divine sacraments, benefits, and retributions in the body of the Church manifests the immensity of his goodness, so that order itself most evidently leads us by the hand to that which is first and highest, mightiest and wisest and best. He, therefore, who is not enlightened by all these splendors of created things is blind. He who is not waked by such callings is deaf. He who from all these effects does not praise God is dumb. He who after such intimation does not observe the first principle is foolish. Open therefore thine eyes, draw near thy spiritual ears, unseal thy lips, and apply thy heart, that in all created things thou mayest see, hear, praise, love, magnify, and honor God, lest peradventure the universal frame of things should rise up against thee. Yea, for this the universe will fight against them that are without senses, whereas to them that have senses it will be a matter of glory, who can say with the prophet, Thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. Psalm 92, verse 4. O Lord, how manifold are thy works! In wisdom thou hast made them all. The earth is full of thy riches. Psalm 54, verse 24. And of On the degrees of ascension to God, and the beholding of him through his footsteps in the universe. Excerpt from The Soul's Progress in God, by Saint Bonaventure, 1221 to 1274, translated by Thomas Davidson.
Painting as a Pastime, Part 1, by the Right Honorable Winston Churchill, from the Strand Magazine, Volume 62, December 1921, pages 535 to 544. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I do not submit these sketches to the public gaze because I am under any illusion about their merit. They are the productions of a week-end and holiday amateur who during the last few years has found a new pleasure and who wishes to tell others of his luck. To have reached the age of 40 without ever handling a brush or fiddling with a pencil, to have regarded with mature eye the painting of pictures of any kind as a mystery, to have stood agape before the chalk of the pavement artist, and then suddenly to find oneself plunged in the middle of a new and intense form of interest and action, with paints and palettes and canvases, and not to be discouraged by results, is an astonishing and enriching experience. I hope it may be shared by others. I should be glad if these lines, I should be proud if these sketches, induced others to try the experiment which I have tried, and if some, at least, were to find themselves dowered with an absorbing new amusement delightful to themselves, and at any rate not violently harmful to man or beast. I hope this is modest enough, because there is no subject on which I feel more humble, or yet at the same time more natural. I do not presume to explain how to paint, but only how to get enjoyment. Do not turn the superior eye of critical passivity upon these efforts. Buy a paint box and have a try. If you need something to occupy your leisure, to divert your mind from the daily round, to illuminate your holidays, do not be too ready to believe that you cannot find what you want here. Even at the advanced age of 40, it would be a sad pity to shuffle or scramble along through one's playtime with golf and bridge, pottering, loitering, shifting from one heel to the other, wondering what on earth to do, as perhaps is the fate of some unhappy beings, when all the while, if you only knew, there is close at hand a wonderful new world of thought and craft, a sunlit garden gleaming with light and color, of which you have the key in your waistcoat pocket, inexpensive independence, a mobile and perennial pleasure apparatus, new mental food and exercise, the old harmonies and symmetries in an entirely different language, an added interest to every common scene, an occupation for every idle hour, an unceasing voyage of entrancing discovery. These are high prizes. Make quite sure they are not yours. After all, if you try and fail, there is not much harm done. The nursery will grab what the studio has rejected. And then you can always go out and kill some animal, humiliate some rival on the links, or despoil some friend across the green table. You really will not be worse off in any way. In fact, you will be better off. You will know beyond a peradventure, to quote a phrase disagreeably reminiscent, that that is really what you are meant to do in your hours of relaxation. But if, on the contrary, you are inclined, late in life though it be, to reconnoiter a foreign sphere of limitless extent, then be persuaded that the first quality that is needed is audacity. There really is no time for the deliberate approach. 2 years of drawing lessons, 3 years of copying woodcuts, 5 years of plaster casts, these are for the young. They have enough to bear, and this thorough grounding is for those who, hearing the call in the morning of their days, are able to make painting their paramount lifelong vocation. The truth and beauty of line and form, which by the slightest touch or twist of the brush a real artist imparts to every feature of his design, must be founded on long, hard, persevering apprenticeship, and a practice so habitual that it has become instinctive. We must not be too ambitious. We cannot aspire to masterpieces. We may content ourselves with a joyride in a paint box, and for this, audacity is the only ticket. I shall now relate my personal experience. When I left the Admiralty at the end of May 1915, I still remained a member of the Cabinet and of the War Council. In this position I knew everything and could do nothing. The change from the intense executive activities of each day's work at the Admiralty to the narrowly measured duties of a councilor left me gasping, like a sea beast fished up from the depths or a diver too suddenly hoisted. My veins threatened to burst from the fall in pressure. I had great anxiety and no means of relieving it. I had vehement convictions and small power to give effect to them. I had long hours of utterly unwanted leisure in which to contemplate the unfolding of the war. And then it was that the muse of painting came to my rescue, out of charity and out of chivalry, because after all she had nothing to do with me, and said, "Are these toys any good to you? They amuse some people." Having bought a paint box, an easel, and a canvas, the next step was to begin. But what a step to take! The palette gleamed with beads of color. Fair and white rose the canvas. The empty brush hung poised, heavy with destiny, irresolute in the air. My hand seemed arrested by a silent veto. But after all, the sky on this occasion was unquestionably blue, and a pale blue at that. There could be no doubt that blue paint mixed with white should be put on the top part of the canvas. One really does not need to have had an artist's training to see that. It is a starting point open to all. So very gingerly I mixed a little blue paint on the palette with a very small brush, and then with infinite precaution made a mark about as big as a bean upon the affronted snow-white shield. It was a challenge, a deliberate challenge, but so subdued, so halting, indeed so cataleptic, that it deserved no response. At that moment the loud approaching sound of a motor car was heard in the drive. From this chariot there stepped swiftly and lightly none other than the gifted wife of Sir John Lavery. "Painting! But what are you hesitating about? Let me have a brush, the big one." Splash into the turpentine, wallop into the blue and white, frantic flourish on the palette, clean no longer, and then several large, fierce strokes and slashes of blue on the absolutely cowering canvas. Anyone could see that it could not hit back. No evil fate avenged the jaunty violence. The canvas grinned in helplessness before me. The spell was broken. The sickly inhibitions rolled away. I seized the largest brush and fell upon my victim with berserk fury. I have never felt any awe of a canvas since. Every one knows the feelings with which one stands shivering on a springboard, and the shock when a friendly foe steals up behind and hurls you into the flood, and the ardent glow which thrills you as you emerge breathless from the plunge. This beginning with audacity, or being thrown into the middle of it, is already a very great part of the art of painting. But there is more in it than that. La peinture à l'huile est bien difficile, mais c'est beaucoup plus beau que la peinture à l'eau. I write no word in disparagement of watercolors, but there really is nothing like oils. You have a medium at your disposal which offers real power, if you only can find out how to use it. Moreover, it is easier to get a certain distance along the road by its means than by watercolor. First of all, you can correct mistakes much more easily. One sweep of the palette knife lifts the blood and tears of a morning from the canvas and enables a fresh start to be made. Secondly, you can approach your problem from any direction. You need not build downwards awkwardly from white paper to your darkest dark. You may strike where you please, beginning, if you will, with a moderate central arrangement of middle tones, and then hurling in the extremes when the psychological moment comes. Lastly, the pigment itself is such nice stuff to handle if it does not retaliate. You can build it on layer after layer if you like. You can keep on experimenting. You can change your plan to meet the exigencies of time or weather. And always remember, you can scrape it all away. Just to paint is great fun. The colors are lovely to look at and delicious to squeeze out. Matching them, however crudely, with what you see is fascinating and absolutely absorbing. Try it, if you have not done so, before you die. As one slowly begins to escape from the difficulties of choosing the right colors and laying them on in the right places and in the right way, wider considerations come into view. One begins to see, for instance, that painting a picture is like fighting a battle, and trying to paint a picture is, I suppose, like trying to fight a battle. It is, if anything, more exciting than fighting it successfully. But the principle is the same. It is the same kind of problem as unfolding a long, sustained, interlocked argument. It is a proposition which, whether of few or numberless parts, is commanded by a single unity of conception. And we think, though I cannot tell, that painting a great picture must require an intellect on the grand scale. There must be that all-embracing view which presents the beginning and the end, the whole and each part, as one instantaneous impression, retentively and untiringly held in the mind. When we look at the larger Turners, canvases yards wide and tall, and observe that they are all done in one piece and represent one single second of time, and that every innumerable detail, however small, however distant, however subordinate, is set forth naturally and in its true proportion and relation, without effort, without failure, we must feel in presence of an intellectual manifestation the equal in quality and intensity of the finest achievements of warlike action, of forensic argument, or of scientific or philosophical adjudication. In all battles, two things are usually required of the commander-in-chief: to make a good plan for his army, and secondly, to keep a strong reserve. Both these are also obligatory upon the painter. To make a plan, thorough reconnaissance of the country where the battle is to be fought is needed. Its fields, its mountains, its rivers, its bridges, its trees, its flowers, its atmosphere, all require and repay attentive observation from a special point of view. One is quite astonished to find how many things there are in the landscape, and in every object in it one never noticed before, and this is a tremendous new pleasure and interest, which invests every walk or drive with an added object. So many colors on the hillside, each different in shadow and in sunlight, such brilliant reflections in the pool, each a key lower than what they repeat, such lovely lights gilding or silvering surface or outline, all tinted exquisitely with pale color, rose, orange, green, or violet. And I had lived for over 40 years without ever noticing any of them, except in a general way, as one might look at a crowd and say, "What a lot of people!" I think this heightened sense of observation of nature is one of the chief delights that have come to me through trying to paint. No doubt many people who are lovers of art have acquired it in a high degree without actually practicing, but I expect that nothing will make one observe more quickly or more thoroughly than having to face the difficulty of representing the thing observed. And mind you, if you do observe accurately and with refinement, and if you do record what you have seen with tolerable correspondence, the result follows on the canvas with startling obedience. Even if only 4 or 5 main features are seized and truly recorded, these by themselves will carry a lot of ill success or half success. Answer 5 big questions in the examination paper correctly and well, and though you may not win a prize, at any rate you won't be absolutely plowed. But in order to make his plan, the general must not only reconnoiter the battleground, he must also study the achievements of the great captains of the past. He must bring the observations he has collected in the field into comparison with the treatment of similar incidents by famous chiefs. Then the galleries of Europe take on a new, and to me at least a severely practical interest. This then is how painted a cataract. Exactly, and there is that same light I noticed last week in the waterfall at and so on. You see the difficulty that baffled you yesterday, and you see how easily it has been overcome by a great, or even a skillful painter. Not only is your observation of nature sensibly improved and developed, but you look at the masterpieces of art with an analyzing and a comprehending eye. The whole world is open with all its treasures. The simplest objects have their beauty. Every garden presents innumerable fascinating problems. Every land, every parish has its own tale to tell. And there are many lands differing from each other in countless ways, and each presenting delicious variants of color, light, form, and definition. Obviously, then, armed with a paint box, one cannot be bored, one cannot be left at a loose end, one cannot have several days on one's hands. Good gracious, what there is to admire and how little time there is to see it in. For the first time one begins to envy Methuselah. No doubt he made a very indifferent use of his opportunities. But it is in the use and withholding of their reserves that the great commanders have generally excelled. After all, when once the last reserve has been thrown in, the commander's part is played. If that does not win the battle, he has nothing else to give. The event must be left to luck and to the fighting troops. But these last, in the absence of high direction, are apt to get into sad confusion, all mixed together in a nasty mess, without order or plan, and consequently without effect. Mere masses count no more. The largest brush, the brightest colors, cannot even make an impression. The battlefield becomes a sea of mud, mercifully veiled by the fog of war. It is evident there has been a serious defeat. Even though the general plunges in himself and emerges bespattered, as he sometimes does, he will not retrieve the day. In painting, the reserves consist in proportion or relation, and it is here that the art of the painter marches along the road which is traversed by all the greatest harmonies in thought. At one side of the palette there is white, at the other black, and neither is ever used neat. Between these two rigid limits all the action must lie, all the power required must be generated. Black and white themselves, placed in juxtaposition, make no great impression, and yet they are the most that you can do in pure contrast. It is wonderful, after one has tried and failed often, to see how easily and surely the true artist is able to produce every effect of light and shade, of sunshine and shadow, of distance or nearness, simply by expressing justly the relations between the different planes and surfaces with which he is dealing. We think that this is founded upon a sense of proportion, trained no doubt by practice, but which in its essence is a frigid manifestation of mental power and size. We think that the same mind's eye that can justly survey and appraise and prescribe beforehand the values of a truly great picture in one all-embracing regard, in one flash of simultaneous and homogeneous comprehension, would also, with a certain acquaintance with the special technique, be able to pronounce with sureness upon any other high activity of the human intellect. This was certainly true of the great Italians. I have written in this way to try to show how varied are the delights which may be gained by those who enter hopefully and thoughtfully upon the pathway of painting, how enriched they will be in their daily vision, how fortified in their independence, how happy in their leisure. Whether you feel that your soul is pleased by the conception or contemplation of harmonies, or that your mind is stimulated by the aspect of magnificent problems, or whether you are content to find it fun to try to observe and depict the jolly things you see, the vistas of possibility are limited only by the shortness of life. Every day you make progress, every step may be fruitful. Yet there will stretch out before you an ever lengthening, ever ascending, ever improving path. You know you will never get to the end of the journey. But this, so far from discouraging, only adds to the joy and glory of the climb. Try it then, before it is too late and before you mock at me. Try it while there is time to overcome the preliminary difficulties. Learn enough of the language in your prime to open this new literature to your age. Plant a garden in which you can sit when digging days are done. It may be only a small garden, but you will see it grow. Year by year it will bloom and ripen. Year by year it will be better cultivated. The weeds will be cast out. The fruit trees will be pruned and trained. The flowers will bloom in more beautiful combinations. There will be sunshine there even in the winter time, and cool shade, and the play of shadow on the pathway in the shining days of June. End of Painting as a Pastime, Part 1, by the Right Honorable Winston Churchill, from the Strand Magazine, Volume 62, December 1921, pages 535 to 554, read by Sue Anderson. Painting as a Pastime, Part 2, by the Right Honorable Winston Churchill, from the Strand Magazine, Volume 63, January 1922, pages 13 to 20. I must say I like bright colors. I agree with Ruskin in his denunciation of that school of painting who "eat slate pencil and chalk and assure everybody that they are nicer and purer than strawberries and plums." I cannot pretend to feel impartial about the colors. I rejoice with the brilliant ones and am genuinely sorry for the poor browns. When I get to heaven I mean to spend a considerable portion of my first million years in painting, and so get to the bottom of the subject. But then I shall require a still gayer palette than I get here below. I expect orange and vermilion will be the darkest, dullest colors upon it, and beyond them there will be a whole range of wonderful new colors which will delight the celestial eye. Chance led me one autumn to a secluded nook on the Côte d'Azur between Marseille and Toulon, and there I fell in with one or two painters who reveled in the methods of the modern French school. These were disciples of Cézanne. They view nature as a mass of shimmering light in which forms and surfaces are comparatively unimportant, indeed hardly visible, but which gleams and glows with beautiful harmonies and contrasts of color. Certainly it was of great interest to me to come suddenly in contact with this entirely different way of looking at things. I had hitherto painted the sea flat, with long, smooth strokes of mixed pigment in which the tints varied only by gradations. Now I must try to represent it by innumerable small, separate, lozenge-shaped points and patches of color, often pure color, so that it looked more like a tessellated pavement than a marine picture. It sounds curious. All the same, do not be in a hurry to reject the method. Go back a few yards and survey the result. Each of these little points of color is now playing his part in the general effect. Individually invisible, he sets up a strong radiation of which the eye is conscious without detecting the cause. Look also at the blue of the Mediterranean. How can you depict and record it? Certainly not by any single color that was ever manufactured. The only way in which that luminous intensity of blue can be simulated is by this multitude of tiny points of varied color, all in true relation to the rest of the scheme. Difficult? Fascinating. Nature presents itself to the eye through the agency of these individual points of light, each of which sets up the vibrations peculiar to its color. The brilliancy of a picture must therefore depend partly upon the frequency with which these points are found on any given area of the canvas, and partly on their just relation to one another. Ruskin says in his Elements of Drawing, from which I have already quoted, "You will not, in Turner's largest oil pictures, perhaps 6 or 7 feet long by 4 or 5 feet high, find one spot of color as large as a grain of wheat ungradated." But the gradations of Turner differ from those of the modern French school by being gently and almost imperceptibly evolved one from another, instead of being boldly and even roughly separated. And the brush of Turner followed the form of the objects he depicted, while our French friends often seem to take a pride in directly opposing it. For instance, they would prefer to paint a sea with up and down strokes rather than with horizontal, or a tree trunk from right to left rather than up and down. This, I expect, is due to falling in love with one's theories, and making sacrifices of truth to them in order to demonstrate fidelity and admiration. But surely we owe a debt to those who have so wonderfully vivified, brightened, and illuminated modern landscape painting. Have not Manet and Monet, Cézanne and Matisse rendered to painting something of the same service which Keats and Shelley gave to poetry after the solemn and ceremonious literary perfections of the 18th century? They have brought back to the pictorial art a new draught of joie de vivre, and the beauty of their work is instinct with gaiety and floats in sparkling air. I do not expect these masters would particularly appreciate my defense, but I must avow an increasing attraction to their work. Lucid and exact expression is one of the first characteristics of the French mind. The French language has been made the instrument of that admirable gift. Frenchmen talk and write just as well about painting as they have done about love, about war, about diplomacy, or, we may add, cooking. Their terminology is precise and complete. They are, therefore, admirably equipped to be teachers in the theory of any of these arts. Their critical faculty is so powerfully developed that it is perhaps some restraint upon achievement, but it is a wonderful corrective to others as well as to themselves. My French friend, for instance, after looking at some of my daubs, took me round the galleries of Paris, pausing here and there. Wherever he paused, I found myself before a picture which I particularly admired. He then explained that it was quite easy to tell from the kind of things I had been trying to do what were the things I liked. Never having taken any interest in pictures till I tried to paint, I had no preconceived opinions. I just felt, for reasons I could not fathom, that I liked some much more than others. I was astonished that anyone else should, on the most cursory observation of my work, be able so surely to divine a taste which I had never consciously formed. My friend says that it is not a bad thing to know nothing at all about pictures, but to have a matured mind trained in other things and a new strong interest for painting. The elements are there from which a true taste in art can be formed, with time and guidance, and there are no obstacles or imperfect conceptions in the way. I hope this is true. Certainly the last part is true. Once you begin to study it, all nature is equally interesting and equally charged with beauty. I was shown a picture by Cézanne of a blank wall of a house which he had made instinct with the most delicate lights and colors. Now, I often amuse myself when I am looking at a wall or a flat surface of any kind by trying to distinguish all the different colors and tints which can be discerned upon it, and considering whether these arise from reflections or from natural hue. You would be astonished the first time you tried this to see how many and what beautiful colors there are even in the most commonplace objects, and the more carefully and frequently you look, the more variations do you perceive. But these are no reasons for limiting oneself to the plainest and most ordinary objects and scenes. Mere prettiness of scene, to be sure, is not needed for a beautiful picture. In fact, artificially made pretty places are very often a hindrance to a good picture. Nature will hardly stand a double process of beautification. One layer of idealism on top of another is too much of a good thing. But a vivid scene, a brilliant atmosphere, novel and charming lights, impressive contrasts, if they strike the eye all at once, arouse an interest and an ardor which will certainly be reflected in the work which you try to do and will make it seem easier. It would be interesting if some real authority investigated carefully the part which memory plays in painting. We look at the object with an intent regard, then at the palette, and thirdly at the canvas. The canvas receives a message dispatched usually a few seconds before from the natural object, but it has come through a post office en route. It has been transmitted in code. It has been turned from light into paint. It reaches the canvas a cryptogram. Not until it has been placed in its correct relation to everything else that is on the canvas or that has yet to be put upon the canvas can it be deciphered, is its meaning apparent, is it translated once again from mere pigment into light. And the light this time is not of nature but of art. The whole of this considerable process is carried through on the wings or the wheels of memory. In most cases we think it is the wings, airy and quick like a butterfly from flower to flower. But all heavy traffic and all that has to go a long journey must travel on wheels. In painting in the open air the sequence of actions is so rapid that the process of translation into and out of pigment may seem to be unconscious. But all great landscapes have been painted indoors, and often long after the first impressions were gathered. In a dim cellar the Dutch or Italian master recreated the gleaming ice of a Netherlands carnival, or the lustrous sunshine of Venice or the Campagna. Here, then, is required a truly formidable memory of the ocular kind. Not only do we develop our powers of observation, but also those of carrying the record, of carrying it through an extraneous medium, and of reproducing it hours, days, or even months after the scene has vanished or the sunlight died. I was told by a friend that when Whistler guided a school in Paris, he made his pupils observe their model on the ground floor and then run upstairs and paint their picture piece by piece on the floor above. As they became more proficient, he put their easels up a story higher, till at last the elite were scampering with their decision up 6 flights into the attic, praying it would not evaporate on the way. This is perhaps only a tale, but it shows effectively of what enormous importance a trained, accurate, retentive memory must be to an artist, and conversely what a useful exercise painting may be for the development of an accurate and retentive memory. There is no better exercise for the would-be artist than to study and devour a picture, and then, without looking at it again, to attempt the next day to reproduce it. Nothing can more exactly measure the progress both of observation and memory. It is still harder to compose out of many separate, well-retained impressions, aided though they may be by sketches and color notes, a new, complete conception. But this is the only way in which great landscapes have been painted, or can be painted. The size of the canvas alone precludes its being handled out of doors. The fleeting light imposes a rigid time limit. One cannot go back day after day without the picture getting stale. The painter must choose between a rapid impression, fresh and warm and living, but probably deserving only of a short life, and the cold, profound, intense effort of memory, knowledge, and will power, prolonged perhaps for weeks, from which a masterpiece can alone result. It is much better not to fret too much about the latter. Leave to the masters of art trained by a lifetime of devotion the wonderful process of picture building and picture creation. Go out into the sunlight and be happy with what you see. Painting is complete as a distraction. I know of nothing which, without exhausting the body, more entirely absorbs the mind. Whatever the worries of the hour or the threats of the future, once the picture has begun to flow along, there is no room for them in the mental screen. They pass out into shadow and darkness. All one's mental light, such as it is concentrated on the task. Time stands respectfully aside, and it is only after many hesitations that luncheon knocks gruffly at the door. When I have had to stand up on parade, or even, I regret to say, in church, for half an hour at a time, I have always felt that the erect position is not natural to man, has only been painfully acquired, and is only with fatigue and difficulty maintained. But no one who is fond of painting finds the slightest inconvenience in standing to paint for 3 or 4 hours at a time, or for 7 or 8 hours in a day, not at least as long as the interest holds. Lastly, let me say a word on painting as a spur to travel. There is really nothing like it. Every country where the sun shines and every district in it has a theme of its own. The lights, the atmosphere, the aspect, the spirit are all different, but each has its native charm. Even if you are only a poor painter, you can feel the influence of the scene, guiding your brush, selecting the tubes you squeeze onto the palette. Even if you cannot portray it as you see it, you feel it, you know it, and you admire it forever. When people rush about Europe in the train from one glittering center of work or pleasure into another, passing at enormous expense through a series of mammoth hotels and blatant carnivals, they little know what they are missing, and how cheaply priceless things can be obtained. The painter wanders and loiters contentedly from place to place, always on the lookout for some brilliant butterfly of a picture which can be caught and set up and carried safely home. All he asks for is sunshine, and if it be really true that we are to have 35 years of drought, there ought to be no difficulty about supplying that. Côte d'Azur, Côte d'Argent, Côte d'Emeraude, all present to them their world-famed beauties, which neither crowds nor casinos are needed to enhance. Sir William Orpen advised me to visit Avignon on account of its wonderful light, and certainly there is no more delightful center for a would-be painter's activities. Then Egypt, fierce and brilliant, presenting in infinite variety the single triplex theme of the Nile, the desert, and the sun. Or Palestine, a land of rare beauty, the beauty of the turquoise and the opal, which well deserves the attention of some real artist, and has never been portrayed to the extent that is its due. And what of India? Who has ever interpreted its lurid splendors? But after all, if only the sun will shine, one does not need to go beyond one's own country. There is nothing more intense than the burnished steel and gold of a highland stream, and at the beginning and close of almost every day the Thames displays to the citizens of London glories and delights which one must travel far to rival. I end where I began. I hope sincerely that these notes and sketches may encourage others to find out whether they have not got within them that love of color and faculty of observation which will enable them to enrich their leisure with the delightful amusement of painting. At any rate, I shall dwell in the comfortable expectation of stirring some slumbering genius into action, or at least of investing a modest life with a new sense of fullness, security, and independence. End of Painting as a Pastime, Part 2, by the Right Honorable Winston Churchill, from the Strand Magazine, Volume 63, January 1922, pages 13 to 20. Read by Sue Anderson.
The Rule of Reason by Friedrich Jacobi, 1743 to 1819. This is from The Flying Leaves, from Prose Writers of Germany by Frederick Henry Hedge, 1805 to 1890. It was published in 1870. The reading begins on page 218. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. If reason possessed power, says a profound writer, as she possesses authority, justice and peace would everywhere rule. But now with her dwells only right; elsewhere, with sensual appetite, desire, passion, strength. On account of this disproportion, mankind have divided themselves into two parties. The one, the earliest in its origin, cast about for means to bring force on the side of right. They invented wisely and also experimented successfully, but never with permanent results. All their undertakings proved failures more or less in the end, and dispersion ensued. But undestroyed and indestructible, however frequently and strangely they have been scattered, and may be again in time to come, they steadfastly persevere, and will persevere in their intent. No one, not even from their own midst, knows their present strength or weakness. The other party, likewise dissatisfied with this twofold dominion in man, and desirous of putting an end to the schism, after mature consideration of the hindrances which had caused the shipwreck of all the undertakings of the former, hit upon the thought of an entirely opposite method. Instead of endeavoring to bring over force to the side of the right, they sought to bring over right to the side of force. They sought not to make the rational strong, but to make the strong rational. They accused the former system of hostility to nature, of aiming at oppression and tyrannous despotism. On the other hand, they boasted that their own was in harmony with nature, and at the same time did not conflict with reason, that it only desired a good understanding between the two. Their plan was this: the whole gigantic progeny of sense, the lusts and passions, should quietly come together and consult among themselves what was best. The best was union. But it was agreed that they would never be able to realize this union until they had put an end to the controversy with reason, who dwelt together with them in their common country, the human mind. Experience had shown that she was never to be quite overpowered and entirely cast out. This, in fact, was no misfortune, since the senses could so easily make peace with reason, and then employ her to their own advantage, nay, make her entirely their own. The way to do this was the establishment of a community, the plan of which might, without hesitation, be left to reason to draw up. For it was argued, reason desires justice only for the sake of the common good. In other words, she desires only that each one should have his own. The individual she does not regard nor care for, neither does she regard herself. That is the property or vice only of that which is an individual, a person, a self. Reason has nothing of this sort, nor indeed of genuine reality. Therefore it was agreed they could boldly rely on the impartiality of reason, and not only confide to her unconditionally the organization of the commonweal to be established in connection with her, but even allot to her the dignity of the chief magistracy therein, an office like the royal one in Sparta. An ephorate might be established in connection therewith, and committed to the jurisdiction of the understanding. [Footnote: The office of ephori, a department of the Spartan government. The word signifies properly inspectors.] The people had elected reason and placed her over them, simply and solely that she should maintain order and harmony in their midst. She belonged to the commonweal, not the commonweal to her. The collective will was the true sovereign, from whom reason derived her royal title, and the authority connected with it merely as a fief. Should she ever forget this, assume independent powers, and attempt to exalt her nominal authority above the true, then the ephorate must immediately come to the rescue and resist such attempt. They could place the utmost reliance on the watchfulness of the understanding in this matter. because the understanding is thoroughly and altogether a man of the people. The two systems which are now here presented may be compared, as formerly the systems of idealism and realism were compared, with the two opposite astronomical systems of Ptolemy and Copernicus. Only the order of time in this case must be reversed. The latter must be considered as the elder, the former as the younger. End of The Rule of Reason, from Friedrich Jacobi, 1743 to 1819. From the Flying Leaves.